Who cares if you make a million? Chapter 1. Who cares if you make a million? Why becoming valuable matters more than quick riches? Who cares if you make $1 million? I'm asking that seriously. Sure, it sounds like a dream to hit 7 figures. But what does that number really mean for your life? Too often, people chase the fantasy of becoming an overnight millionaire and lose sight of what truly matters. In this chapter, we're going to talk about why becoming a person of value and purpose matters more than any arbitrary dollar amount. You might have grown up thinking that if you just had $1 million, all your problems would be solved. It's an appealing thought life on easy street, right? But time and again, we see that chasing money for its own sake leads to empty victories. People who hit a financial goal without a sense of purpose often ask themselves, is this all there is? The truth is, money alone can't give your life meaning or keep you motivated in the long run. Chasing money without purpose leads nowhere. Chasing money without a deeper reason is like running on a hamster wheel. You might move fast, but you won't get anywhere meaningful. Some people jump from scheme to scheme: crypto today, real estate tomorrow, hoping to strike gold overnight. This frantic pursuit usually ends in burnout or disappointment. Without a guiding purpose, even if you do stumble into wealth, it can feel surprisingly hollow. We've all heard cautionary tales of people who came into quick riches only to lose it all. Consider lottery winners. Roughly 1/3 of them eventually end up bankrupt. Winning millions means nothing if you lack a plan, purpose, or the habits to manage that money. In fact, one Powerball winner's family even said they wished they'd torn the ticket up because of how much turmoil the sudden fortune brought. It goes to show that a windfall, without personal growth or wisdom to handle it, can quickly turn into a nightmare. Professional athletes provide another striking example. A widely cited Sports Illustrated report once claimed that nearly 78% of NFL players go broke or under severe financial stress just a few years after retirement. These are people who earned a fortune in their 20s and 30s, yet without the right mindset and habits, the money slipped away. It's not that they were incapable, many just never learned how to sustain wealth, because the focus was always on the next paycheck, not long-term value. Chasing money alone didn't prepare them for keeping it. One reason this happens is that money by itself isn't a strong enough North Star. Motivational speaker Tony Robbins often reminds us that success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. In other words, you can achieve financial success and still feel miserable if you lack purpose or joy in what you do. Chasing cash might get you a short-term rush, but if your heart's not in it, you'll eventually hit a wall. True motivation comes from meaning doing something that matters to you, not just the lure of a payday. For all these reasons, chasing money alone is a dead end. It might bring fleeting excitement, buying that sports car or posting that bank balance screenshot, but superficial rewards wear off fast. Meanwhile, the things that do last, like skills, integrity, and passion, are left underdeveloped when you're fixated only on the cash. The good news is that if you shift your focus to building real value in yourself, the money often takes care of itself. Let's talk about how becoming a person of value ends up attracting opportunity and, yes, wealth far more reliably. Value and self-worth. Attract opportunity. Think of the most respected people in any field. They didn't get there by chasing paychecks. They got there by honing their value. When you become valuable through skills, character, or service, you naturally draw opportunities towards you. It's like having a light that others can't help but notice. People want to work with, partner with, and reward those who bring something genuine to the table. Your self-worth plays a big role here. If you don't believe you have much to offer, you might settle for less than you deserve or shy away from opportunities. On the other hand, when you know your value, you carry yourself differently. You're more likely to step up for challenges, negotiate better, or chase a dream job instead of playing it safe. That confidence, grounded in real ability, acts like a magnet for the right kinds of success. Legendary investor Warren Buffett often stresses this point. He said that the most important investment you can make is in yourself. Think about that coming from one of the wealthiest individuals on the planet. Buffett isn't telling people to chase a hot stock or a quick profit. He's telling them to build their own knowledge and skills first. When you do that, you increase what you're worth to the world, and unsurprisingly, the world tends to reward you for it. Creating value could mean becoming excellent at your craft, or it could mean developing qualities like reliability and empathy that people around you appreciate. If you focus on being the best at what you do, money tends to follow as a byproduct of that excellence. Companies give promotions to employees who solve big problems. Customers pay premium for products or services that truly stand out. In every case, the pattern holds. When you bring real value, the opportunities and the income come to you. Another aspect of personal value is your reputation. Over time, your work and how you treat people build a personal brand. Someone who is known for integrity or for always delivering quality will attract referrals and repeat business. Doors open in surprising places when people speak highly of you. All of that stems from focusing on being a person of substance rather than just scrambling for the next dollar. The difference between people who sustain wealth and those who lose it. By now, it's clear that not all wealth is equal. There's a big difference between someone who builds wealth gradually on a strong foundation and someone who comes into money without that grounding. The former tends to keep and grow their wealth. The latter often watches it slip away. It's why we see stark contrasts in the world of the wealthy. Some live comfortably for life, while others go from millions to broke in a flash. What sets them apart? For one, people who sustain wealth usually treat money as a long-term game. They focus on things like managing their finances, investing wisely, and continuing to learn even after they're rich. Those who lose wealth often lack that perspective. They might splurge impulsively or neglect to plan because the money came easy and they assume it will always be there. In short, sustainers have developed discipline and purpose, whereas the unprepared treat wealth like a one-time lucky break. Think of Warren Buffett again. He's famous for his frugal lifestyle as much as his investing acumen. Buffett still lives in the same Omaha house he bought in 1958, and he calls himself cheap with personal spending. This isn't because he can't afford more. It's because he values money as something to be managed wisely, not flaunted. The mindset treating money as a steward rather than a lottery winner is a big reason he has stayed wealthy for decades. And consider Oprah Winfrey, who built a media empire from nothing. She didn't splash out on frivolous ventures. Instead, she reinvested in her businesses and her personal growth. Oprah has always emphasized living within your means and giving back generously. Even after becoming one of the richest women in the world, she remains grounded and focused on her mission, not on extravagant spending. This grounded approach helps ensure that wealth is sustained and used in meaningful ways, not just for show. On the flip side, we all know stories of celebrities or entrepreneurs who hit it big and then lost it just as spectacularly. The common thread in those stories is often a lack of personal development to match the financial development. It's as if their bank account grew, but they didn't grow as individuals to keep pace. Money can amplify who you already are if you haven't built discipline or purpose. A lot of money can actually become a burden. As one observer put it, money doesn't change you, it reveals you. The takeaway is that lasting wealth comes from the inside out. When you've cultivated good habits, knowledge, and a sense of purpose, you're far more likely to not only make money, but keep it. You won't be easily swayed by sudden windfalls or panicked by downturns because you have a steady hand on the wheel. But if wealth arrives without personal growth, it's like building a house on sand. It rarely stands the test of time. The surest way to stay successful is to become the kind of person who can handle success. Money as a byproduct of excellence. It's funny how often wealth shows up when you stop obsessing over it. Many of the most successful people will tell you that money came as a byproduct of pursuing their craft or passion. They focused on getting better, not getting richer. When you pour your energy into becoming excellent at something, you create value, and as we discussed, value attracts money on its own. In this way, money becomes more of an outcome than the primary goal. For instance, think about an artist who passionately perfects their music, or a chef who lives in the kitchen to create amazing food. They're driven by a love for what they do. Often they end up achieving great financial success, but that's a side effect of their dedication. If they had chased money first, maybe they would have picked a different career entirely, and then we'd never have their hit songs or signature dishes. Their greatness came from passion and mastery, not a get-rich mindset. Let's return to Oprah as a real-world example. Early in her career, she discovered that she loved media work so much she would have done it for free. And as she put it, if you can get paid for doing what you love, every paycheck is a bonus. In other words, she was chasing excellence, and passion money was an added perk. That mindset propelled her to build one of the most successful talk shows and media brands ever. The billions she earned came as a natural result of doing what she was great at and loved, not because she set out thinking, I need to make X dollars. You'll find similar stories across industries. Tech innovator Steve Jobs, for example, was famously more passionate about building great products at Apple than about the wealth it brought him. Legendary investor Ray Dalio summed it up nicely. Money is a byproduct of excellence, not a goal. The core idea is the same. When you fixate on doing something exceptionally well, the recognition and financial rewards tend to follow. You're not pushing for money. You're pulling it in by being outstanding. This perspective can be life-changing. Instead of waking up thinking, how can I make more money today? You start thinking, how can I do this better? Or how can I help more people or create more value? Shifting your focus to excellence and service means your work improves dramatically over time. And as your work improves, so does your income potential. By seeing money as a byproduct, you free yourself to concentrate on what really matters, getting great at what you do. You might be surprised at how quickly opportunities appear once you adopt this mindset. Employers notice the employee who is passionate about the work, not just punching the clock for a paycheck. Clients notice the business owner who clearly cares about quality and customer satisfaction above short-term profit. When you operate this way, you build trust and a track record of excellence, and it's only a matter of time before that translates into financial reward. In a sense, you're letting your work ethic and skill do the money chasing for you. When you're not constantly worrying about chasing a dollar, a lot of stress melts away, and you can focus fully on the task at hand. Ironically, that often leads to even better financial outcomes. By caring more about your craft and less about the cash, you end up with both pride in what you do and a healthier bank balance. It's a win-win that hype-filled, get-rich-quick scheme simply can't match. Quality and passion have a way of paying off. Grow yourself, grow your income. Let's shift to another angle of this idea: self-improvement and wealth. There's a direct correlation between growing as a person and increasing your earning power. The more you learn, improve your skills, and broaden your mindset, the more opportunities and income you tend to create for yourself. It makes sense when you become more valuable, you can contribute more, and people reward that. In essence, if you grow yourself, you often grow your income too. Studies and surveys back this up. One research finding showed that 85% of self-made millionaires read at least 2 books per month for self-improvement. Think about that. These are busy, wealthy people, yet they devote time to learning constantly. Whether it's learning about business strategies, developing a new skill, or even working on their health and mindset, they never stop growing. It's no surprise that this habit of continual growth keeps opening new doors for them, financially and otherwise. You'll also find that successful people invest in courses, attend workshops, find mentors, and seek feedback more than the average person. They treat personal development not as a luxury, but as a necessity. Each new thing they learn or improve upon can translate into new value they can offer. For example, if you're a marketer who learns data analysis, suddenly you can do more and command a higher salary or attract bigger clients. Growing your toolkit makes you a more rewarded individual. Even in their golden years, many business leaders and innovators remain students of life. Buffett, in his 90s, still reads extensively every day and famously said he just sits in my office and read all day, as a key to his success. Microsoft founder Bill Gates, another billionaire, is known to take yearly Think Weeks where he retreats to read and reflect. The lesson is clear. No matter how much success you achieve, continuing to grow is what keeps you on an upward trajectory and prevents stagnation. They understand that the moment you stop learning, you risk falling behind. Importantly, growing yourself isn't just about technical skills or book knowledge. It's also about developing character and mindset. Traits like resilience, patience, and emotional intelligence come from overcoming challenges and learning from failures. These personal strengths translate to better leadership and decision-making, which in turn can lead to greater success and income. For example, an entrepreneur who learns to manage stress and stay calm under pressure will make better decisions when the stakes are high. Often that's the difference between a thriving business and a failed one. Part of personal growth is also choosing your environment wisely. You may have heard the saying that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you surround yourself with positive, driven individuals, you're likely to adopt some of their habits and push yourself further. In contrast, if you hang around naysayers or people with no ambition, they can drag you down to their level. Those who elevate their peer group often find that their own success climbs in tandem. As you grow, something interesting happens with your financial life. You start to see opportunities where you once saw obstacles. Instead of saying, "I can't afford that," you might start asking, "How can I afford that?" Or how you can create value to earn it. Your mindset shifts from limitation to possibility. People who cultivate this growth mindset don't wait for a lucky break. They create their own breaks by constantly improving and staying alert for chances to contribute. Inevitably, that approach brings financial rewards along for the ride. In short, your income tends to grow in proportion to how much you grow. If you commit to lifelong learning and self-improvement, you're stacking the deck in your favor. You'll be ready to seize opportunities, adapt to changes, and innovate in ways that someone who stopped growing cannot. Over time, this makes an enormous difference in your career and finances. Ultimately, the richest asset you have is you, and when you make yourself more valuable, the world will pay you accordingly. So who cares if you make $1 million? The honest answer is, not nearly as many people as you might think. Your bank account balance won't make you a better friend, a better parent, or a happier human being by itself. What truly earns respect both from others and from yourself is how you made that money and who you became in the process. $1 million gained by luck or hollow means won't fulfill you, but a life spent growing and contributing will. In this chapter, we've seen that chasing money without purpose often leads nowhere good. On the other hand, focusing on building value, whether through skill, character, or service, creates a sturdy foundation that wealth can actually stand on. We discussed how people who sustain wealth over time do so because they worked on themselves, not just their bank accounts. We explored how money tends to flow naturally when you become great at what you do and love doing it. And we emphasized that personal growth is a reliable engine for financial growth. The central message is simple. Become someone worth $1 million rather than someone who just has $1 million. When you shift your mindset to growth and contribution, something amazing happens. You start measuring success in terms of impact, learning, and fulfillment, not just dollars. Ironically, that's exactly when the dollars often show up in abundance. By caring less about making $1 million and more about making yourself and others better, you set the stage for meaningful and lasting success. Think of the examples we touched on. Oprah found purpose in empowering others through media, and wealth followed. Buffett became a master of investing and built his fortune slowly, grounded in principle. Neither of them is defined by the number in their bank account. They're defined by what they've built and how they've helped others along the way. That's why their success has endured. They remind us that if you focus on being great at what you do and doing it with integrity, the money will come, and even if it doesn't come in huge amounts, you'll still have a rich life where it counts. As you move forward, I encourage you to take this mindset to heart. Forget the flashy notions of overnight millions and ask yourself, what kind of person do you want to become? What skills can you develop, and how can you contribute something meaningful? When you put your energy into those questions, you'll find that the million, or whatever number you dream of, starts to matter a whole lot less. You'll be too busy living a life you're proud of, and that is worth more than any bank balance. In the end, chasing personal greatness beats chasing money every time. Remember, money is just paper or digits on a screen until you give it meaning. The real question isn't how much money you make, it's what you make of yourself. If you devote yourself to becoming the best version of you, to developing your talents, following your purpose, and lifting others up, the success will come. And even if it doesn't make you a millionaire overnight, it will make you rich in satisfaction and significance. That's a kind of wealth that no market crash or twist of fate can ever take away. In the chapters ahead, we'll delve deeper into how to build that kind of inner wealth and how it eventually reflects in outer wealth. But for now, hold on to this truth. Who you become is far more important than any number in your bank account. Who cares if you make $1 million? Instead, focus on becoming someone with $1 million character and capability. Whatever money you earn will then just be a bonus on a well-lived life. Chapter 2. Worth versus wealth. Understanding the difference between being rich in money and rich in value. What's the difference between being worth $1 million and having $1 million? At first glance, the two might seem the same. After all, if someone has $1 million in their account, you'd say they're wealthy. But wealth measured in dollars isn't the same as worth measured in character, skill, and value to the world. One can disappear overnight. The other compounds for life. Too many people confuse net worth with self-worth. They think if their bank account grows, their value as a human grows too. That couldn't be further from the truth. Net worth is a number. Self-worth is who you are, what you stand for, and what you can consistently bring to the table. When people chase wealth without developing worth, the results usually don't last. You see it in celebrities who crash after fast fame. You see it in lottery winners who are broke within a few years. They had wealth, but not worth the inner structure to sustain it. Worth comes from skills, resilience, relationships, and mindset. Wealth comes from what those things produce. Worth is the engine. Wealth is the exhaust. Focus on the engine, and the exhaust takes care of itself. Let me ask you, if tomorrow someone dropped $1 million into your lap, could you keep it? Could you grow it? Could you make it last? For most people, the honest answer is no. Because without worth, money slips right through your fingers. That's why the people who truly succeed rarely obsess over money first. They obsess over building themselves into something valuable. Entrepreneurs master their craft. Athletes train their bodies and minds. Leaders develop vision. Wealth follows them as a byproduct of their worth. Consider someone like Oprah. She didn't become a billionaire by chasing every dollar. She built incredible worth in the form of influence, authenticity, and a unique ability to connect with people. That personal worth created financial wealth almost as a side effect. On the other hand, think of the countless one-hit wonders in music or entertainment. They had a sudden burst of wealth, but not the depth of worth to sustain a career. Without continued growth, the money faded as quickly as it came. The truth is, money only amplifies who you already are. If you're disciplined, resourceful, and generous, money makes you more of that. If you're careless, insecure, or selfish, money makes you more of that too. That's why worth has to come before wealth. Wealth without worth is fragile. It's a sandcastle built at low tide. The first wave of challenge bad spending habits, poor decisions, lack of direction washes it all away. Worth, on the other hand, is bedrock. It holds up no matter what storm comes. Your worth is what you would have left if all your money disappeared tomorrow. Could you rebuild? Could you start again? If the answer is yes, then you are already rich in a way no bank can measure. People who understand this carry a quiet confidence. They're not terrified of losing everything because they know their true wealth is inside them. They know they can create again because the source of their wealth isn't the money, it's them. Think of entrepreneurs who went bankrupt, only to rise again. Walt Disney lost businesses before he created his empire. Henry Ford failed multiple times before revolutionizing industry. Their wealth came and went, but their worth, their ideas, persistence, and drive were permanent. This is why you hear investors and business leaders talk about betting on the jockey, not the horse. They know a strong person of worth can win even if the first venture fails. A weak person with sudden wealth? That's a bet you'll almost always lose. Now let's bring this closer to home. Maybe you're not building an empire right now, but ask yourself, are you investing more in your worth or just wishing for wealth? Are you building skills, improving your communication, expanding your knowledge? Or are you hoping that one paycheck or one opportunity will change everything? I'll tell you a secret. The people you look up to who made it didn't make it by accident. They built themselves into someone valuable long before the money arrived. By the time success showed up, they were already worth it. And here's the best part. Worth isn't about luck. You don't need to be born rich or connected. You can build worth day by day. Every book you read, every habit you strengthen, every failure you learn from it all stacks up. The more worth you build, the more opportunities you attract. People notice competence. They notice reliability. They notice someone who shows up with solutions instead of complaints. That reputation alone is worth more than a fat paycheck. Wealth often gets confused with lifestyle. Fancy cars, big houses, designer brands. But those things don't prove worth. Plenty of people live rich and die broke because they traded real wealth building for appearances. Meanwhile, some of the wealthiest people in history live simply. Warren Buffett still lives in a modest house. He doesn't need to flaunt because his worth is proven in his track record. He knows wealth flows from worth, not the other way around. When you measure life by money alone, you're always on shaky ground, because money comes and goes. But when you measure life by the worth you create, skills, relationships, impact, you're always rich. Here's a thought exercise. If money were erased from the world tomorrow, what would you still have to offer? Could you teach? Could you lead? Could you create? Could you solve problems? Those things define your worth. And ironically, those same things are exactly what earn money in the first place. The market rewards people of worth. It pays the problem solver, the innovator, the leader. Wealth is society's way of saying, thank you for being valuable. But society also punishes the shallow chase of wealth without worth. That's why get-rich-quick schemes rarely last. People see through them. Value sticks, fads fade. You may have noticed something. The people you admire most, whether they're famous or not, are usually admired for their worth, not their wealth. We respect their resilience, generosity, intelligence, or courage, not the number in their bank account. Think about people in your own life. Maybe it's a teacher who inspired you, or a parent who sacrificed, or a mentor who pushed you to do better. Their impact had nothing to do with wealth. It was their worth that left a mark. So why not aim to be that kind of person? Why not make your goal to be remembered for your worth, with wealth as a nice bonus? The funny thing is, when you set out to maximize your worth, the money usually follows anyway, because worth compounds. Skills grow sharper. Reputation grows stronger. Relationships grow deeper. Each layer of worth multiplies your opportunities, and opportunities are where wealth is born. If you want lasting wealth, focus less on chasing money and more on chasing mastery. Become someone people can rely on. Become someone who creates value wherever they go. That's the kind of wealth that can't be taxed, stolen, or inflated away. Of course, money matters. We're not pretending it doesn't. You need it to live, to provide, to grow. But money is just the scoreboard, not the game itself. The real game is increasing your worth every single day. This shift in perspective changes everything. You stop saying, how do I make more money? And start asking, how do I become more valuable? That's a question that leads to real, lasting progress. And when you chase worth, you never really lose, even if the money isn't there yet. Because you're growing, you're learning, you're building a foundation that nothing can take away. That's why people who are rich in money but poor in worth often feel insecure. They know deep down that without the money, they'd be empty. People rich in worth, they feel secure no matter what, because their true wealth can't be drained from a bank account. Imagine two people. One inherits a fortune, the other spends 10 years mastering a craft. Who's richer? On paper, the heir. But in reality, the skilled one is wealthier because they can rebuild, recreate, and add value anywhere they go. Your worth is your ultimate safety net. It's the one thing that keeps paying dividends, even if the economy tanks, even if jobs vanish, even if your investments flop. If you're valuable, you'll always find a way to create wealth again. So worth versus wealth isn't really a debate, it's a priority. Wealth is nice, but worth is necessary. Wealth can make life easier, but worth can make life meaningful. Every day, ask yourself, what did I do today to increase my worth? Did you learn something new? Did you help someone? Did you practice your craft? Did you build your character? Each small deposit adds up. If you do that consistently, you won't just make a living, you'll make a life. And when the wealth arrives, it will be a reflection of what you've already built inside. So here's the takeaway. Wealth is measured in dollars. Worth is measured in impact. One can vanish, the other endures. Don't just chase being rich in money. Become rich in value. That's the kind of wealth no recession, no downturn, and no thief can ever take away. Chapter 3. Rich Mindset versus Poor Mindset. How successful people think differently about money and life. There are people who live paycheck to paycheck and people who build empires. And often the difference isn't intelligence or luck, it's mindset. The way you think about money and life shapes the choices you make every single day. And over time, those choices add up to either poverty or prosperity. That's why one of the most important lessons you can learn on your journey toward becoming a person of value is the difference between a rich mindset and a poor mindset. When I say poor mindset, I'm not talking about how much money you currently have in your bank account. You could be broke today and still have a rich mindset. You could also be making 6 figures a year and still carry a poor mindset that sabotages your financial future. This isn't about where you are right now. It's about how you think and how you approach the opportunities and challenges in front of you. The poor mindset often thinks in terms of survival, not growth. It focuses on, how do I get through this week, instead of, how do I build for the next decade? It fears risk, clings to comfort, and resents change. On the other hand, the rich mindset thinks in terms of possibility and growth. It asks, how can I make this better? How can I learn? How can I create value? It embraces change, takes calculated risks, and understands that wealth comes from solving problems, not avoiding them. I first started to really understand this distinction when I worked in car sales. Car sales is one of those industries where mindset is everything. You can put 2 people on the same sales floor, give them the same cars to sell, the same customer traffic, and the same pay plan. One will make barely enough to scrape by, while the other will thrive. The difference is not luck. It's how they think when they walk onto that lot. There was a guy I worked with named Josh, and he taught me one of the most important lessons I've ever learned about mindset. Josh wasn't the loudest guy in the room. He didn't use flashy gimmicks or pressure tactics. In fact, he was pretty laid back most of the time. But month after month, he consistently outperformed everyone else. He didn't just sell cars. He built relationships, earned trust, and created repeat business like I'd never seen before. At first, I couldn't figure out how he did it. We had the same tools, the same customer base, the same opportunities. But when I started watching him closely, I noticed something. Josh thought differently about every interaction. Where most of us saw a customer walk onto the lot and immediately thought, will they buy today or not? Josh thought, how can I help this person solve a problem? He wasn't focused on making a sale, he was focused on creating value. One day, after watching him close another deal that looked impossible, I asked him straight up, "Josh, what's your secret? Why are you always crushing it?" He smiled and said something I'll never forget. "Most people try to sell cars. I try to sell solutions. People don't come here for a car. They come here because they want their life to be easier, more fun, or more reliable. If you focus on the car, you're stuck in a poor mindset. If you focus on what the car does for them, you're in a rich mindset." That hit me like a ton of bricks. Josh wasn't just selling vehicles. He was selling peace of mind, convenience, pride, and reliability. He understood that the customer's real need wasn't a piece of metal on four wheels, but the value that piece of metal added to their lives. That shift in mindset allowed him to connect with people in a way that made them want to buy from him, not because they were pressured, but because they trusted him to look out for them. From then on, I started applying his approach. Instead of thinking, "How do I hit my numbers this week?" I began asking, "How do I make sure this person leaves here better than they came?" And wouldn't you know it, my sales started improving. Customers could feel the difference. They could tell I wasn't just chasing a commission, I was chasing value. That's the rich mindset in action, thinking beyond immediate gain and focusing on long-term worth. What Josh taught me about car sales applies to almost every area of life. A poor mindset is focused on the transaction. A rich mindset is focused on the relationship. A poor mindset is obsessed with what something costs. A rich mindset is obsessed with what something is worth. A poor mindset asks, "How much do I have to spend?" While a rich mindset asks, "What return will I get if I invest?" These two perspectives might look small on the surface, but they create completely different outcomes over time. Let's look at how these mindsets play out with money itself. A poor mindset often sees money as something to be spent. You get a paycheck, and your first thought is, "What can I buy?" A rich mindset sees money as something to be multiplied. You get a paycheck, and your first thought is, "How can I use this to grow?" That's why some people always feel broke even when they make good money. They spend with a poor mindset instead of investing with a rich one. Another key difference is how each mindset views education and learning. A poor mindset often believes learning stops when school ends. It avoids books, training, and growth because it feels like a waste of time or money. A rich mindset sees education as the ultimate investment. It knows every new skill, every new piece of knowledge adds to your worth and eventually increases your wealth. That's why the wealthy often spend more time learning than the average person spends watching TV. The poor mindset also avoids failure like the plague. It treats mistakes as proof of weakness. The rich mindset embraces failure as part of the process. It sees mistakes as lessons, not losses. Every setback is data information you can use to get better next time. People with a poor mindset quit at the first sign of difficulty. People with a rich mindset adapt, adjust, and keep moving forward. Here's another lesson. Josh's story highlights. The poor mindset is transactional, while the rich mindset is transformational. Josh didn't just want to sell you a car. He wanted to transform your experience of buying one. That's why people remembered him, trusted him, and came back years later to buy again. Transformation creates loyalty. Transactions are forgettable. When you adopt a rich mindset, you stop obsessing over short-term wins and start playing the long game. You don't just chase a quick raise. You build skills that make you invaluable. You don't just cut corners to make money today. You build a reputation that brings wealth tomorrow. A poor mindset sacrifices the future for the present. A rich mindset sacrifices the present for the future. Think about debt as an example. A poor mindset uses debt to consume. It buys things that lose value and create no return: cars, clothes, gadgets, lifestyle upgrades. A rich mindset, however, uses debt strategically to invest in assets that grow over time, like education, property, or a business. The difference isn't the presence of debt, but the purpose behind it. One of the most destructive aspects of the poor mindset is envy. It looks at people with wealth and assumes they got lucky or cheated the system. It resents their success instead of learning from it. The rich mindset, by contrast, studies success. It asks, what can I learn from this person? What did they do that I can model? This open attitude creates growth instead of bitterness. Over time, the rich mindset builds momentum. Every lesson learned, every skill mastered, every relationship nurtured compounds like interest in a savings account. Meanwhile, the poor mindset stagnates because it resists growth, avoids risk, and stays stuck in the same cycle. That's why two people can start in the same place and end up in completely different realities. 10 years later, their mindsets set their trajectories. The good news is, mindset isn't fixed. You can choose to shift from poor thinking to rich thinking. You can train your brain to see opportunities instead of obstacles, to ask better questions, to embrace growth instead of clinging to comfort. But like any habit, it takes practice and repetition. The first step is awareness, recognizing when you're slipping into poor mindset thinking and deliberately replacing it with richer thoughts. Josh helped me see that wealth is built first in the mind. By reframing how I saw customers, money, and even my own goals, he unlocked a new way of thinking that I still use today. The one lesson in a car dealership changed the way I approach business, relationships, and life itself. It showed me that being rich isn't about your paycheck. It's about your perspective. So ask yourself, when opportunities come your way, are you looking at them through the lens of scarcity or abundance? Are you asking, can I afford this? Or how can I create the value to make this possible? Are you thinking about today's cost or tomorrow's return? Your answers will reveal whether you're operating from a poor mindset or a rich one. Ultimately, wealth without the right mindset never lasts. But with a rich mindset, even setbacks are temporary because you know how to create again and again. The money may come and go, but the thinking stays. And it's the thinking that determines whether you rise or fall in the long run. That's the difference between the rich and poor mindset. It's not just about money. It's about how you see the world, how you treat people, how you view challenges, and how you measure success. Shift your mindset, and you shift your entire life. Chapter 4. Abundance, not scarcity. Adopting an abundance mindset to see opportunities everywhere. Scarcity whispers, there isn't enough. Abundance shouts, there's more than enough if you know how to look. This one shift in mindset separates those who constantly feel like life is slipping through their fingers from those who seem to attract opportunities wherever they go. The abundance mindset is not about ignoring reality or pretending everything is sunshine and roses. It's about choosing to see possibilities instead of limits and acting on them. Scarcity versus abundance in daily life. A scarcity mindset says, if they succeed, I lose. An abundance mindset says, if they succeed, I can learn from them. Scarcity says, there's no money in this industry. Abundance says, where's the angle everyone else is missing? Scarcity says, if I give, I'll have less. Abundance says, if I give, I'll build trust and relationships that pay me back 100 times. People living in scarcity often hoard, whether it's money, opportunities, or even credit for a job well done. They're terrified of running out. Abundant thinkers, on the other hand, understand that life isn't a fixed pie. When someone else gets a slice, it doesn't mean there's less for you. In fact, the more you create, share, and connect, the bigger the pie gets. Quick trick hash 1. Flip the not enough script. The next time you catch yourself thinking, I don't have enough time/money/skills, flip the script by asking, what do I have right now that I'm underestimating? How could I trade, learn, or leverage what I do have? This one habit interrupts scarcity thinking and forces your brain to start looking for resources instead of roadblocks. Quick trick hash 2. Borrow the brain of someone abundant. Leo Lowndes often suggests using other people's behavior as a social mirror to practice new habits. Try it with abundance. Pick someone in your circle, or even online, who always seems to see possibilities. Watch how they talk, the words they choose, how they reframe problems. Then imitate it in small ways. When they say, this could be fun instead of this might be risky, try adopting that language yourself. Language shapes mindset. The more you talk like an abundant thinker, the more you'll start to think like one. Opportunity is everywhere. If you train your eyes, think of opportunity like Wi-Fi. It's all around us, but if your receiver is broken, you'll never pick up the signal. The scarcity mindset blocks the signal. Abundance tunes you in. That's why two people can look at the same situation. Let's say a company downsizing and see two completely different realities. One sees doom and unemployment. The other sees a chance to start fresh, learn new skills, or finally launch a side hustle. The facts are the same. The frame is different. Quick trick. Hash 3. Practice yes and bar. In improvisation, there's a rule. You never shut down an idea. Instead of saying, no, that won't work, you say, yes, and here's what we could add. Try that in real life. Someone suggests a new project at work. Instead of pointing out why it's impossible, try adding a positive angle. This doesn't mean ignoring reality. It means training your brain to expand possibilities instead of shrinking them. Generosity is abundance in action. Here's a secret. Abundant people give. And because they give, they receive more. Think about the people you love to be around. The ones who share advice, introductions, or encouragement without keeping score. Don't they always seem to attract opportunities back? Scarcity says, I'll help you only if you help me. Abundance says, I'll help you because helping grows the whole system and eventually it'll circle back. And it does. The world notices givers. Quick trick hash 4. Give one freebie a day. Every day, give something small away, a compliment, a contact, a piece of knowledge, even just listening fully to someone. Tiny acts of generosity condition your brain to see yourself as someone overflowing with value. Scarcity whispers, you don't have time for this. Abundance replies, the more I give, the more I'll grow. How to break scarcity loops. The scarcity loop works like this. You fear running out. That fear makes you cling tighter. Clinging makes you miss chances. Missing chances proves your fear right. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Abundant people break the loop by asking different questions. Instead of, what if I lose, they ask. What if I win? Instead of, what if there's not enough, they ask, how can we make more? Quick trick, hash 5, the abundance journal. At the end of the day, write down 3 examples of plenty. You noticed it. It could be as simple as having more food than you needed, meeting 3 people willing to help, or realizing you already own tools to solve a problem. This simple habit trains your brain to constantly look for evidence of abundance. Scarcity shrinks, abundance expands. Scarcity makes your world smaller. It makes you avoid risks, hoard resources, and see others as competition. Abundance expands your world. It makes you take chances, share freely, and see others as collaborators. One leads to stress and isolation. The other leads to growth and opportunity. And the beautiful thing is, you can choose which one you live in. A final challenge. This week, notice every time you think, "There's not enough." Catch it in the act, then reframe it with, "There's enough, and if I don't see it yet, I'll find it." Do it often enough, and you'll notice something. Opportunities start showing up everywhere. They were always there, you just weren't tuned in to see them. Chapter 5. No excuses, only responsibility. Taking ownership of your choices and outcomes. Excuses are easy. They roll off the tongue without effort, like a reflex. I didn't have the time. The boss never gave me a chance. I wasn't born to money. Every one of us has used them. The problem isn't that excuses exist. The problem is that we build our lives around them. And the more excuses we allow, the smaller our lives become. The difference between people who grow into greatness and those who stay stuck isn't talent, money, or even luck. It's ownership. Successful people take responsibility for what happens in their lives, even when it's not their fault. Because here's the truth. You can't always control what happens to you, but you can always control how you respond. Taking responsibility doesn't mean blaming yourself for everything. If a storm floods your city, that isn't on you. But how you prepare, how you adapt, and what you do after that's yours. Responsibility is about control, not blame. It's about recognizing that your choices, not your excuses, shape your future. When you live in excuses, you give away your power. Every time you say, "I couldn't because of them," you hand the keys of your life to someone else. But when you take ownership, even in difficult situations, you take the keys back. You may not like the road, but at least you're the driver. One of the hardest pills to swallow is that excuses often feel true. They're not always lies. They're just half the story. Maybe you didn't have time, but could you have made time? Maybe your boss is tough, but did you still show your best work? Excuses let you off the hook in the moment, but they chain you down for the future. Let's take an example. 2 employees passed over for a promotion. The first says, "The boss has favorites. That's why I didn't get it." The second says, "Clearly I didn't show enough value. What can I do to make myself impossible to overlook next time?" Who do you think eventually earns the next opportunity? The first employee has made their boss responsible for their growth. The second has made themselves responsible. Same situation, different response, and different results. Excuses also blind us to opportunity. If your default setting is to explain away failure, you'll never see the lesson hidden inside it. Responsibility asks, "What can I learn from this?" Excuses ask, "Who can I blame for this?" One question builds, the other erodes. There's another cost to excuses. They destroy trust. People can smell when someone is full of excuses. Maybe not the first time, but over weeks and months it becomes obvious. A teammate who always blames others, a friend who never follows through, a boss who never admits mistakes. These people lose credibility fast. Now, responsibility, on the other hand, builds trust. When you admit mistakes and own outcomes, people respect you more, not less. I learned this lesson firsthand in sales. Early in my career, I had a bad month where I couldn't seem to close deals. I blamed everything. The leads were bad. The customers weren't serious. The weather even came into my excuse list. But then I watched another salesperson, working the same leads, close deal after deal. That was my wake-up call. The problem wasn't the leads. The problem was me. Once I admitted that, I started improving. Responsibility is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. At first, it's uncomfortable to say, that was my fault, or I could have done better. But once you realize how much power it gives you, it becomes addictive. You start craving ownership because it's the fastest path to growth. Excuses, on the other hand, are like junk food. They feel good in the moment, but they poison your long-term health. Every excuse is a small lie you tell yourself to stay comfortable. Stack enough of them and you'll build a comfortable prison. Think about the language of excuses. It's passive. I can't. I don't. They won't let me. Responsibility changes the language. I will. I can. Here's what I'll try. Those tiny shifts in words make massive shifts in mindset. One of the best ways to kill excuses is to set clear standards for yourself. Decide what you will and will not accept. Excuses thrive in vagueness. If your rule is, I'll try to work out more, excuses will win. If your rule is, I work out 4 days a week no matter what, responsibility wins. Another key is to track progress. Excuses love fuzzy memories. Responsibility loves numbers. If you say, I never have time, track your time for a week. You'll quickly see how much of it leaks into scrolling, watching, or waiting. Suddenly, the excuse doesn't hold up. Here's something most people won't admit. Excuses feel safe because responsibility feels scary. If you admit it's your fault, now it's on you to fix it. That's pressure. But that same pressure is what creates diamonds. Without responsibility, you'll never get to your best self. A rich mindset embraces responsibility because it knows control is power. A poor mindset clings to excuses because it confuses comfort with safety. But real safety isn't in hiding from challenges. It's in becoming strong enough to face them head-on. You've probably met people who've been dealt terrible hands in life but still shine. That's not because they were lucky. It's because they refused to make excuses. They owned their story, and in doing so, they rewrote it. And you've probably met people who had every advantage but still complained constantly. They blame the economy, their coworkers, their upbringing. These are people with wealth in resources but poverty in responsibility. And over time, their excuses eat away at everything they've been given. So how do you become a no-excuses person? First, catch yourself. Listen for the word because. If you find yourself saying, I didn't do this because, stop. Ask yourself, what could I have done anyway? That question alone shifts you from powerless to powerful. Second, replace blame with action. Instead of, the boss is unfair, say, here's how I'll prove my value. Instead of, I don't have time, say, here's how I'll make time. Action starves excuses. Third, surround yourself with accountable people. Responsibility is contagious. If you're around people who always make excuses, you'll start believing it's normal. If you're around people who own everything, you'll feel embarrassed when you don't. One of my favorite sayings is, you can make excuses or you can make progress, but you can't make both. Every excuse you choose is progress you delay. Every responsibility you accept is progress you accelerate. The beauty of responsibility is that it doesn't just improve results, it improves confidence. When you know you're responsible, you stop fearing setbacks. You trust yourself to adjust and recover. Excuses keep you fragile. Responsibility makes you resilient. Over time, responsibility also compounds. The person who owns their mistakes learns faster. The person who takes initiative gets noticed. The person who follows through builds a reputation. Little by little, responsibility builds a ladder that excuses can never climb. This doesn't mean you'll never slip. Everyone makes excuses sometimes. The key is to notice quickly, admit it, and correct. Even saying, you know what? That was an excuse. Here's what I'll do instead is powerful. That small act of honesty rewires your brain. Responsibility also applies to success. When things go well, don't brush it off as luck. Own that too. Recognize the effort, the preparation, the choices you made that led to the win. This builds confidence and reinforces the behaviors that work. Excuses keep you small because they make you wait. Responsibility makes you grow because it pushes you to act. That's why the gap between an excuse maker and an owner gets wider and wider as the years go by. 10 years of excuses leaves you stagnant. 10 years of responsibility makes you unstoppable. So here's the challenge. For the next week, ban excuses from your vocabulary. Every time you catch one, flip it into ownership. Instead of I couldn't, say I didn't, and here's why, and here's how I'll fix it. Watch how quickly your perspective changes. The world rewards those who take responsibility. Employers trust them. Friends respect them. Opportunities flow to them. Because everyone wants to work with someone who says, I've got this, not someone who says, it's not my fault. At the end of the day, excuses are free, but they cost you everything. Responsibility costs you discomfort, but it gives you everything. The choice is yours. No excuses, only responsibility. That's how you grow. That's how you win. That's how you build a life that's worth far more than $1 million. Chapter 6. Know what it costs before you say, I can't afford that. Research and resourcefulness over self-limiting statements. Most people kill opportunities before they even begin. They don't fail because something is truly impossible. They fail because their first reaction is, I can't afford that. Those 4 words are dream killers. They shut the door before you even check if it's unlocked. When you say, I can't afford that, you're making an assumption. You're assuming you know the cost, the options, and the possibilities. But most of the time you don't. You haven't done the math. You haven't asked questions. You haven't looked for another angle. You've just shut yourself down. The truth is, almost everything in life is more flexible than it first appears. Prices can be negotiated. Payment plans exist. Skills can be bartered. Discounts can be found. Creative solutions are everywhere. But you'll never discover them if you end the conversation before it starts. Think of how many people miss out on education, travel, starting a business, or even small improvements in their life because they told themselves it was too expensive. The opportunity wasn't the problem, their mindset was. There's a world of difference between saying, I can't afford that, and saying, how could I afford that? The first ends possibility. The second creates it. When you start asking how, you shift into problem-solving mode. You start thinking creatively. You look for options, and often you find that the thing you thought was impossible is actually within reach. I once knew someone who wanted to take a course to advance their career. The cost? $2,000. Immediately they said, I can't afford that. But when we broke it down, the course could be paid in installments of $200 per month. That's less than the cost of daily takeout or a weekend of bar hopping. Suddenly, the impossible became possible, all because they looked deeper. That's the first lesson. Before you say no, know the real cost. Too often, people exaggerate in their minds. They see the big number and panic. But when you break it down into smaller, manageable pieces, it becomes doable. The second lesson is that research reveals options. Prices are rarely set in stone. Have you ever noticed how two people can buy the same car, but pay completely different amounts? One did the homework, negotiated, and found financing. The other took the sticker price as law. The resourceful one wins every time. Resourcefulness is more valuable than resources. Someone with a rich mindset says, "I'll find a way." Someone with a poor mindset says, "It's out of reach." And 9 times out of 10, the rich mindset person ends up making it work. This is why research matters. With research, you discover hidden opportunities, grants for education, used equipment instead of new off-season travel discounts, partnerships that reduce your costs. Without research, you only see the surface price and it scares you off. Here's the real kicker. The people who complain they can't afford things often haven't even asked. They didn't call the company. They didn't email to see if there's a payment plan. They didn't ask if there's a student discount or an early bird rate or a trial version. They just assumed. And assumptions are expensive. I remember being in car sales and watching customers talk themselves out of deals they could have had. Some would see a price and walk away without asking a single question. Others would lean in, ask about financing, trade-ins, incentives, and leave with keys in hand. The difference? One asked, the other assumed. This applies far beyond money. When you say, "I can't afford the time," have you actually tracked your time? Or do you just feel busy? Researching your schedule often reveals wasted hours that could be redirected. The same goes for energy. People say, "I can't afford the energy to do that." But if they researched their habits, they'd find that junk food, poor sleep, and a lack of exercise are what's draining them, not the task itself. Every "I can't afford that" hides a deeper truth. Sometimes it's fear of failure. Sometimes it's laziness. Sometimes it's just lack of imagination. But the surface excuse of affordability is easy to throw out, and it keeps you safe from trying. What if instead of defaulting to "I can't afford it," you trained yourself to default to "What would it take?" That question changes everything. It forces you to look for solutions instead of shutting down. The great thing is, once you build the habit of resourcefulness, it snowballs. You stop seeing obstacles as dead ends and start seeing them as puzzles. And puzzles are solvable if you're willing to work at them. Think about every entrepreneur who started with nothing. They didn't have the money. They had to find creative ways to get started bartering, partnering, negotiating, hustling. If they had told themselves, "I can't afford that," their businesses would never exist. Take Sarah Blakely, founder of Spanx. She started with $5,000 in savings and no investors. If she had said, "I can't afford to launch a clothing brand," she would have killed the idea instantly. Instead, she asked, "How can I make this work?" She researched fabrics, did her own prototypes, and found ways to cut costs until the business grew. That's resourcefulness over resignation. The poor mindset waits for permission. The rich mindset finds a way. One of the sneakiest versions of "I can't afford that" is hidden in jealousy. People see someone with a nice house or a successful business and say, "Must be nice. I could never afford that." But if they really researched what it took, they'd often realize it wasn't magic. It was years of small sacrifices, smart choices, and persistence. Another sneaky version is procrastination. People say, "I'll start once I can afford it." But affordability rarely comes by waiting. It comes by moving, by starting, by building worth. Waiting is often just another excuse. Here's a practical exercise. And the next time you say, I can't afford it, write it down, then break it apart. What's the actual cost? Are there smaller steps? Could you save for it over time? Could you swap something out of your budget? Could you find a cheaper version? Could you collaborate with someone? Could you trade skills? By the time you're done, you'll see more options than you thought possible. Remember, money is only one form of currency. You also have time, skills, energy, relationships, and creativity. If you're low on one, you can often leverage another. Don't say you can't afford it until you've checked every currency you own. There's also power in asking for help. Many opportunities exist if you're willing to reach out. Mentors, friends, or communities often provide access, advice, or resources you didn't know existed. But again, if you say, I can't afford that, you won't even ask. Scarcity loves silence. Abundance loves questions, and questions open doors. The irony is, people who constantly say, I can't afford it, often spend money on things that bring them no return. The newest phone, daily fast food, weekend splurges. But when it comes to something that could grow their worth, suddenly the wallet slams shut. It's not affordability, it's priorities. Taking responsibility for your priorities is uncomfortable. It means admitting you didn't buy the course because you chose Netflix. You didn't start the business because you chose bar nights. You didn't save because you chose Amazon. That stings. But it's also freeing because it shows you have control. The statement, I can't afford that, feels final. But in reality, it's almost never final. There's almost always a way, even if it's slower or smaller than you like. The key is to train yourself to look for the way. Over time, you'll notice something. People who never say, I can't afford it, tend to rise. They don't deny reality, they just reframe it. They say, not yet, but here's how I'm working on it. That mindset attracts opportunities because people respect problem solvers. Excuses keep you broke. Resourcefulness builds wealth. This chapter isn't about spending recklessly or ignoring financial reality. It's about breaking the reflex that shuts you down. It's about giving yourself permission to explore possibilities before you say no. Because the truth is, most of the limits you think you have are self-imposed. They're assumptions. And assumptions don't cost you money, they cost you dreams. So the next time the words, I can't afford it, come to your lips, stop. Breathe. Ask instead, what would it actually cost? And what can I do to make it happen? You might be surprised at how often the impossible becomes possible when you research and get creative. Your future wealth isn't built on what you buy or don't buy. It's built on whether you shut down or open up when opportunity knocks. Don't slam the door with excuses. Open it with curiosity. Know what it costs. Find a way. That's how people worth $1 million think long before they ever make $1 million. Chapter 7, here. I can't to how can I? Turning challenges into questions that lead to solutions. I can't is one of the most dangerous phrases in the English language. It sounds innocent, even honest. But in reality, it shuts down possibility before it even has a chance. It's like slamming a door in your own face. Every time you say, I can't, you're programming your brain to stop working. You're telling it, don't bother. There's no point in trying. And once your brain believes there's no point, it shuts off curiosity, creativity, and problem solving. But the moment you flip I can't into how can I, something changes. Your brain wakes up. It starts searching for solutions. It starts noticing resources you overlooked. Instead of being a dead end, the situation becomes a puzzle, and puzzles can be solved. I learned this lesson first in car sales. Customers would walk onto the lot and say, "I can't afford that car." Most salespeople would nod and move on. But I started changing the conversation. I'd ask, "How can we make this affordable for you? What kind of payment works? What features matter most?" Suddenly, doors opened. Maybe we found a financing option. Maybe we found a similar car that fit their budget. What looked impossible at first became possible when the question changed. That same shift works in every area of life. Packaging sales taught me this on a deeper level. I'd walk into a warehouse and the manager would say, "We can't switch suppliers, it's too complicated." Instead of nodding, I'd ask, "How can we make it simple? What would switching look like if it were easy?" 9 times out of 10, that question sparked ideas. Maybe it meant starting small with just one product. Maybe it meant offering storage to reduce their risk. By asking how, the conversation turned from resistance into solutions. "I can't" is final. "How can I" is open. That's the difference between people who stay stuck and people who keep moving forward. Think about the language itself. "I can't" is passive. It takes your power and hands it to the obstacle. "How can I" is active. It assumes you have power, you just need to find the angle. The beauty of this mindset is that it doesn't require instant answers. Sometimes you don't know how. That's fine. The power is in asking. Asking starts the search. And once you're searching, you're already moving closer to a solution. I've seen packaging clients who swore they couldn't reduce costs. Their materials were fixed, their processes locked in. But after a few conversations and some creative thinking, we'd find ways, changing flute sizes, optimizing pallet patterns, adjusting order frequency. What started as "we can't save" often ended with real savings because someone asked, "How can we?" The same applies to personal growth. People say, "I can't find the time to exercise," but when you flip it to, "How can I fit exercise into my schedule?" Suddenly you notice solutions. Maybe it's a 20-minute walk at lunch. Maybe it's doing push-ups at home while the coffee brews. The shift in language sparks resourcefulness. In sales, I've often had to remind myself of this. When I was first starting in packaging, I'd look at a big account and think, "I can't win this client, they already work with a huge competitor." But when I forced myself to ask, "How can I earn just a small piece of their business?" the mountain became a hill. Maybe I couldn't win everything at once, but I could win a small trial order. That order could build into trust, and trust could grow into a full account. That's the power of how. It takes the impossible and makes it incremental. Another reason this shift is so powerful is because it reduces fear. "I can't" makes problems look bigger than they are. "How can I?" breaks them down into smaller, more manageable pieces. Instead of being crushed by the weight of the whole problem, you focus on the next step. When I sold cars, I had customers who thought they couldn't get approved for financing. They were nervous, embarrassed, and ready to give up. But by asking, "How can we make this work?" we sometimes discovered co-signers, smaller down payments, or alternative lenders. They drove away in cars they thought were impossible, not because the obstacle vanished, but because the question changed. The same thing happened in packaging. I've sat across from buyers who said, "We can't change our supplier because it'll disrupt production." Instead of arguing, I'd say, "How can we test one order with zero risk to you?" Suddenly, it wasn't about switching everything. It was about trying one small step. That's what turned no's into yes. "I can't" is a wall. "How can I" is a door. It's worth noticing that children do this naturally. Kids rarely accept impossible. They ask how questions all the time. "How can I build this?" How can I win this game? Somewhere along the way, adults lose that instinct. We replace curiosity with resignation. The challenge of success is to get that curiosity back. I once heard a mentor say, "You don't need all the answers, you just need better questions." That's exactly what "how can I" is, a better question. In packaging sales, I'd often deal with cost objections. Clients would say, "We can't pay more than X." Instead of folding, I'd ask, "How can we add enough value to make this worth it?" That reframing often revealed hidden needs like better service, storage options, or faster lead times. Those extras created room to win business at the price point we needed. The lesson was clear. The answer isn't always to lower the price. The answer is to ask better questions. The beauty of this mindset is that it makes you proactive instead of reactive. Reactive people accept the first roadblock and stop. Proactive people see the roadblock and ask, "How can I go around it, over it, or through it?" Even in my personal life, this shift has mattered. There were times I thought, "I can't afford this bill." But when I asked, "How can I afford it?" I started noticing things to cut back, extra ways to earn, or opportunities to negotiate. That small change kept me moving instead of stuck. "I can't" keeps you blind. "How can I" gives you sight. The irony is, the most successful people are not the ones who never face problems. They're the ones who face the same problems everyone else does, but refuse to stop at "I can't." They turn every challenge into a how. Think of entrepreneurs you admire. Almost all of them started with barriers. They didn't have money, connections, or experience. But they asked, "How can I?" enough times that eventually they broke through. And the truth is, most of your biggest wins will come from situations where you almost said, "I can't." If you think back on your life, the times you grew the most were the times you figured out a how when quitting would have been easier. In packaging sales, the biggest accounts I landed weren't the easy ones. They were the ones that looked impossible. The ones where the buyer said no 5 times. The ones where the competitor was entrenched. But by asking, "How can I show more value? How can I stay in touch without being annoying? How can I be the first call when something goes wrong?" I eventually turned resistance into trust. That's not magic. That's persistence fueled by the right question. The great thing is, once you build this habit, it applies everywhere. Fitness, relationships, finances, careers. Anytime you feel stuck, ask, "How can I?" Here's the warning, though. Sometimes your brain will fight you. It's lazy. It wants to say, "I can't," and quit. That's why you have to practice. Write it down. Say it out loud. Catch yourself. Turn every "I can't" into "how can I" until it becomes automatic. And don't be discouraged if the first "how" doesn't work. Sometimes the first solution fails. That's fine. Ask again. "Okay, how else can I?" Each attempt brings you closer to the breakthrough. When I was new in packaging, I pitched an account and failed. My first thought was, "I can't compete with that giant supplier." But instead I asked, "How can I stay visible until they need me?" So I checked in periodically, brought ideas, and stayed present. Months later, when their supplier dropped the ball, guess who they called? That's the reward of asking how. Even when it doesn't pay off instantly, it plants seeds for the future. Over time, this question becomes a kind of compass. Whenever you feel doubt or fear creeping in, you can use it to reorient yourself. Instead of spiraling into excuses, you pivot into solutions. People with poor mindsets live in "I can't." People with rich mindsets live in "how can I." The difference determines who stays small and who grows big. Every major innovation in history started with someone asking, how can I? The light bulb, the airplane, the smartphone. At some point, someone refused to stop at, it can't be done, and asked, how can it be done? That's why the world changes. And on a personal level, every major improvement in your life will come the same way. So here's my challenge to you. For the next week, every time you say, I can't, pause and replace it with, how can I? Write down your answers. Even if they seem silly or impossible, you'll notice something powerful. You'll stop feeling trapped. You'll start feeling in control. Because in the end, I can't closes doors. How can I? Opens them. And your future depends on how many doors you're willing to open. Chapter 8. Think big. Start small. Setting ambitious goals and taking the first steps now. Big dreams can be intimidating. You want the business, the career, the body, the lifestyle, but the size of the dream makes it feel out of reach. So what do most people do? They shrink the dream down until it feels realistic. The problem with that is, realistic doesn't inspire you. Realistic doesn't pull you out of bed at 5 a.m. Realistic doesn't change your life. Thinking big is essential. You need a vision that excites you, something that feels larger than your current reality. It's that excitement that fuels the grind, especially when things are tough. But here's the secret. You don't have to achieve it all today. You just have to start small right now. There's a famous story about Terry Crews before he was famous. He was broke, working regular jobs with no Hollywood connections. But he made a decision that changed everything. He decided to start treating his job as if it paid him $1 million a year, not by spending money he didn't have, but by raising his standard for how he showed up. He arrived early. He worked harder than everyone else. He treated every task like it mattered. And eventually, people noticed. That's how doors started opening for him. That's the perfect example of thinking big but starting small. Terry's big vision was success, but the small steps were how he carried himself each day. He didn't wait for the $1 million opportunity to show up. He acted like it was already here. This is the trap most people fall into. They look at the mountain and freeze. They think, I could never climb that. But the truth is, no one climbs a mountain in a single leap. You climb it one step, one breath, one day at a time. Thinking big gives you the mountain to aim at. Starting small gets you moving up the trail. You need both. I've seen this play out in sales. Early in packaging, I looked at massive accounts and thought, I'll never land them. If I had stayed in that mindset, I'd still be waiting. But when I shifted to, what's the smallest step I can take with this client? Things changed. Maybe I couldn't win their whole business. But I could win one order, one product line, one chance to prove myself. Over time, those small wins stacked into big ones. That's how every major success story unfolds. Amazon started as an online bookstore run out of a garage. Nike started with a few shoes in the trunk of a car. Oprah started with a small local TV job she said she would have done for free. Big visions, humble beginnings. The danger of only thinking big is paralysis. You get so caught up in the dream that you never take action. You wait until conditions are perfect, until you have the money, until you feel ready. But perfect never comes. Starting small lets through that paralysis. It forces you to take the first step with what you have. There's magic in starting small. Each small step builds confidence. Each win proves the dream isn't as far away as you thought. Each move teaches you something you'll need later when the dream gets bigger. Think about fitness. You want to get in shape, so you imagine the perfect physique. That vision is great. It motivates you. But if you try to go from 0 to 2 hours in the gym every day, you'll burn out. Starting small might mean a 20-minute walk, a few push-ups, or swapping soda for water. Those little changes don't feel like much in the moment, but stack them over months and years, and the results are life-changing. The same applies to finances. You might dream of being debt-free, financially free, maybe even a millionaire. But you won't get there in one move. Start small. Track your spending. Save 5%. Read one financial book. The habits are tiny, but they build the foundation for wealth. I've also seen this with mindset. People think they can't change who they are, but you don't have to reinvent yourself in a day. You start small by changing one thought, from I can't to how can I, from I'll try to I will. Those small mental shifts compound into an entirely new identity over time. The point is this: don't shrink your vision to match your current ability. Expand your actions, even small ones, to move toward your vision. Big thinking without small action is fantasy. Small action without big thinking is busy work. Put them together, and you've got a strategy for transformation. So what's your big vision? Maybe it's building a business, writing a book, buying a house, or transforming your health. Whatever it is, don't water it down to something safe. Let it be huge. Let it scare you a little. Then ask, what's the smallest thing I can do today to move 1 inch closer? For me, packaging sales taught this lesson again and again. The big vision was becoming a top rep, building huge accounts, being known for solving tough problems. But the small steps were things like showing up consistently, learning technical details, making that one extra call, following up even when I didn't feel like it. Big goals, small, consistent actions. That's the formula. Here's a little trick. Whenever your dream feels impossible, break it into ridiculously small pieces until it feels doable. Want to write a book? Don't start with write 300 pages. Start with write 200 words today. Want to save $10,000? Start with $10. It's not about the size of the step, it's about building momentum. Momentum is everything. Once you're moving, it's easier to keep going. And each small win gives you proof that you're capable, which makes you think even bigger. Terry Crews didn't jump from broke to famous in one move. He thought big about what was possible for his life, but he started small with how he carried himself at his everyday job. A mindset showing up like he was already being paid $1 million was the seed that grew into his success. Your story will follow the same pattern. Big thinking gives you the direction. Small action gives you the traction. Together, they take you further than you ever imagined. So dream as big as you want. Don't hold back. But while you're dreaming, take one small step today. That step will feel humble, maybe even unimpressive. But over time, it will compound into something extraordinary. Big vision, small beginnings. That's how you bridge the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Chapter 9. The long game, practicing patience and long-term thinking in your journey. Patience is the currency of the truly wealthy. Not money, not talent, not connections, patience. The man who can wait out the storm owns the ship when the water's clear. Impatience has built more broken dreams than failure ever did. The impatient demand results now. When they don't arrive, they abandon the field. The patient remain, and by remaining, they inherit what others left behind. The long game is not about waiting passively. It is about investing your time, your energy, your effort, knowing full well the return may not come tomorrow or next month or even this year, but it will come. In a world addicted to instant gratification, long-term thinkers look almost alien. They refuse to chase the quick win. They're playing a different sport entirely. While others trade hours for dollars, they're building assets that pay them for decades. Robert Kiyosaki, in Rich Dad Poor. Dad made the point clear. The poor and middle class work for money. The rich make money work for them. But what he didn't say loudly enough is that money only works for you if you let time do the heavy lifting. That's the hidden power of compounding, whether in wealth, skills, or relationships. The earlier you begin, the longer you endure, the greater the rewards. But most people won't endure. They don't trust time. They want shortcuts. They want hacks. They want to skip the years of obscurity and jump straight to the highlight reel. Those who think like that burn out quickly. They sprint, they stumble, and they disappear. The patient player doesn't need to sprint. He knows the finish line never moves. It waits for whoever endures. The long game requires discipline. Discipline to do the same actions daily without immediate payoff. Discipline to put faith in a vision no one else can see. Discipline to let go of the applause of today in favor of the respect of tomorrow. When I began in packaging sales, I thought the first month would bring a tidal wave of clients. Reality taught me otherwise. It took call after call, visit after visit, rejection after rejection, before even a single yes. And that first yes was small, nothing close to life-changing. But here's what I learned. That tiny account became the seed for others. Over time, referrals sprouted. Trust grew. Deals multiplied. Looking back, the foundation of my career wasn't built in a week. It was carved out slowly, deliberately, like water shaping stone. Most people quit before that stage. They cannot stomach the boredom of repetition. They mistake slow progress for no progress. They want fireworks, not kindling. But the one who understands the long game knows that kindling, fed daily, becomes a fire that can't be put out. Patience is not a delay, it is strategy. By being patient, you allow others to reveal their weaknesses. The competitor who rushes will make mistakes. The partner who's in a hurry will overpromise. The market that wants fast will eventually need stable. If you are patient, you will be there when the tide shifts. This is why some of the wealthiest men in history were masters of time. Rockefeller bought when others panicked. Buffett holds when others sell. They understood that wealth is not in the moment, it is in the years. Your career, your business, your relationships, they all obey the same law. What compounds over time outlives what is snatched in haste. The long game demands humility. You must be willing to look like you're losing when, in fact, you're winning. You must let others laugh at your patience, not realizing that you're simply giving compounding more time to work. It also demands resilience. There will be seasons where you question everything. When the phone doesn't ring, when the bank account looks dry, when the results refuse to show. Those who quit here never see what was about to grow. Think of the bamboo tree. For 5 years, it seems lifeless. No growth, no progress. Then suddenly it shoots up 80 feet in weeks. Success works the same way. What appears to be nothing is often preparation. Your job is not to force the growth. Your job is to stay long enough for the growth to reveal itself. The long game is not glamorous. It doesn't make headlines. It doesn't attract crowds. But in time, it produces results so undeniable that the world is forced to notice. Patience gives you leverage over those who can't control themselves. Their need for speed is your opening. Their short-term greed becomes your long-term gain. Every overnight success you admire is a lie. Behind the sudden fame is always a decade of obscurity. Behind the wealth is always years of compounding. Behind the mastery is always countless invisible hours. The long game is invisible until it isn't. One day, everyone will swear you got lucky, but you will know better. What makes the long game powerful is that very few are willing to play it. Most people can survive weeks. Some can survive months. Few can survive years. If you do, you eliminate your competition simply by outlasting them. Impatience is expensive. It makes you sell too early, quit too soon, and panic at the wrong time. Patience is profitable. It allows you to collect the compound interest of time. This applies not only to money, but to reputation. A reputation built fast is fragile. A reputation built slowly, through consistent behavior over years, becomes unshakable. The long game also forces you to ask better questions. Instead of, how can I win this week? You begin asking, how can I position myself to win every year for the next 20? That shift changes how you work. You stop chasing shortcuts. You start building systems. You stop looking for single wins. You start building pipelines. In my own career, the clients who paid the most over time were rarely the ones who signed fast. They were the ones I nurtured slowly, the ones who watched me year after year, the ones who tested my patience before trusting me with their business. And once that trust was won, it wasn't easily broken. That's the power of the long game. It doesn't just win you deals, it wins you loyalty. If you want to build wealth, practice patience. If you want to build influence, practice patience. If you want to build mastery, practice patience. The rewards that last the longest always require the longest runway. The long game makes you dangerous because you're not chasing quick fixes. You're not desperate. You're not hurried. And desperation is where most people fail. Patience is confidence in disguise. To wait calmly while still working signals that you trust yourself, you trust the process, and you trust that time is on your side. So ask yourself, are you sprinting toward exhaustion, or are you building for endurance? Will you be here when the impatient are gone? Because, in the end, success does not belong to the fastest. It belongs to the one who stays in the race long enough to win. Chapter 10. Confidence is key-building self-belief to match your million-dollar ambitions. Confidence is the fuel that makes ambition possible. Without it, your goals stay locked in your head, never moving into action. You can have the best plan, the strongest strategy, even the perfect timing, but if you don't believe in yourself, you'll never take the swing. The funny thing about confidence is that most people think it's something you're born with. They imagine some people just come out of the womb bold and unstoppable, while others are doomed to stay timid forever. That's not true. Confidence is built. And the way you build it is the same way you build muscle, through repetition, through small wins, and by testing yourself against resistance. When I first started in sales, I didn't feel confident at all. Walking into a warehouse or office, trying to pitch packaging to people twice my age, I felt like a kid pretending to play businessman. My voice would shake. My mind would race. And most of the time, I walked away with nothing. But over time, I realized something important. Every conversation was practice. Every rejection was a rep. And with enough reps, my confidence grew. The truth is, confidence doesn't come first. Action does. You don't wait to feel ready before making the call, giving the pitch, or asking for the deal. You take the step, even scared. And on the other side of that step, you find confidence. I've seen this play out countless times. New sales reps come in with no confidence. They stumble through calls, avoid tough conversations, and hide behind emails. But the ones who succeed don't magically wake up confident one day. They push themselves through uncomfortable situations. They take the hits, they learn, and they keep going. Eventually, they build the kind of confidence you can feel the moment they walk into a room. Confidence is contagious. When you believe in yourself, people believe in you. And when people believe in you, doors open that would have stayed shut otherwise. Think about it. Would you trust someone who can barely look you in the eye, or the one who speaks with steady certainty, even if they don't have all the answers? I once heard a mentor say, "People don't buy products, they buy the person selling it." I didn't fully understand it until I started closing bigger accounts. Clients weren't just buying boxes or tape from me. They were buying trust. They were buying my confidence that I could deliver, even when challenges came up. That confidence mattered more than the price on the quote. But here's the thing. Confidence isn't arrogance. Arrogance says, "I know it all and I can't fail." Confidence says, "I'll figure it out no matter what." Arrogance shuts people down. Confidence draws them in. One of the fastest ways to build confidence is preparation. The more you know your product, your pitch, your numbers, the easier it is to walk into a room with certainty. I remember going into meetings early in my career and fumbling because I didn't fully understand the technical side of packaging. But once I took the time to study learning about flute sizes, board strength, pallet patterns, I spoke with a different energy. Clients noticed. Knowledge breeds confidence. Another way is by stacking small wins. You don't need a $1 million deal to feel confident. You need one small yes. That yes gives you the courage to go for a bigger one. The bigger one gives you courage for something even larger. Confidence compounds like interest the more you invest, the more it grows. Confidence also comes from how you carry yourself. The way you dress, the way you shake hands, the way you stand, these things matter. They send a message before you ever say a word. Early on, I didn't take this seriously. I'd show up in clothes that didn't really fit the part, and people treated me like I didn't belong. The day I started dressing sharper and carrying myself with purpose, the reaction changed. People believed me more because I looked like I believed in myself. But confidence isn't just external. It's internal. It's the voice in your head that says, "I can do this," instead of "I'm not good enough." And you control that voice more than you think. The way you talk to yourself matters. If you constantly repeat, "I can't," your brain will believe it. If you train yourself to ask, "How can I?" like we talked about before, your brain will find solutions and build belief along the way. Confidence is also built by keeping promises to yourself. Every time you say, "I'll wake up early tomorrow," and you actually do, your confidence grows. Every time you say, "I'll go to the gym," and follow through, you prove to yourself that your word means something. That proof stacks up over time until you trust yourself fully. And once you trust yourself, others will too. In packaging sales, I've had moments where I didn't know if I could win the account. The competitor was bigger, their prices lower, their relationships deeper. But I reminded myself of this truth. People don't always buy the best company. They buy the one who believes the most. So I walked in with certainty, not that I was the cheapest, but that I would work harder, show up more consistently, and solve problems faster. That confidence tipped the scales. The irony is, the accounts I felt the least ready for often became my biggest wins. Not because I knew everything, but because I projected confidence that I'd figure things out along the way. Clients don't need perfection. They need reassurance that you won't crumble when things get tough. Confidence is key because it unlocks opportunities. Fear keeps closed. Without it, you'll hesitate. You'll overthink. You'll talk yourself out of taking risks that could change your life. With it, You'll step into situations others avoid, and that's where the breakthroughs happen. I've met countless talented people with brilliant ideas who never moved forward because they lacked confidence. They had the skills, but not the belief. And belief is what separates the ones who dream from the ones who achieve. If you want million-dollar ambitions, you need million-dollar confidence. Not cockiness, not bravado, but a deep, unshakable belief in your ability to find solutions, to endure setbacks, and to deliver results. Confidence isn't built overnight. Just like wealth, it compounds. Every action you take, every promise you keep, every risk you face builds the foundation. Day by day, brick by brick, your self-belief grows stronger. And here's the beauty of it. Once you build true confidence, it never leaves you. Deals may fall through, jobs may change, industries may shift, but confidence stays. It becomes part of who you are. That's why confidence is the key. It opens doors money can't. It attracts opportunities. Strategy alone can't. And it gives you the courage to pursue ambitions that once felt out of reach. Because in the end, confidence doesn't mean you always know what will happen. It means you trust yourself enough to step forward anyway. And that trust is what turns million-dollar ambitions into million-dollar realities. Chapter 11. Learn every day, embracing continuous self-education and curiosity. Learning doesn't stop when school ends. That's the first mistake most people make. They graduate, they get a job, they settle in, and somewhere along the way they stop growing. My father used to tell me something that stuck. The second you say you know everything is the day you stop learning. At the time, it sounded like one of those phrases dads repeat without explanation. But as I got older, I realized it was a principle to live by. Every day brings an opportunity to learn something new, and I've made it my personal mission to treat each day as a classroom. Some days the lessons come from books, podcasts, or training sessions. Other days the lessons come from failure, from rejection, or from listening to someone who has walked a path different from mine. The key is curiosity. If you stay curious, life will always teach you. The moment you lose curiosity, you shut the door to growth. I learned early in sales that the best way to win wasn't to talk the most, it was to listen. Clients would tell me exactly what they wanted, what their frustrations were, what their fears were. But I could only hear it if I shut my mouth and acted like I didn't know the answers already. Even if I had heard the same story from 100 other clients, I forced myself to listen as if it were brand new. Because sometimes, hidden inside something you already know is the detail that changes everything. One of the most dangerous phrases in business is, "Yeah, I already know that." It sounds confident, but really it's arrogant. It closes your ears. It blocks wisdom. My father lived by the opposite. He told me, even if you know, act like you don't. It's okay to relearn by listening again. That advice has saved me countless times. In packaging sales, I'd sometimes sit across from an operations manager who thought they were teaching me something obvious. I could have cut them off, said, "Yes, I know that." But instead I listened. And every now and then, they would add a detail that changed the entire picture. That one extra piece of information gave me the edge. The truth is, you never stop learning. The second you believe you've arrived, you've already started falling behind. Industries change, technology changes, people change. If you stop learning, you stop evolving. Every day I try to ask myself, what did I learn today? It doesn't have to be a big thing. Sometimes it's a sales strategy. Sometimes it's a mindset shift. Sometimes it's something about myself. But if I go to bed without learning, I feel like I wasted the day. The beautiful part about adopting this mindset is that it turns failures into lessons instead of punishments. A lost deal isn't just a rejection, it's feedback. A mistake isn't just a setback, it's a teacher. I remember once quoting a job completely wrong. I left out details, rushed the numbers, and embarrassed myself in front of the client. At first, I was crushed. But then I asked, what can I learn here? The lesson was clear. Slow down, double-check, and respect the process. The one failure made me sharper in every quote I did afterward. If I had shrugged it off, saying, I know how to quote, it's fine, I would have missed the growth. Learning every day also means learning from everyone. Some of the best lessons I've received weren't from CEOs or top performers. They were from warehouse workers, truck drivers, and customer service reps. Everyone sees something you don't. There's humility in this approach. You have to be willing to admit you don't know everything, even in front of people you outrank. That humility builds trust, because people can sense when you're genuinely curious instead of pretending. Curiosity is magnetic. When you ask questions, people open up. When you listen, they reveal details. And when you collect those details daily, you build a bank of knowledge that competitors can't touch. The most successful people I know are relentless students. They're constantly reading, listening, asking, and absorbing. They act like beginners no matter how advanced they get. That's the irony. Beginners learn the fastest because they admit they don't know. Experts often stagnate because they believe they already do. I never want to lose that beginner's mindset. It's what keeps you sharp. It's what keeps you growing. There's also a financial truth here. Education compounds like money. If you learn one new skill a month, in a year you have 12. In 5 years, you're unrecognizable compared to who you were when you started. That kind of growth is what separates million-dollar earners from people who stay stuck. But you don't have to wait for big lessons. Even small ones matter. Every time I hear a client describe their pain point, I learn something about the industry. Every time I read a chapter of a book, I sharpen my thinking. Every time I observe a colleague, I pick up a habit to copy or avoid. Life is constantly teaching you. The question is whether you're listening. Sometimes the lesson is patience. Sometimes it's resilience. Sometimes it's a reminder that ego is the enemy. I've found that when you carry the attitude of I'm a student, people are more willing to teach you. They open doors, they share secrets, they let you in. When you pretend to already know, those doors slam shut. There's power in saying, teach me. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you strong. And once you learn, it's your job to apply it. Knowledge without action is wasted potential. The best learners are doers. They test, they try, they adjust. I think back to my early days when I didn't understand corrugated board grades. Instead of pretending, I asked questions. I listened. I let others explain, even if it bruised my pride. That humility built confidence later, because when I finally spoke to clients, I had knowledge earned through curiosity. Every day is a classroom. The only question is, are you the student taking notes, or the one in the back pretending you already know? The smartest people I've met always ask questions. They lean in, they stay curious, and when you adopt that same habit, you position yourself as someone who never stagnates. I can say this with certainty. Every major breakthrough in my life came because I was willing to learn something new. A phrase from my dad, a strategy from a mentor, a correction from a client. Each one built me up. That's why I believe in learning daily. It keeps you humble, it keeps you growing, and it keeps you ahead. Arrogance closes doors. Curiosity opens them. Even if you've mastered a subject, revisit it, relearn it. You'll see something new because you're not the same person you were last time. Growth changes the way you understand lessons. That's why I still revisit old books. I'll read a chapter I thought I knew inside out, and suddenly a line jumps out that I never noticed before. It's not that the book changed, it's that I did. The same happens in conversations. Someone tells me something I've heard before, but because I'm listening closely, I catch the nuance. The nuance often holds the gold. Learning is not about adding more information. It's about deepening your understanding. If you learn one thing every day, in a year, you'll be a different person. In 5 years, you'll be unrecognizable. That's the compound effect of curiosity. But if you stop learning, if you let ego trick you into thinking you know enough, you stay the same. 5 years pass, and you're in the same spot, doing the same things with the same results. That's the tragedy of arrogance. It robs you of growth. So I remind myself every day of my father's words. The second you say you know everything is the day you stop learning. And I live by another line he taught me. Even if you know, act like you don't. It's okay to listen again. That mindset has shaped my career, my relationships, and my growth more than any degree ever could. Because in the end, knowledge isn't about proving how much you know. It's about staying humble enough to keep learning. And the people who never stop learning never stop winning. Chapter 12, Skills Pay the Bills. Developing valuable skills that increase your earning potential. Money follows value. That's a truth most people don't realize soon enough. They chase jobs, chase raises, chase opportunities, but the world doesn't reward people just for showing up. It rewards people who bring skills that solve problems. My father used to tell me, if you want to earn more, learn more. At first I thought he meant school, but what he really meant was skills. The more valuable skills you have, the more leverage you carry in any room. Every paycheck you've ever received is tied to a skill. Someone needed something done, and you had the ability to do it. That's why skills pay the bills, and the more rare, refined, and relevant your skills are, the higher your earning ceiling becomes. When I was young, I thought hard work alone would guarantee success. If I just worked harder than everyone else, I'd make more money. But I learned quickly that effort without skill is limited. You can swing a hammer all day, but if you don't know how to build the house, you'll always be the laborer, never the architect. That lesson hit me again in sales. I could make calls for hours, but if I didn't know how to ask the right questions, handle objections, or present value, I wasn't closing deals. It wasn't effort that made the difference. It was skill. The good news is that skills aren't fixed. They can be learned, sharpened, and multiplied. That's what makes them so powerful. Unlike luck or talent, skills are available to anyone willing to practice. I remember my father teaching me how to fix something around the house. He'd say, "Don't just do it, learn how it works." That little phrase stuck with me. Because when you understand how something works, you've built a skill you can use forever. The same applies in business. Don't just follow instructions, learn the mechanics. Learn why deals happen, why customers say yes, why systems break down. That curiosity turns into skill. In packaging, I started as someone who knew very little. Terms like flute and mullen sound like a foreign language. I could have stayed the surface level, leaning only on my charm and effort. But I pushed myself to learn the technical side. The more I understood about board grades, pallet patterns, and cost drivers, the more valuable I became to clients. My skills separated me from the reps who only knew how to read a price sheet. That's the power of skill. It creates separation. When two people work equally hard, the one with better skills wins every time. Another lesson I learned is that some skills multiply your value across every area of life. Communication, persuasion, negotiation, leadership. These aren't just for business. They make you better in relationships, in networking, in building your future. The first time I learned how to negotiate properly, my income changed. Not because I suddenly worked more hours, but because I knew how to capture more value from the hours I already worked. That one skill paid for itself hundreds of times over. Skills are assets. Just like money in an investment account, they grow and pay dividends over time. But unlike money, no one can take them from you. Once you have them, they're yours forever. I've also noticed something. Confidence often comes from skill. People think confidence is a personality trait, but most of the time it's just competence. The better you are at something, the more confident you feel doing it. That's why skill building is not just financial, it's psychological. When you build skills, you remove excuses. You stop saying, I can't do that, and start saying, I know how to handle this. That shift changes how people see you, but more importantly, how you see yourself. One of the smartest things you can do is pick skills that compound. For me, sales was one. Once I learned how to sell, I realized I could use that skill anywhere. Cars, packaging, even energy drinks. Selling is universal. It's a skill that travels with you, no matter the industry. Another is public speaking. At first it terrified me. My voice would shake, my palms would sweat. But after practice, I realized that being able to speak clearly to a group was like carrying a secret weapon. Most people fear it, so the one who masters it stands out immediately. My father had another saying, learn something no one can take away from you. That's what skills are. You can lose a job, lose money, even lose connections, but skills stay with you. They're portable wealth. The mistake most people make is chasing quick money instead of skills. They want the paycheck today instead of the training that could multiply their paychecks tomorrow. That's why they stay stuck. But if you focus on building skills, the money takes care of itself. Employers pay for value. Clients pay for solutions. The world pays for competence. I've met people who spent years in jobs without learning a single new skill. They clocked in, did the bare minimum, and clocked out. Then one day, they wondered why they weren't advancing. The answer was simple. They didn't grow. They became replaceable. On the other hand, I've seen reps who soaked up everything asking questions, practicing new pitches, studying competitors. Those are the ones who rise fastest because their skill set expands their opportunities. Another truth. Skills open doors that connections alone can't. You can network all you want, but if you don't have the skills to deliver when given the chance, the door closes just as fast. That's why I see every day as training. Even now I ask myself, what skill did I sharpen today? Did I get better at closing? Better at listening? Better at understanding financials? If the answer is no, I know I've got work to do. Sometimes the lessons are small. I'll watch how another rep phrases something on a call and think, that's good, I'll use that. That's skill building in real time. Sometimes they're big. Like when I took the time to learn how supply chain delays impact pricing, and suddenly I could have smarter conversations with clients. That knowledge positioned me as a partner, not just a vendor. Every skill you add to your toolbox makes you harder to replace. And the harder you are to replace, the higher your value climbs. It's also worth saying, skills don't just increase income, they increase freedom. When you're skilled, you don't have to beg for opportunities. You create them. You can walk away from bad situations because you know you'll land somewhere else. That's true security. But don't think skills have to be huge or glamorous. Sometimes the simplest skills make the biggest difference. Listening, writing clear emails, following up consistently. They sound small, but together they add up to trust, and trust pays. The danger is thinking you'll get around to it. Skills are built daily. Waiting to start is just delaying your growth. I've made it a rule for myself, never let a year go by without adding at least one new skill. That way, every year, I'm more valuable than the year before. And here's the secret. The earlier you start, the more time you give those skills to compound. Just like money, the longer they're invested, the greater the return. Sometimes I look back and realize that the little skills I picked up asking better questions, learning how to read body language, understanding the flow of a factory floor became the big advantages that closed deals later. You don't always know which skill will pay off, so learn broadly. Be curious. Pick up tools everywhere. Over time, you'll have a toolbox so full that you can handle challenges others can't touch. That's when opportunities find you. That's when clients seek you out. That's when you stop chasing and start attracting. So if you want more income, more freedom, more influence, the answer is simple. Build skills. Skills pay the bills. They also build the house, buy the car, fund the dreams, and secure the future. My father was right. The more you learn, the more you earn. And the truth is, the world doesn't care what you deserve. It cares what you deliver. Skills are how you deliver. So never stop sharpening. Never stop adding. Every day, every conversation, every book, every mistake is a chance to level up. Because in the end, money is temporary. Titles are temporary. But skills stay, and skills pay. Chapter 13. Work to learn, not just to earn, gaining experience and knowledge, not just a paycheck. Most people see a job as a paycheck. They look at the hours they put in, calculate the money they get out, and measure their worth in dollars. But the people who grow, the people who break through, the people who eventually earn more than they ever dreamed, they see work differently. They don't just work to earn, they work to learn. When you work only for money, you limit yourself. The moment the paycheck stops, so does your growth. But when you work to learn, every day pays you twice, once in dollars and once in wisdom, and the wisdom lasts longer. The funny thing is, the skills and lessons you pick up along the way often become more valuable than the money you made at the time. That's the compound interest of experience. When I was selling cars in El Paso, I didn't realize it at first, but I was in a classroom. Not a classroom with textbooks or whiteboards, a classroom filled with people. Every customer who walked onto that lot was a teacher. Some taught me patience. Some taught me negotiation. Some taught me the art of listening. One customer in particular walked in with an attitude I wasn't ready for. He was tough, skeptical, and seemed determined not to buy. My younger self might have given up thinking the sale was impossible. But I decided to lean in, not for the commission, but for the lesson. I listened to his objections, asked more questions than usual, and focused on understanding what really mattered to him. By the end of it, he wasn't just buying a car, he was shaking my hand, saying he respected how I handled myself. That day, I learned something important. Sometimes the customer isn't testing the price, they're testing you. And if you prove you can handle the pressure, you earn not just their money, but their respect. I didn't make a fortune on that deal. But I walked away with a skill that would serve me for years, the ability to stay calm under fire. That was worth far more than the commission. That's the essence of working to learn. If you only see the dollar, you miss the lesson. But if you see the lesson, you can always earn more dollars later. Every job you've ever had was preparing you for the next one. The problem is most people are too focused on their paycheck to notice what they're really being taught. I've seen people quit jobs because the money wasn't enough, not realizing they were sitting on a gold mine of skills. They traded experience for comfort, and later they wondered why their earning potential never grew. Money is temporary, skills and experience are permanent. When I moved into packaging sales, I carried lessons from the car lot with me. Things like how to handle tough customers, how to read body language, how to stay patient when someone says no 5 times before they say yes. Those weren't just car sales lessons, they were life lessons. That's why I always say, don't despise small beginnings. That entry-level job, that frustrating boss, that tough client, they're all teachers if you let them be. If you work to learn, you'll never feel like your time is wasted. Even bad jobs pay you in lessons. There was a time I worked for little more than minimum wage. On paper, it looked like I was wasting my time. But in reality, I was stacking lessons: discipline, resilience, and adaptability. Those lessons became the backbone of how I operate now. The people who struggle the most later in life are often the ones who avoided hard lessons early. They chased only comfort and cash. They never stretched themselves, never failed forward, never learned the depth of what they were capable of. Working to learn means you take every situation as a chance to sharpen yourself. It means you ask, what can I take from this that will pay me 10 times later? And once you see life this way, you stop being bitter about setbacks. You start being grateful for them, because setbacks often carry the deepest lessons. The commission checks I earned selling cars are long gone. The lessons I learned are still paying me today. That's the difference. The truth is, the jobs you take in your 20s or 30s aren't just about money. They're about skill acquisition. Every phone call, every negotiation, every problem you solve is building your resume in ways no piece of paper ever could. And when you stack enough of those skills, money chases you. You don't have to beg for opportunities, they start finding you. That's why wealthy people always focus on knowledge. They know money is a byproduct of skill. First you learn, then you earn. The best part? No one can take away what you learn. They can fire you, reject you, outbid you, but the skills you've built stay with you. They're yours forever. I think about how many deals I would have lost in packaging if I hadn't learned to listen deeply back on that car lot. If I had focused only on the commission, I would have missed the bigger prize. But because I worked to learn, those lessons compounded. They turned into better pitches, stronger relationships, and bigger accounts later. It's a mindset shift. Every time you walk into work, you're not just clocking in. You're training. You're sharpening your future. Even now, I ask myself daily, what did I learn today? If the answer is nothing, then I wasted the day, no matter how much I earned. Sometimes the lesson is technical. Sometimes it's about people. Sometimes it's about myself. But there's always something to extract if you're paying attention. The people who grow the fastest aren't the ones who chase the biggest paycheck early. They're the ones who chase the steepest learning curve. Because once you have skills, the money never stops. It's like building tools in a toolbox. Each lesson adds another tool. At first, the toolbox looks small, but over time you've got something for every situation. And that makes you invaluable. Working to learn also makes the boring days bearable. If you're just there for money, slow days feel like wasted time. But if you're there to learn, even a dull shift can sharpen patience, observation, or problem solving. I've worked jobs I didn't love, but I never left empty-handed. I always left with a lesson, and those lessons built me. The best investment you can make is in yourself, and the way you invest is by working to learn. Ask yourself, what can I learn today that will make me more valuable tomorrow? That question will change how you show up to work. You stop being a clock watcher and start being a student of the game. And when you become a student, you never run out of growth. You never hit a ceiling. The car lot in El Paso taught me that every interaction matters, even the ones that don't close, because sometimes the lesson is bigger than the sale. That one customer who tested me gave me more than a commission. Ever could, he gave me a skill. And that skill has paid me over and over again. That's the difference between people who just work and people who grow. One cashes a check, the other collects lessons. The check disappears, the lessons stay. So don't just work to earn, work to learn, build yourself, sharpen your skills, collect lessons. Because one day you'll realize the real paycheck wasn't what you deposited in the bank. It was the person you became along the way. And that person will always be worth more than money. Chapter 14. Stay humble, stay hungry. Never stop learning and pushing yourself, no matter how successful you become. Success is dangerous, not because it's bad, but because it can trick you. The moment you achieve a win, you start to believe you've made it. You ease up. You relax. You stop pushing yourself with the same hunger you had in the beginning. And that's when growth stalls. Humility and hunger are the antidotes to that trap. Humility keeps you grounded. Hunger keeps you moving. Together, they guarantee that no matter how far you go, you'll always reach for more. I've seen people climb to the top of their field only to lose it all because they let pride creep in. They stopped learning. They stopped listening. They thought the rules didn't apply to them anymore. The truth is, the rules never change. The moment you stop sharpening your skills, someone hungrier comes along and takes your place. Humility reminds you that no matter how much you know, there's always more to learn. Hunger reminds you that no matter how much you have, there's always another level to reach. I learned this lesson deeply when I spent time in Osaka, Japan. There I noticed something different about the way people approached work. Whether it was the train conductor, the cashier, or the chef behind the counter, everyone gave their best. No one treated their job as just a job. Every task, no matter how small, was done with precision, care, and pride. That humility to respect the work and the hunger to do it well left a mark on me. And they were never late. Trains left on the dot. Workers arrived early, ready to give their all. It didn't matter if the job was glamorous or not. It mattered that the job was done right. Watching that culture of discipline and pride taught me something about my own life. It's not about the title you carry or the size of your paycheck. It's about the attitude you bring to the work. That attitude is what builds momentum. That attitude is what keeps you sharp. In El Paso, I've seen the opposite. People who show up late, drag their feet, and complain the whole time. They treat their job like a burden instead of an opportunity. And you can see the difference in where they end up. Success doesn't come from thinking you're too good for the basics. Success comes from doing the basics better than anyone else and doing them consistently. Humility keeps you in student mode. It keeps you open to learning from everyone, even from the person sweeping the floor. Hunger pushes you to apply those lessons and keep growing. When I watched workers in Osaka, I realized that humility and hunger were baked into their culture. No job was beneath them. No effort was half-hearted. That's why their society runs so smoothly, because individuals refuse to let ego get in the way of excellence. It made me reflect on myself. Had I ever treated a job as too small for me? Had I ever let pride stop me from learning from someone I thought was below me? The answer was yes, and that realization humbled me. Humility doesn't mean you think less of yourself. It means you think of yourself less. It means you put the work, the team, and the growth ahead of your ego. And hunger doesn't mean greed. It means drive. It means waking up every day with the same fire you had when you first started, even if you've already won some battles. The problem is, comfort is seductive. The more you achieve, the more comfortable you get. The more comfortable you get, the less you push. That's why so many talented people fade. They stop being hungry. But hunger keeps you alive. It keeps you curious. It keeps you chasing the next level. When I came back from Japan, I carried that lesson with me into sales. I decided that no matter how big or small the account, I'd treat it with the same level of respect. I wouldn't brush off the small jobs. I'd show up on time, ready to give my best. That mindset has won me business I didn't expect. Clients notice when you treat their order big or small with seriousness. They feel respected. And respect creates loyalty. Humility and hunger are also powerful together because they protect you from arrogance. Arrogance says, I don't need to try anymore. Humility says, there's still more to learn. Hunger says, there's still more to earn. If you want to grow, you need both. One without the other isn't enough. Humility without hunger leaves you stagnant. Hunger without humility makes you reckless. Together, they make you unstoppable. I've watched people in my own industry stop learning because they thought they knew it all. They stopped adapting. They stopped listening. And slowly they became irrelevant. Then I've watched others, often the quiet ones who stayed humble and hungry. They never bragged, but they always improved. They never stopped asking questions. Over time, they became the ones everyone turned to. The lesson is simple. Success doesn't entitle you to stop. Success demands that you keep going. Stay humble enough to learn from anyone. Stay hungry enough to keep chasing growth. The train conductor in Osaka isn't looking for fame. He's not trying to get rich quick. He's focused on doing his job with excellence. That humility is why he's respected. And the chef who perfects the same dish day after day isn't bored. He's hungry to keep refining, keep improving, keep serving better than yesterday. That's the mindset you need if you want long-term success. Even when you hit milestones, a big deal, a big paycheck, a big recognition, celebrate it. But don't stop there. Ask yourself, what's next? How can I grow more? The world is full of people who got comfortable and plateaued. Don't be one of them. Stay humble enough to know there's more to learn. Stay hungry enough to know there's more to do. And when you carry that Osaka mindset, showing up on time, giving your best, treating every job with respect, you separate yourself from the crowd. Because at the end of the day, success isn't about one big win. It's about the discipline to stay humble and hungry, day after day, year after year. And the ones who do that, they're the ones who last. Chapter 15. Time is money, mastering time management and maximizing productivity. Time is the most valuable resource we'll ever have, but because it's invisible, Most people don't treat it that way. You can't hold time in your hands, you can't stack it in a bank account, and you can't save up unused hours to spend later. Every day, the same 24 hours slip through your fingers, whether you use them wisely or waste them carelessly. The tragedy is that while money lost can be regained, time lost is gone forever. That's why the phrase, time is money, is powerful, but not complete. The truth is, time is more valuable than money. Yet in today's world, distraction has become the default. Entire hours vanish in the scroll of TikTok, the autoplay of YouTube, or the endless cycle of just one more episode. These platforms are designed to keep you hooked, to steal your attention in exchange for nothing of lasting value. People don't realize that the biggest thief in their life isn't some competitor. It's not bad luck, and it's not even their boss. It's wasted time. Now, I'm not saying you should never relax. There's nothing wrong with watching a funny video, enjoying a movie, or letting yourself rest after a long day. But there's a difference between intentional rest and mindless wasting. Rest restores you. Wasting drains you. If you look back at your day, and the only thing you did was consume what others created, you robbed yourself of the chance to create something of your own. Here's what I've learned. Productivity doesn't always mean grinding yourself into exhaustion. It doesn't mean every second has to be tied directly to making money. Sometimes productivity simply means choosing activities that add value to your life, whether that's building a skill, strengthening your confidence, or doing something fun that also helps you grow. This way, the time you spend becomes an investment, not an expense. When I started my podcast, Let's Hear It for Spirits, a paranormal podcast, the goal wasn't fame. It wasn't money. We didn't set out to dominate the charts or chase sponsors. We started it for something much simpler: to practice talking. To practice speaking comfortably into a microphone, telling stories, and getting used to the sound of our own voices without cringing. At first it felt awkward, but slowly we got better. We became more natural. And even if no one listened, the simple act of recording was worth it. That's the magic of doing something fun but productive. It may not look like success on the outside, but it builds skills quietly in the background. The hours we put into that podcast gave us more than entertainment. They gave us confidence. They made us sharper speakers. They made us more comfortable thinking out loud, organizing ideas, and expressing ourselves. Those are skills that transfer into every area of life: sales, networking, leadership, even casual conversations. The irony is the time most people waste scrolling TikTok or YouTube could be used to do something just as fun, but with lasting value. Imagine spending an hour writing down your thoughts, recording a podcast, filming a silly video, or starting a blog. It doesn't matter if nobody reads it or listens. What matters is that you turned your time into practice. You created instead of just consumed. You improved yourself instead of numbing yourself. Time management isn't about being a robot, filling every second with maximum efficiency. It's about being intentional. If you spend time on something, make sure it pays you back in some way, either by giving you rest, giving you joy, or giving you growth. The worst use of time is the one that gives you none of those things. What most people don't realize is that small investments of time compound. Just like money invested grows with interest, skills and habits grow with consistency. If you replace just 30 minutes a day of mindless scrolling with something productive, that's 182 hours in a year. In that time, you could learn the basics of a new language, build an online side project, or drastically improve a skill that makes you more valuable. But because the time is chopped up into small pieces, people don't see its value and they waste it. I've been guilty of it too. I've lost hours to social media and looked up wondering where my day went. The difference is, once I realized the cost of wasted time, I started to change how I saw those hours. They weren't free. They were the most expensive thing I owned. Every wasted hour was a piece of my future I threw away. That mindset shift alone was powerful. Time is also tied to opportunity. When you use your time wisely, you position yourself for chances that other people miss. The podcast we started wasn't meant to become a business, but it opened doors. It gave me a better voice when pitching to clients. It gave me the courage to speak with confidence in front of groups. It even gave me a creative outlet that made my life more fulfilling. None of that would have happened if I'd spent those hours scrolling. The truth is, you don't need more time. You just need to use the time you already have differently. Everyone gets the same 24 hours, but not everyone gets the same results. The difference lies in choices. Do you choose to spend your evenings zoning out, or do you choose to put an hour towards something that moves you forward, even if it's just for fun? And don't underestimate the fun part. Fun is underrated in productivity. If you're always chasing serious work, you'll burn out. But if you find activities that are enjoyable and still productive, you'll stick with them. That's why the podcast worked for us. It was fun. It made us laugh. It gave us something to look forward to. But it also sharpened us. That's the balance you want to find. Too many people treat productivity as punishment, when it's really an opportunity. Productivity doesn't mean less fun. It means more meaningful fun. Instead of escaping your life through endless videos, you enrich your life by creating something, learning something, or experiencing something that makes you better. The beauty of this is that it snowballs. The more you choose meaningful use of time, the more momentum you build. Before long, you look back and realize you've created a body of work, developed skills, and built confidence, all from hours that most people throw away. Time is money, but it's also energy, reputation, and opportunity. Wasting it leaves you with regrets. Using it well leaves you with results. That's why mastering your time isn't optional, it's essential. And mastering your time doesn't require perfection. You don't have to fill every second with brilliance. You just need to be aware of where your hours are going and redirect them toward things that matter. So the next time you catch yourself about to scroll endlessly, pause and ask, what could I do with this hour that would leave me better than when I started? It doesn't have to be a grand project. It can be as simple as having a meaningful conversation, practicing a skill, or starting a small creative project. Because the real difference between people who grow and people who stay stuck isn't talent or luck. It's how they spend their time. If you treat your time as the treasure it is, you'll discover that every hour has the potential to make your life richer. Chapter 16. Habits of Success, Building Daily Routines That Pave the Way to Wealth. If goals are the destinations we dream about, then habits are the engines that get us there. It doesn't matter how beautiful your vision board is, how clear your goals sound when you talk about them, or how fired up you feel on January 1st without habits. None of it will stick. In the last chapter, I talked about how valuable time is and how easy it is to waste it without realizing. Habits are what protect that time. They are the daily choices that decide whether your hours are spent building your future or slowly draining it away. When you think about it this way, you realize that success is less about sudden moments of brilliance and more about the quiet, repetitive actions that nobody sees. The thing about habits is that they operate silently, almost invisibly. You don't have to think much about them once they're established, which is both a blessing and a curse. If your habits are positive, they carry you forward without you needing to wrestle with willpower every day. If your habits are negative, they drag you down without you noticing until months or years have passed. That's what makes habits so powerful. They work in the background, shaping your life whether you're paying attention or not. And most people aren't paying attention. They look at their results without ever realizing their results are simply the natural outcome of their habits. Think about something as simple as brushing your teeth. You don't set a reminder. You don't give yourself a pep talk. You don't negotiate with yourself about whether or not to do it. You just do it. That's the level you want to reach with your success-building routines. Imagine if exercise, learning, networking, or prospecting in sales felt as automatic as brushing your teeth. You'd be unstoppable. The problem is most people treat those things like optional extras, something they'll get around to when they have time. The truth is, the only way you ever have time is by making those habits non-negotiable. This is why motivation, while exciting, is overrated. Motivation is like a spark. It gets things going, but it burns out quickly. Habits are the logs you throw on the fire to keep it burning through the night. If you rely on motivation alone, you'll always be starting and stopping, always waiting for the next inspirational video, the next pump-up talk, the next wave of energy. If you rely on habits, the decision is already made. You don't need to feel like working out, you work out because that's what you do. You don't need to feel like following up on a lead, you follow up because that's what you do. Habits don't care about feelings. They only care about repetition, and repetition builds results. I saw this difference clearly in sales. The amateurs would make calls when they were in the mood. They'd follow up when they remembered. They'd let their days be controlled by emotions and distractions. The professionals, on the other hand, had systems. They called at the same time every day. They logged their follow-ups religiously. They had habits that made their work consistent. And over months, that consistency turned into results so large that the amateurs couldn't understand how they were so lucky. It wasn't luck at all. It was the math of habits compounding. And habits do compound, just like interest in a savings account. Doing something small every day may not look impressive in the moment, but over time it creates an exponential effect. Reading 10 pages a day doesn't seem like much, but after a year you've read 12 books. That knowledge shapes your thinking, your language, your confidence. Going for a 30-minute walk every morning doesn't seem like much, but after a year, your health is transformed. Making one extra sales call a day doesn't seem like much, but after a year, that's over 200 more chances to close deals. The compounding of small habits creates results that big, one-time actions never could. Of course, the same principle works in reverse. Bad habits compound too. Skipping one workout won't make you unhealthy, but skipping for months builds weakness and fatigue. Procrastinating one call won't kill your career, but procrastinating regularly slowly erodes your pipeline. Hitting snooze once doesn't ruin your day, but hitting it every morning builds a life of delay and lost opportunities. People underestimate this because the effects of bad habits don't show up immediately. But give it time, and the invisible damage becomes painfully visible. That's why I say habits are either your best friend or your worst enemy. They're neutral, they just multiply whatever you repeat. If you repeat discipline, they multiply success. If you repeat excuses, they multiply regret. The scariest part is you don't get to avoid habits. You only get to choose which ones you build. Doing nothing is itself a habit, the habit of avoiding, of wasting, of drifting. I'll never forget how much my life shifted when I started paying attention to my mornings. For a long time, I'd wake up at the last possible second, rush to work, and spend the whole day playing catch-up. I thought I was just not a morning person. But once I made it a habit to wake up earlier, review my goals, and prepare before the day hit me, everything changed. Suddenly, I wasn't reacting to life, I was leading it. That habit alone gave me more control than any motivational seminar ever had. Habits also carry an identity component that most people overlook. Every time you follow through on a habit, you reinforce the belief, this is who I am. When you go to the gym, you're not just lifting weights, you're telling yourself, I'm the type of person who takes care of my health. When you make that sales call, you're not just dialing a number, you're proving, I'm someone who follows up. Those small actions cast votes for the identity you want. And the more votes you cast, the stronger that identity becomes. Over time, you don't just have habits, you become your habits. That's the real magic. Habits aren't just about what you do, they're about who you become. Bad habits make you someone who quits, avoids, or drifts. Good habits make you someone who persists, grows, and succeeds. The results are just the byproduct of the identity you're building every day with your routines. What's important to realize is that good habits don't have to be huge or dramatic. You don't need to build a 5-hour morning routine full of meditation, cold plunges, and journaling. That's not sustainable for most people. What you need is something small but consistent. 5 minutes of reflection before bed, 10 minutes of reading in the morning, one intentional conversation with someone who challenges you every week. These small routines, stacked together, create a rhythm of progress that's unstoppable. When I was in Japan, I noticed how cultural habits created excellence. Workers didn't just show up on time, they showed up early, prepared, and with a seriousness that made even routine jobs feel important. That wasn't because they were constantly motivated or inspired. It was because they had habits drilled in over years that made excellence automatic. Watching that opened my eyes to the fact that success isn't about occasional bursts of greatness. It's about daily habits that make greatness normal. And habits don't have to be boring. Some of the best ones are actually fun. For me, recording a podcast wasn't about fame or money. It was about building a habit of speaking, storytelling, and expression. We did it because it was enjoyable. But because it was enjoyable, it was sustainable. And because it was sustainable, it improved me over time in ways I didn't expect. And that's another secret of habits. The ones you enjoy stick longer, and their benefits sneak up on you later. This is why I tell people to find habits they don't just need, but habits they actually like. If you love writing, make it a daily practice. If you enjoy walking, build it into your routine. If you feel alive when you're learning, carve out time for it every day. The point isn't to punish yourself with habits you hate. It's to build rhythms that feel natural, and because they feel natural, they last. And when they last, they compound. That's when you look back after a year and realize you're not even the same person anymore. You didn't change all at once. You changed because your habits reshaped you one day at a time. The hardest part is starting. Breaking bad habits feels uncomfortable. Building new ones feels awkward. That's normal. The brain resists change. But if you push through the early resistance and stay consistent, the discomfort fades and the habit sticks. Before long, it feels stranger not to do it. That's the point where habits stop feeling like effort and start feeling like identity. That's where you've crossed the line from trying to being. And that's where success becomes inevitable. So if you want to change your future, don't just set bigger goals. Build better habits. Look at your daily routines and ask, are these habits leading me toward wealth, or are they quietly stealing it from me? Be honest with yourself, because your future will be the exact reflection of your answer. And remember, it's not the dramatic actions that shape your destiny. It's the small, quiet, consistent habits, repeated daily, long before anyone claps for you. That's what builds wealth. That's what builds freedom. That's what builds a life you're proud of. Chapter 17. Discipline over motivation. Relying on consistency and good habits. When motivation fades, motivation is overrated. That might sound strange, because motivation is what most people think they need to succeed. They wait for the right song, the right speech, the right Monday morning burst of energy to get started. And sure, motivation feels good. It's the spark that gets you moving. But here's the problem: sparks don't last. Sparks light fires, but if you don't have wood on the fire, it burns out. That's why people yo-yo in their results. They rely on a spark, not on the discipline that keeps the fire alive. Discipline is the wood. Discipline is what you put on the fire every single day, whether you feel like it or not. It's the habit of showing up when your body says, stay in bed. It's the act of making the call when your mind says, they probably won't answer. It's doing what's required long after the mood to do it has disappeared. Motivation starts things. Discipline finishes them. Most people quit not because they didn't want success, but because they waited to feel like it. Feelings are terrible leaders. They change too much. One day you feel inspired, the next you feel lazy, the next you feel doubtful. If you let your feelings control your actions, your results will always be inconsistent. Discipline doesn't ask how you feel. Discipline asks what needs to be done, and then does it. Think about the gym. How many people flood gyms in January, motivated by New Year's resolutions? They buy memberships, new shoes, expensive supplements, and they hit it hard for a few weeks. By February, most of them are gone. Why? Not because they didn't want results, not because they couldn't afford it. It's because they relied on motivation. The ones still there in June, in October, in December, those are the disciplined. They show up when it's boring. They show up when they're sore. They show up when nobody is watching. And because they show up, they transform. The same applies to business. When I was selling cars in El Paso, some days were exciting. A customer walked in ready to buy, the energy was high, and closing felt easy. But other days were brutal long hours, endless just-looking conversations, and rejection after rejection. Motivation was nowhere to be found on those days. If I had relied on motivation, I would have walked out, gone home, or given up. But discipline said, stay on the floor, keep engaging, keep learning. And those days, as much as I hated them in the moment, are the ones that built me. Because I proved to myself I could keep going without the spark. Motivation is emotional. Discipline is logical. Motivation is about the moment. Discipline is about the mission. Motivation is fragile, but discipline is unshakable. If you want long-term wealth, long-term confidence, and long-term success, discipline is your only reliable ally. Here's the hard truth. Successful people don't always feel like it either. They don't wake up every day bursting with energy. They don't love every moment of their grind. The difference is, they do it anyway. They've trained themselves to act on commitment, not on feeling. That's why they get results most people never see. Discipline also gives you freedom. That might sound backwards, but it's true. The more disciplined you are with your time, your habits, and your choices, the freer you become. You're not chained to moods, not enslaved by distractions, not held hostage by procrastination. You are in control. You steer the ship. Freedom isn't the absence of structure. Freedom is the reward of discipline. Look at anyone who built wealth. They didn't get there by waiting to feel good. They built systems. They stuck to routines. They created non-negotiables. That consistency, boring to some, is exactly why they broke free. The beauty of discipline is that it compounds. One disciplined act may not change much, but 100, 1,000, 10,000 disciplined acts over time. They build a character that people can trust and results that people can't deny. Each day of discipline is like a brick. Alone, it looks small, but keep laying bricks, and you'll build a fortress around your goals that nothing can shake. Discipline also makes you dependable. People can trust you because you're steady. Opportunities come your way because others know you'll follow through. Motivation can make you exciting in bursts, but discipline makes you reliable. And in the long run, reliability is what people value most. When I first moved into packaging sales, I didn't know much about the technical side. Motivation might have gotten me to make a few calls, but learning about flutes, boards, pallet patterns, and cost drivers required discipline. It meant studying when I was tired. It meant listening more than talking. It meant sticking with the process until it became second nature. If I had relied on feeling like it, I'd still be stuck at the surface level. Discipline pushed me deeper, and that depth paid off in deals. Another truth about discipline: it teaches you to trust yourself. Every time you follow through on a commitment, even a small one, you prove to yourself that your word means something. That proof builds confidence. Motivation doesn't do that because motivation comes and goes without your control. But discipline is you keeping promises to yourself, and that self-trust is priceless. Think of it this way. Every disciplined action is like casting a vote for your future self. Skip the action. You vote for your excuses. Follow through. You vote for your growth. Every day, the election is happening, and the candidate who wins is the person you become. And here's another thing. Discipline doesn't mean perfection. You will slip. You will miss days. You will make mistakes. Discipline isn't about never falling. It's about never staying down. You get back up faster. You reset without drama. You recommit without needing to feel inspired again. That resilience is part of what makes discipline so powerful. Motivation looks good on social media. Discipline looks boring in real life. But discipline produces results, and results are the only thing that matter. The irony is, the more disciplined you are, the more motivated you become over time, because results feed motivation. The cycle flips. Discipline creates results, results fuel motivation, and the momentum keeps you going. If you're waiting for motivation to strike before you take action, you'll wait forever. If you build discipline, you can start now, keep going tomorrow, and still be moving years from now. That's the difference. The people you admire, athletes, entrepreneurs, leaders, they didn't get where they are because they were always motivated. They got there because discipline carried them when motivation disappeared. And make no mistake, motivation always disappears. That's its nature. Discipline is the grind you don't post about. It's the quiet choices. It's turning off Netflix to study. It's making the extra call after a day of rejections. It's practicing your pitch when no one's watching. It's the unglamorous side of success. But it's also the side that pays. When you live with discipline, you no longer need to find the time. You've already made the time. You no longer need to feel like it. You already do it. That consistency puts you ahead of the majority instantly, because most people live life at the mercy of their emotions. Discipline is also what protects your habits. In Chapter 16,
We broke down how habits shape your future. Discipline is the glue that holds those habits together when life gets messy. You don't throw away your routines just because the day is inconvenient. You hold steady. That steadiness separates winners from quitters. And here's the truth. Discipline isn't punishment. It's self-respect. It's saying, I value my future too much to let my present laziness destroy it. It's loving yourself enough to demand more of yourself.
That's not harshness, that's power. So stop waiting for motivation. Stop searching for the perfect song, the perfect day, the perfect wave of energy to move. Build discipline instead. Create the routines, hold the line, stay consistent, and watch how much stronger, freer, and more successful you become. Because in the end, motivation may get you started, but discipline is what gets you finished. Chapter 18. Health, Wealth, Maintaining Your Physical and Mental Health for Peak Performance. People often separate health and wealth like they belong in different categories, but in reality, they're deeply connected. What good is money if you don't have the energy or the health to enjoy it? What good is success if you're too drained to show up fully for your business, your family, or your own life? The truth is simple. Your health is a form of wealth. Without it, every other achievement is diminished. Now, let's clear something up right away. I'm not saying you need to look like a bodybuilder or carry around shredded abs to be successful. You don't need to chase perfection in the gym or eat nothing but chicken and broccoli. That's not the point. What I am saying is this. When you take care of your body, even just a little bit, you'll feel better. And when you feel better, you'll do better. Energy creates momentum. Momentum creates productivity. And productivity creates results. Think about the days when you wake up tired, sluggish, and low on energy. Everything feels heavier. The emails feel overwhelming, the calls feel exhausting, and even small problems feel like mountains. Now think about the days when you've slept well, eaten decently, and maybe moved your body a bit. Suddenly the same challenges don't feel as intimidating. You tackle them with more confidence, and you get more done. That difference isn't luck, it's health. The truth is, health is one of the biggest multipliers of success. Two people can have the same job, the same hours, and the same responsibilities. But the one who invests in their health will have more stamina, more clarity, and more resilience. They'll make better decisions because they're sharper. They'll last longer because they have endurance. Over time, that advantage compounds. We live in a culture that glorifies burnout. People brag about how little they sleep, how many hours they work, and how much caffeine they drink just to survive the day. But that's not sustainable. Burnout doesn't make you rich, it makes you sick. And the medical bills that follow will cost you far more than the money you thought you were earning by grinding yourself into the ground. Instead of burning yourself out, focus on building yourself up. That means basic exercise, eating food that fuels you, and getting enough sleep to recover. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Start small, daily walk, a few push-ups, swapping soda for water, going to bed an hour earlier. These little changes won't turn you into a fitness influencer, but they will turn you into a more productive, energized version of yourself. When I started making health a priority, I noticed it immediately in my work. Suddenly I had more energy in meetings, more patience with clients, and more clarity when making decisions. Instead of dragging myself through the day, I started attacking it. And that extra edge made all the difference. Because success isn't just about what you do with your time, it's about how much energy you bring to the time you have. Energy is the true currency of success. You can have the best strategies in the world, but if you're too exhausted to execute them, they're useless. On the flip side, even average strategies can work if you've got the energy and enthusiasm to push them consistently. Another thing people don't talk about enough is mental health. Wealth isn't just physical. If your mind is cluttered with stress, anxiety, and negativity, you won't perform at your best no matter how much coffee you drink. Taking care of your mental health through reflection, rest, and sometimes even therapy or meditation is just as important as lifting weights or eating clean. The sharpest weapon you have is your mind, and keeping it clear and strong is the key to lasting success. One habit that has helped me tremendously is simply moving my body, especially on days I feel stuck. Even a 20-minute walk has a way of shaking off stress and waking me up again. It's not about becoming the strongest person in the room. It's about giving yourself the gift of energy. And the more often you give yourself that gift, the more consistently you'll be able to show up at your best. Here's something I've noticed. When you take care of your body, you also take care of your confidence. You feel more comfortable in your own skin. You carry yourself differently. And people respond to that. They see you as someone who respects themselves, and that respect carries over into how they see your work. Health isn't just private, it shows in how you present yourself to the world. Wealth without health is tragedy. How many stories have we heard of people working themselves to death, making fortunes, only to spend their later years too sick or broken to enjoy what they built? Don't let that be you. The point of success is freedom and enjoyment, but those things mean nothing if your health is gone. And again, let's keep it realistic. You don't need to spend hours in the gym every day or eat a perfect diet to see results. You just need to move more than you sit, eat more real food than junk food, and rest more than you scroll. That's it. These simple shifts add years to your life and life to your years. Health also teaches discipline, and discipline leaks into every area of life. When you train your body, you train your mind. The same mental toughness it takes to push through a workout translates to pushing through challenges in business. The same consistency it takes to eat well over time translates to consistency in your career. Health isn't separate from success, it's practice for it. Mental sharpness, emotional balance, physical energy, these are all forms of wealth that most people ignore until they lose them. Don't wait for a health scare to wake you up. Build good habits now. Choose to respect your body and your mind now. You'll thank yourself later, and so will everyone who depends on you. Another benefit of prioritizing health is resilience. Life will test you. Stress will pile up. Challenges will come. But a healthy body and mind handle stress differently. Instead of breaking, you bend. Instead of collapsing, you adjust. That resilience keeps you steady when others fall apart. I've also noticed that productivity doesn't just come from working harder, it comes from working smarter. And you can't work smarter if you're constantly tired, foggy, or burned out. Investing in your health clears the fog, boosts your energy, and makes you sharper. That means you can get more done in less time, leaving you both more successful and with more freedom to enjoy the life you're building. Health makes success sustainable. It ensures that the wealth you create can actually be enjoyed. It gives you the endurance to play the long game. Without health, you may sprint for a while, but you won't last the marathon. So don't look at exercise, sleep, or nutrition as chores. Look at them as wealth-building tools. Every workout is a deposit into your energy bank. Every healthy meal is an investment in your clarity. Every good night's sleep is compounding interest for your future productivity. In the same way, bad financial habits drain your bank account. Bad health habits drain your energy account. If you constantly overspend energy with no deposits, too little sleep, too much stress, poor eating, no movement, eventually you go bankrupt. And burnout is the body's version of foreclosure. You don't need to overhaul your entire life overnight. Start small. Trade one unhealthy meal for something better. Go for a short walk after dinner. Put your phone away 30 minutes before bed. These micro habits may seem insignificant, but they stack into major changes over time. The secret isn't perfection, it's consistency. Don't aim to be flawless. Aim to be better than yesterday. If you do that every day, you'll be amazed at how much your health and your success improves. Your health is the foundation for everything else. Build it strong, and it will support your career, your relationships, and your wealth. Neglect it, and everything else eventually crumbles. The choice is yours. Chase wealth at the expense of health and lose both, or prioritize health and let it fuel wealth naturally. Because at the end of the day, success isn't just about what you earn, it's about how fully you can live. And to live fully, you must protect your greatest asset, your health. Chapter 19, Invest in Yourself First. The best ROI. Books, courses, and personal growth. If you want to know where the greatest return on investment lies, look in the mirror. It's not in the stock market, it's not in real estate, and it's not in cryptocurrency, at least not at first. The best ROI you'll ever see is in yourself. Because when you sharpen your skills, your confidence, your presence, and your knowledge, those dividends pay you back for the rest of your life. People often make the mistake of thinking investment only means money. They chase financial opportunities without realizing the most valuable investment they can make is in personal growth. Money can be lost and regained, but the person you become, the skills you master, the way you carry yourself, the mindset you adopt, no one can take those from you. And here's the truth. You don't need to spend thousands on some overpriced sales guru course to grow. In fact, most of what you need is already free or low cost if you're willing to look for it. Books, podcasts, YouTube tutorials, free online resources, the world is overflowing with opportunities to learn. You don't need a $2,000 seminar to learn how to make a cold call. You can watch free role plays on YouTube. You don't need a $5,000 high-ticket course to learn basic sales psychology. It's in dozens of free blogs, podcasts, and even library books. When I was sharpening my speaking skills, I didn't pay some guru to unlock my voice. I went to Toastmasters, if you've never heard of it. Toastmasters is a global nonprofit organization where people gather to practice communication, public speaking, and leadership in a supportive, structured environment. You don't get lectured at, you actually stand up and practice. You get feedback, you learn from others, and you improve through repetition. And the cost? Practically nothing compared to what some people blow on online masterclasses. The lesson is this: you can grow without going broke. You can develop skills that will multiply your income without throwing money at every shiny course that pops up on your Instagram feed. The key is being hungry enough to look, curious enough to practice, and disciplined enough to apply. One of the greatest investments I've ever made in myself was reading books. For a few dollars or free from the library, you can access decades of wisdom from people who've already walked the path. A book is one of the highest ROI tools on earth. You pay a small price, and in return, you get lessons that might save you years of mistakes. Another overlooked investment: the way you present yourself. People say, don't judge a book by its cover, but in reality, everyone does. First impressions matter, and they stick. You never know when you're going to run into someone who could change your life, a potential mentor, a future client, a future partner. Do you want them to remember you as sloppy, unkempt, and careless, or as sharp, put together, and confident? That's why I believe looking good is part of investing in yourself. Get the haircut. Wear clean clothes. Take pride in your appearance, even if you're just going to the store. You're not doing it to impress strangers. You're doing it because how you look affects how you feel, and how you feel affects how you act. Walk into the world looking like you respect yourself, and people will treat you with more respect in return. I can tell you this from experience. When I show up clean, sharp, and confident, people listen differently. Doors open that don't open when you look like you just rolled out of bed. It's not about vanity, it's about professionalism and self-respect. Those little details are investments in your personal brand, and they pay back every time you meet someone new. Investing in yourself also means guarding your health, as we talked about in the last chapter. A sharp suit means nothing if you're too tired to hold a conversation or too stressed to focus. The haircut and the clean clothes matter, but so does the energy you bring into the room. That energy comes from how you take care of your body and mind. The beauty of self-investment is that it doesn't always cost much money. It often costs time, effort, and humility. It's free to sit in the back of a Toastmasters meeting and learn from others. It's free to hit YouTube and watch a master salesperson break down a pitch. It's free to listen to podcasts from experts while you drive. The opportunities are endless if you look for them. And here's something I've noticed. People who invest in themselves naturally attract more opportunities. They speak better, so people trust them more. They look sharper, so people respect them more. They think clearer, so people want to work with them. None of that happens by accident. It happens because they chose to invest in themselves while others wasted time. Self-investment isn't a one-time thing. It's a lifestyle. You don't arrive and stop growing. The second you think you've learned everything, you stop progressing. That's why I try to learn something new every single day. Even if it's small, it's a deposit into myself, and those deposits compound over time. Another point. Self-investment is the safest investment you'll ever make. Stocks crash. Businesses fail, markets shift, but the skills you've developed, the confidence you built, the knowledge you've absorbed, those are permanent. They go with you no matter what happens. Think about public speaking again. Once you've trained yourself to communicate clearly, that skill follows you everywhere. You'll use it in interviews, sales pitches, team meetings, negotiations, even casual conversations. That single investment multiplies across every area of your life. And the same goes for your appearance. If you train yourself to always show up sharp, it becomes a habit. That habit sets you apart in ways you may never fully measure. The opportunity you land because someone thought, "This person looks professional," may never be traced back to that haircut or that clean shirt. But make no mistake, it mattered. The truth is, most people underestimate themselves. They'll spend hundreds on entertainment, but won't spend $20 on a book that could change their mindset. They'll pay for endless subscriptions that numb them, but won't put a fraction of that time into a skill that could elevate them. That's the tragedy, not a lack of resources, but a lack of priorities. And let me say this. Investing in yourself isn't selfish. In fact, it's the opposite. When you grow, you're able to give more to others. When you sharpen your skills, you can provide more value to your clients, your company, your family. When you take care of your appearance and your health, you inspire others to do the same. Self-investment isn't about ego, it's about service. If you want to build wealth, start with yourself. Don't chase the next hot stock tip before you invested in your ability to earn and grow. Don't throw money at risky ventures before you've thrown energy into your own development. Because once you've invested in yourself, everything else multiplies. The haircut, The book, the free speaking event, the clean shirt, the extra hour of practice, these things look small in isolation. But together, they add up to a powerful force, a version of you that stands taller, speaks clearer, and earns more. And here's the secret most people don't realize. When you invest in yourself, you create opportunities you can't predict. The book you read today might give you the phrase that lands you a client tomorrow. The speech you practiced at Toastmasters might give you the confidence to seize a chance that changes your career. The sharp appearance you maintain might make someone see you as ready for the next level. These moments feel like luck, but they're not luck. They're the return on your investment in yourself. So don't wait. Don't tell yourself you'll start when you have more money, more time, or more energy. Start now. Buy the book. Show up to the meeting. Trim the beard. Put on the clean shirt. Learn the skill. Because every small investment in yourself is a step toward the wealth and success you're chasing. And the best part? Unlike the markets, unlike external investments, this one is guaranteed. You will always see a return on investing in yourself. So treat yourself like the most valuable asset you'll ever own because you are. Chapter 20. Know you're worth building self-confidence and never underselling yourself. There's a dangerous trap that too many people fall into. They let others decide their value. They have something valuable, their time, their skills, their product. But when someone pushes back, they fold. They drop their price, they compromise their standards, and they convince themselves they have no choice. But here's the truth. If you don't know your worth, no one else will either. I remember back in the day when I was selling at markets, hustling with a few products of my own, I met a man who taught me a lesson I've never forgotten. He wasn't a slick salesman, and he wasn't mass-producing cheap goods. He was a craftsman. He made tables by hand, real wooden tables, sturdy, beautiful, and the kind of thing you knew would last for years. You could tell just by looking at them that they took hours of work, cutting the wood, sanding it, staining it, piecing it together. These weren't quick projects. Each table was a labor of love. When he told me he sold them for around $200, I thought to myself, that's a perfect price. Fair for the hours of work, fair for the cost of the wood and stain, fair for the skill it took to make them. It wasn't overpriced, if anything, it was generous. But what happened next showed me the harsh reality of how people treat value when you don't stand firm. Customers would come up, admire the tables, ask questions about how long they took, nod at the quality, and then try to cut his legs out from under him. I'll give you 50. How about 60? These aren't worth 200. It didn't matter that the materials alone cost nearly that much, or that his craftsmanship made each table unique. They wanted to pay pennies for something priceless. And here's the part that hurt to watch. Sometimes he said yes. Sometimes, tired and worn down from rejection, he'd agree to sell a table for half or less of what it was worth. Imagine that. Hours of labor, expensive wood, careful staining, all let go, for scraps, just to make a sale. I couldn't keep quiet. One day I told him straight up, you've got to know your worth. You're not just selling wood. You're selling hours of your life. You're selling patience, skill, and care. If you don't value that, no one else will. I reminded him that every table represented not just a product, but a piece of himself. To sell it cheap wasn't just giving away wood, it was giving away his dignity. The next time I saw him, something had changed. He didn't drop his prices anymore. When someone tried to lowball him, he didn't argue or beg. He simply stood firm. He explained the process, the materials, the effort, and if they still wanted to walk away, he let them. At first, sales slowed down, but then something interesting happened. He found a new crowd, a new market, where people respected the craftsmanship. He started selling tables at his full asking price. No discounts, no desperate negotiations, full price. And he was happy. That lesson is universal. Whether you're selling tables, cars, packaging, or even your own time, the principle is the same. Never undersell yourself. Don't let people talk you into believing your work, your skill, or your effort is cheap. If you do, you'll resent the deal, and the other person won't even respect the favor you gave them. Lowballers rarely turn into loyal customers. They just move on to lowball the next person. Knowing your worth isn't arrogance, it's confidence. It's understanding the value you bring and refusing to compromise it just to please someone else. If you know the price is fair, if you know the service is valuable, then stand your ground. The right people will see it. The wrong ones will walk away. And that's fine because not every customer is your customer. Too many people let fear drive them into underselling. Fear of losing the sale, fear of rejection, fear of missing out. But what they don't realize is that underselling costs them more in the long run. You train people to treat you like a discount store. You teach them to wait you out because you'll fold under pressure. That's not business. That's desperation. The tables at that market taught me something that applies everywhere. The value isn't just in the product. It's in the story, the effort, and the confidence of the seller. That's why I could look at those tables and see $200 as fair, while someone else looked at them and thought $50 was fine. The difference was in perception, and perception is shaped by how firmly you stand in your worth. I've seen this in sales over and over. Customers will push back on price, not always because they can't afford it, but because they want to see if you believe in your own value. If you fold instantly, they know you don't. If you hold steady, they often come around. Price is as much about confidence as it is about numbers. This is why knowing your worth isn't just about money, it's about mindset. If you don't respect yourself, no one else will. If you show up looking sloppy, speaking timidly, or acting desperate, people sense it. But if you walk in sharp, steady, and confident, they sense that too. People respond to what you project. The same way that craftsmen learn to value his tables, you must learn to value yourself. Your skills, your time, your energy, these are precious resources. Don't throw them away for scraps just because someone else doesn't see their worth. And here's the kicker. When you finally stand your ground, you'll attract a better crowd. The man who made those tables found a different market where his full price was respected. The same is true in every business. When you stop chasing cheap customers, you make room for the right ones. The ones who respect your craft, your effort, and your price. Underselling yourself doesn't just cost money, it costs confidence. Every time you say yes to less than your worth, a part of you believes that's all you deserve. Do it long enough, and you start to live down to that level. But when you stand firm, you build self-respect, and that self-respect compounds. Confidence is contagious. The moment you believe in your worth, others do too. That's why the craftsman sells full price now. He didn't change his product. He changed his confidence. He decided his tables were worth it, and because he believed, others believed too. Your life works the same way. You don't need to change everything about who you are. You just need to believe in the value of what you already bring. This doesn't mean being stubborn for the sake of ego. It means knowing the real worth of your work, your skills, and your time, and refusing to settle for less. When you know your worth, rejection doesn't scare you. You don't panic when someone says no. You don't crumble under pressure, because you understand that every no gets you closer to the right yes. And that's the ultimate power of knowing your worth. It frees you. You stop begging. You stop chasing. You stop doubting. You stand tall, deliver your value, and let the right opportunities come. The man at the market taught me that standing firm can change everything. One season, he was selling tables for scraps. The next, he was selling them full price and smiling while he did it. Nothing changed about the tables. Everything changed about him. That's what happens when you stop letting others decide your value. You claim it for yourself. So ask yourself, are you selling your tables for $50 when they're worth $200? Are you underselling your skills, your time, your effort? If so, it's time to stop. It's time to know your worth, stand your ground, and attract the respect and wealth you deserve. Because in the end, your worth is not what people are willing to pay when you're desperate. Your worth is what you decide it is and what you refuse to compromise on. And once you know it and stand by it, everything changes. Chapter 21. Sell yourself. Even if you're not in sales. Communicate your value and build confidence. One of the greatest lessons I ever learned didn't come from a seminar, a book, or a high-priced coach. It came from watching my dad. He worked in corrugated sales business, where most people think it's just about boxes, measurements, and price points. But my dad showed me that the real heart of sales isn't the product at all. The real product is you. Long before someone buys the box, they buy the person who's offering it. He told me more than once, "Son, before people like what you're selling, they need to like you." At first, I thought it sounded too simple. Surely success had to be more complicated than that. But over time, I realized just how deep that lesson really was. It didn't matter how strong the corrugated board was, what the flute size was, or what price you quoted if the person across the table didn't trust you, didn't connect with you, or didn't see you as someone they wanted to do business with. The deal was already lost. That principle has shaped how I approach almost everything. Because here's the truth. We're all in sales, whether we realize it or not. Maybe you're not selling boxes or cars or packaging, but you're still selling yourself every day. You're selling yourself when you walk into a job interview. You're selling yourself when you're pitching an idea to your boss. You're selling yourself when you're trying to build a friendship, a partnership, or even a relationship. Every time you interact with someone, you're giving them a reason to either buy into you or walk away. The first sale you ever make is yourself. And if people aren't buying you, they're not buying anything else you have to offer. That's why confidence, communication, and presence matter so much. People want to feel something when they talk to you. They want to feel trust, warmth, strength, and energy. They want to walk away thinking, that's someone I'd do business with. That's someone I'd listen to again. That's someone I want in my corner. I think about watching my dad sit with customers. He never just talked about the boxes. He talked about life, family, sports, whatever mattered to the customer. He made them feel comfortable first. He made them laugh. He made them like him. By the time they got around to talking about the order, the customer wasn't buying corrugated sheets. They were buying my dad. The box was just the vehicle. The real transaction was trust. That lesson carries over to everyone reading this. Even if you're not in sales, you're still selling yourself. When you walk into a room, you're selling your confidence. When you present an idea, you're selling your conviction. When you're in front of your kids, you're selling them on the kind of example they should follow. Every day is a pitch, and the pitch is you. The mistake too many people make is thinking that selling yourself means bragging, faking, or pretending. It's not about putting on a mask. It's about showing the best, most confident version of who you already are. It's about taking pride in your presence, the way you talk, the way you listen, the way you carry yourself. Because whether you realize it or not, people are making decisions about you all the time. They're deciding whether to listen, whether to trust, whether to invest. This is why appearance matters too. Just like we talked about in the last chapter on investing in yourself, a clean shirt, a fresh haircut, a professional presence. It may seem small, but those small details are part of the pitch. When you look sharp, you're silently telling people, I take myself seriously, and I'll take you seriously too. That's selling yourself before you ever say a word. But selling yourself isn't just about how you look. It's about how you make people feel. If you leave people feeling drained, negative, or unimportant, you've undersold yourself. If you leave people feeling energized, respected, and inspired, you've over-delivered. People rarely remember every word you say, but they always remember how you made them feel. That's why my dad could walk out of meetings with customers who felt like they'd just spoken with a friend instead of a salesman, and that's why they bought. The deeper lesson here is confidence. Confidence doesn't mean being loud or arrogant. It means believing in your value so strongly that others can't help but believe too. If you're unsure of yourself, people feel it. If you're steady, they feel that too. The energy you carry into a room is part of the sale. I learned early on that people will often test you, not because they want to reject you, but because they want to see if you believe in yourself. If you crumble under doubt, they walk away. If you stand steady, they start to believe in you. That's why selling yourself is so much about inner conviction. People sense it. They buy confidence. Another part of selling yourself is communication. And this is where practice matters. My dad wasn't born a smooth talker. He got better over time by doing it again and again. I took that same approach when I joined Toastmasters. Standing up in front of a group, practicing speeches, getting feedback, it wasn't about selling a product. It was about learning to sell me. That skill translated directly into sales calls, pitches, and presentations. And it's free or cheap to practice. Just like I said before, you don't need to spend thousands to learn how to speak well. You just need to show up and practice. Selling yourself also means showing people your consistency. Anyone can put on a good first impression once, but the real trust is built when people see that you are the same person day after day. You follow up when you say you will. You show up prepared. You listen more than you talk. That consistency sells louder than any fancy pitch. The truth is, people want to work with people they like, trust, and believe in. If you don't focus on selling yourself first, no product or service you bring to the table will matter. That's why I often tell new salespeople, stop obsessing over the script, the product sheet, or the competitor's pricing. Start obsessing over yourself, your energy, your listening skills, your presence. Get that right, and the rest flows naturally. But let's zoom out even more. Selling yourself isn't just about business. It's about life. Think about a job interview. Everyone in that room has similar qualifications. The difference maker isn't the resume, it's the person. The way you shake hands, the way you look them in the eye, the way you speak with confidence and humility, that's what gets remembered. The same goes for relationships. You're not selling a product, but you're selling trust, respect, and connection. You're saying, this is who I am, and this is why I'm worth having in your life. That's still sales, and it just looks different. If you don't sell yourself, someone else will sell themselves in your place. And that's how opportunities get lost. The person who wins isn't always the smartest or the most experienced. It's often the one who communicates their value with the most confidence. That's why my dad's lesson is timeless. People buy people first. Products second. If they don't buy you, they'll never buy what you're offering. So how do you sell yourself? Start by believing you're worth buying. Then show up looking sharp, speaking with clarity, listening with respect, and carrying yourself with confidence. Combine that with consistency, and you become someone people want to say yes to. Because at the end of the day, you are always the first product on the table. And if you sell yourself well, everything else becomes easier. Chapter 22. Speak up, listen well. Effective speaking skills and the art of active listening. When I think about the people who've shaped how I sell, one name that comes up again and again is my friend Cecil. Funny thing is, I didn't meet Cecil through work or business. I met him at a car meet one night, just two guys talking about cars. He mentioned he was looking for a job, and I told him he should come into car sales with me. Before long, he was on the floor right beside me, and I realized quickly that I wasn't just helping him, I was learning from him too. Cecil had something you can't teach: presence. When he walked into a room or stood next to a customer, people noticed. He wasn't loud or pushy, but he carried himself in a way that made people feel calm and respected. Customers instantly felt like they could trust him. It was the kind of natural charisma you don't see every day, and I watched in awe as he used it to build connections. But what stood out to me most wasn't his presence, it was his patience. Cecil had a way of listening that I had never seen before. Most salespeople get nervous with silence. They want to fill every gap with chatter, to push the conversation forward, to make sure the customer doesn't lose interest. Cecil was the opposite. He could sit with a customer for 30 or 40 minutes, saying almost nothing, just listening with full attention. He didn't interrupt. He didn't rush. He didn't jump in with a hard sell. He listened. And because he listened, people opened up to him in ways they didn't with others. Every now and then he would nod or give a simple "I understand" or "that makes sense," just enough to let them know he was still with them. And because he was so tuned in, customers felt heard, truly heard, which is rare in sales and rare in life. That's why they trusted him. That's why they bought from him. People don't buy from the one who talks the most. They buy from the one who listens the best. From Cecil, I learned the power of active listening. It's not about waiting for your turn to talk. It's about giving someone your full attention and making them feel like they matter. In a world full of distractions and people shouting for attention, genuine listening feels like a gift. And when people feel that gift, they give back with trust and loyalty. But there was another side to Cecil that impressed me just as much. For all his patience and calmness, he wasn't a pushover. He wasn't afraid to speak up when something wasn't right. If he disagreed with something, he said it. If he didn't like the way a deal was being handled, he spoke up. If he thought a manager's approach wasn't fair, he voiced it. He didn't do it rudely, but he did it clearly and firmly. And what amazed me was that it always worked in his favor. See, most people either talk too much without listening, or they listen so much that they never speak up. Cecil mastered both sides. He knew when to stay quiet, and he knew when to stand tall and make his voice heard. That balance is rare and powerful. Because when people know how you feel, when they hear you speak your truth, it changes the dynamic. It builds respect. Even if they don't agree, they respect you for being honest. Watching Cecil taught me that speaking up isn't about arguing or trying to win. It's about clarity. People can't read your mind. If you disagree but stay silent, resentment builds and opportunities die. If you speak up with honesty and confidence, you create space for better understanding, better deals, and better relationships. Silence builds comfort, but speaking up builds clarity. Together, they create trust. I can't tell you how many times I've seen deals collapse because the salesperson didn't listen, they just pushed their own agenda. On the other hand, I've seen deals collapse because someone stayed silent when they should have spoken up. Cecil showed me the art of balancing both. Listen long enough to understand, then speak up with clarity and conviction when it matters. That skill goes far beyond sales. It's leadership, it's communication, it's life. Think about your relationships, your career, your friendships. How many arguments or misunderstandings come from people not listening? How many opportunities are missed because people stay quiet about what they really want? Listening builds connection. Speaking up builds direction. You need both. And here's the truth. Most people think communication is about talking. It's not. Communication is about connection. And the best way to connect is to listen first, then speak with purpose. Cecil's way of sitting for 30 minutes without rushing taught me that silence isn't weakness, it's strength. And when he finally did speak, his words carried weight. Because people knew he wasn't just talking to talk. He had listened, processed, and now he was adding real value. From that, I learned a lesson I carry into every conversation. Don't just be eager to talk, be eager to understand. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Wait for the right moment to add something meaningful. And when it's time to speak up, don't shrink back out of fear of conflict or rejection. Say what needs to be said. People will respect you for it. Cecil wasn't flashy. He didn't play games. He didn't try to be someone he wasn't. He simply listened with full presence. And when it was time to speak, he spoke honestly. That combination made him one of the best salespeople I've ever seen. And it wasn't because he had the best script or the deepest product knowledge. It was because he mastered the most important skill of all, making people feel heard, and then making himself heard when it mattered. That's the art of selling yourself and your ideas. It's not about dominating the room with endless talking. It's about knowing when to be quiet and when to use your voice. Too much talking without listening, and people tune you out. Too much silence without speaking up, and people overlook you. The balance is everything. And here's the beauty of it. This isn't just for salespeople. Anyone can use this. In meetings at work, in conversations at home, in negotiations, in friendships. The person who listens well and then speaks up with honesty will always win more trust than the one who tries to bulldoze their way through. I'm grateful I met Cecil at that car meet all those years ago. I thought I was bringing him into sales, but really, he was teaching me lessons that shaped my career and my life. He showed me that the quietest moments can be the most powerful, and that the strongest voices are the ones that speak with conviction, not volume. So remember this. Speak up, but only after you've truly listened. Listen not just to respond, but to understand. And when it's time to share your perspective, do it with confidence and honesty. That balance is what makes you effective, respected, and trusted in every area of life. Because communication isn't just about words, it's about presence. And if you can master listening well and speaking up, you'll always have both presence and power. Chapter 23. Your network is your net worth. Networking strategically to open doors of opportunity. I used to underestimate the power of social media. To me, it felt like something people use for selfies, memes, and wasting time. But over time, I realized that it wasn't just about likes and follows. It was a tool, a bridge, a platform that, if used with intention, could open doors I didn't even know existed. Social media helped me in ways I couldn't have predicted. It connected me with people, opportunities, and ideas that would have been impossible to reach otherwise. That's when I learned, in today's world, your network really is your net worth. When you're building a business, it's tempting to just post the basics. Come on down, check this out, buy this now. But that's not enough. That's not what people want to see, and if you're honest, it's not even what you would want to see scrolling through your feed. If you want people to notice, you've got to create something you'd actually be proud of. Show the behind the scenes, share the story, make it creative, make it human. Because when you create content you're proud of, people feel that authenticity. And here's the key. You don't have to be the next influencer with millions of followers to make social media work for you. You don't need sponsorships, blue check marks, or viral videos. All you need is consistency and presence. Post your journey, share your goals, talk about what you're working on. People can't support what they don't know about, and they can't connect with opportunities they don't even realize you're chasing. I started noticing this firsthand. The moment I began sharing more about what I was doing, doors started opening. A post here, a small update there, and suddenly I'd have people reaching out, some I hadn't talked to in years, offering connections, advice, or introductions. That's when I realized networking doesn't always happen in boardrooms or conferences. Sometimes it happens quietly in your feed when someone sees your consistency and decides to reach out. Networking isn't about asking for help every time you post. It's about making your presence known. It's about letting people see what you're building so they can connect the dots in their own minds. Maybe you don't need help from an electrician, but someone in your circle does, and because you've built trust and shown up online, you're the one they turn to. That's value. That's leverage. That's the invisible wealth a network creates. The truth is, people like to help people they know, and people only know what you show them. If you keep your dreams, your business, and your progress a secret, you're robbing yourself of the connections that could push you forward. Your network can't help if they don't even know what you're trying to achieve. And that's why I tell people, build your presence, even if it's small. Post your wins, share your lessons, celebrate your milestones. It's not about bragging, it's about letting people in. When you do, your circle starts to expand. Someone knows someone who knows someone, and suddenly a door you thought was locked swings wide open. Networking is less about numbers and more about quality. 10 loyal connections who believe in you are worth more than 1,000 passive followers who scroll past without caring. What matters is building genuine relationships where people respect you, trust you, and remember you when opportunities come up. And here's the thing. Social media is just one tool. Networking also happens in person, at events, at markets, at car meets, like where I met Cecil, even in casual conversations. The key is the same. Show up, be yourself, and make your presence known. People can't connect with someone they never see. Another truth. Networking works both ways. It's not just about what others can do for you. It's about what you can do for them. When you connect two people who can help each other, when you share a resource, when you give without expecting, that's when your network becomes powerful. Because people remember who helped them, and when it's your turn, they'll return the favor tenfold. The strongest networks aren't built on selfishness. They're built on generosity. And the more value you give into your network, the more value you'll receive back. But don't get it twisted. Networking isn't instant. Just like building wealth, it compounds over time. You may not see the payoff immediately, but if you consistently nurture your connections, show up online, and provide value, the return will come. Your network is your safety net. When life throws curveballs, when opportunities come out of nowhere, when doors open unexpectedly, it's your network that often decides whether you can catch them or not. And the stronger your net, the more opportunities you'll be able to hold on to. I used to think success was all about how hard I worked alone. And yes, personal effort matters. But the truth is, no one succeeds entirely by themselves. Everyone has doors opened by others' introductions, opportunities, referrals, encouragement. The people around you are part of your wealth, whether you realize it or not. That's why I started to take networking seriously. Not in a fake way, not in a use people for connections way, but in a genuine, I'm building something and I want to connect with people who are building too way. That mindset shifted everything. Networking also builds accountability. When you put your goals out there, when you share your journey, people start watching. And when people are watching, you push yourself harder. You don't want to quit publicly. You don't want to let your circle down. That pressure turns into momentum. I'll never forget the first time someone I barely knew reached out and said, "Hey, I saw your post about what you're doing. I know someone who can help." That moment hit me. I realized that without that post, without making my presence known, that opportunity would have passed me by. That's the unseen magic of networking. Another powerful part of networking is that it builds reputation. When people consistently see you showing up, talking about your goals, and delivering value, they begin to trust you without even meeting you in person. Your network spreads your reputation like wildfire, and a good reputation creates opportunities money can't buy. And here's something else. Networking makes success more fun. What's the point of reaching your goals if you have no one to celebrate with, no one to share the journey with, no one to lean on during setbacks? A strong network isn't just valuable for business. It makes the journey richer, fuller, and more human. If you take one lesson from this chapter, let it be this. Don't hide what you're building. Put it out there. Be proud of it. Share it in a way that feels authentic. Don't worry about looking like an influencer. Worry about being real, being consistent, and being visible. Because at the end of the day, your network is more than just people you know. It's the ecosystem that supports your growth. And the stronger that ecosystem, the faster and further you'll go. So post that project. Share that goal. Reach out to that old connection. Show up to that event. Speak up online. You never know which small action will open the biggest door. Your network truly is your net worth. Protect it, nurture it, and grow it because the wealth it brings goes far beyond money. It brings opportunities, friendships, knowledge, and possibilities that can change your entire life. Chapter 24. Find mentors, not heroes. Seeking guidance and learning from those who succeeded. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned in business and in life is this. Most successful people are willing to share their story if you just ask. We put them on pedestals sometimes, thinking they're too busy, too important, or too untouchable to talk to us. But the truth is, a surprising majority of business owners, entrepreneurs, and leaders will open up if you approach them with genuine curiosity and respect. They're not looking for fans. They're often looking for someone who actually listens, someone hungry to learn. That's why I say, don't chase heroes, find mentors. Heroes are the people you admire from afar. You watch their highlight reels, read their success stories, and think they're perfect. Mentors are the people who actually sit down with you, share their scars, their mistakes, their wins, and their lessons. Heroes inspire you from a distance. Mentors guide you up close. And if you want to build something real, mentors matter more than heroes. A perfect example of this is my friend Gio. Today, Gio runs the Garage Fitness, a gym that has grown into a solid business with an amazing facility. But when you look at it now, you might miss how it started. Because the Garage Fitness wasn't always a big professional gym. It literally started in his garage. Gio trained a few friends there, building a small community with whatever equipment he had. There were no flashy lights, no big membership drives, no corporate sponsors, just a garage of vision and a lot of sweat. Over time, that small garage gym grew. Word spread. People liked the atmosphere, the training, and the authenticity. Eventually, Gio made the leap. He got an actual business location. And that leap wasn't easy. It came with risks, bills, and a whole new level of responsibility. But he pushed through, and recently, he expanded into something even bigger. Now, the garage. Fitness isn't just a garage dream, it's a real gym, a nice-sized facility that looks professional and polished. What inspires me most about Gio isn't just the growth of his gym, it's the way he tells his story. When I talk to him, he doesn't sugarcoat it. He doesn't say, "Oh, this was easy," or "It just happened overnight." He talks about the wins and the losses. He shares the times when it felt like things were falling apart, when the risks weighed heavy, when the sacrifices stung. And he shares the victories too, the pride of opening the doors, the joy of expanding, the satisfaction of seeing his vision come to life. That honesty is what makes him a mentor. Because here's the truth. Heroes give you highlight reels. Mentors give you the behind the scenes. Heroes make it look perfect. Mentors make it real. And it's the realness that teaches you the most. That's why I recommend finding people like Gio and learning from them. They don't have to be in your exact industry. You don't have to sell fitness to learn from someone who built a gym. Success principles translate across industries. The grit, the patience, the willingness to take risks, the ability to bounce back from failure. Those lessons apply whether you're selling packaging, cars, or coffee. If you want to understand what it actually takes, spend time with people who've done it. Don't just read about them. Don't just watch them from afar. Ask them. Sit down for coffee. Shadow them for a day. Offer to help around their business in exchange for learning. That kind of exposure teaches you more in one day than months of guessing on your own. I've done this myself. I've asked business owners, "How did you get started?" And you'd be surprised how open they are. They light up when someone takes interest in their story. They'll share the struggles, the near failures, the breakthroughs. They'll tell you what they wish they'd known when they started. That kind of wisdom is priceless, and it doesn't cost you anything but humility and curiosity. The humility part is important. Too many people are afraid to admit they don't know everything. They think asking questions makes them look weak. In reality, asking questions makes you strong. It shows you're willing to learn. It shows you're serious about growth, and people respect that. The other side of mentorship is that it gives you perspective. When you hear from someone like Gio, you realize success isn't magic. It's a series of small steps, mistakes, corrections, and perseverance. That perspective keeps you grounded. It reminds you that if you're struggling now, that doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're on the same path every successful person has walked. And mentors give you something heroes can't: accountability. When you look up to a hero, they don't even know your name. But when you have a mentor, they look you in the eye and ask, "What are you working on? Did you follow through? Are you serious?" That accountability pushes you harder than admiration ever could. Sometimes, mentorship doesn't even mean formal meetings. Sometimes it just means surrounding yourself with the right friends. Having people like Geo in my circle keeps me inspired. Even just casual conversations about what he's building push me to think bigger, work harder, and stay persistent. That's the hidden value of mentors. Just being around them changes the way you see yourself. But here's the key. Mentors won't always come find you. You've got to seek them out. You've got to ask questions, show up, and be willing to learn. They're not looking for perfect students. They're looking for people with heart, humility, and hunger. If you bring that, they'll pour into you more than you expect. And let's be clear, mentors aren't replacements for your own effort. They can guide you, inspire you, and correct you, but you still have to do the work. Don't idolize them. Don't expect them to carry you. Heroes give you fantasies. Mentors give you direction. And you're the one who has to walk the path. I'll always remember Geo's story because it's proof that small beginnings don't mean small futures. A garage gym became a thriving business. A vision became reality. And his willingness to share that journey with honesty makes him more valuable than any motivational poster or viral video. So here's my advice. Stop chasing heroes who make everything look easy. Start looking for mentors who make everything look real. Talk to them. Listen to them. Learn from them. Spend time where they are. Ask the questions that matter, and then apply what you learn. Because the wealth of knowledge sitting in your community, among your friends, and in the businesses around you is greater than anything you'll find in a highlight reel. And the best part? It's available if you just ask. Mentors are everywhere. Sometimes they're your friends. Sometimes they're strangers you meet at a local shop. Sometimes they're people you already admire but have never approached. The opportunity is there, but you have to take the step to connect. Don't make the mistake of idolizing from a distance. Heroes inspire from afar, but mentors guide up close. And if you're serious about building success, you need guidance more than you need inspiration. So look around. Who in your life has built something you respect? Who has walked a path that inspires you? Ask them about it. Spend time with them. Learn from them. Because in the end, you don't need a hero, you need a mentor. And when you find the right ones, your growth will multiply faster than you ever imagined. Chapter 25. Build your personal brand, creating a reputation that opens new opportunities. When people hear the phrase personal brand, they often roll their eyes. They think it means logos, business cards, or Instagram filters. But your personal brand is much bigger than that. It's your reputation. It's the feeling people get when they think of you. It's how you show up online and in person every single day. Whether you realize it or not, you already have a brand. The question is whether you're building it intentionally or letting it build itself by accident. Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. It's the words they use to describe you, the stories they tell about you, and the impression you left behind. And here's the truth. Opportunities flow to people with strong brands. Jobs, partnerships, deals, referrals. They don't always go to the best person on paper. They go to the person with the clearest, strongest, most respected brand. I started to realize this myself when I became more intentional about the way I showed up. When I posted online, I made sure it wasn't just filler content like "come on down" or "buy this now." I wanted to create things I was proud of. I wanted my social presence to reflect the person I was becoming, not just the product I was pushing. And the shift was powerful. Suddenly, people saw me not just as a salesman, but as someone with ideas, with value, with a story worth listening to. That's the power of personal brand. It elevates you beyond your job title. The mistake too many people make is thinking their brand starts with their business. It doesn't. It starts with you. Before people trust your product, they have to trust the person behind it. Before they believe in your service, they have to believe in you. That's why building a personal brand isn't optional anymore. It's essential. Think about it. We live in a connected world. People Google you before they meet you. They check your social media before they return your call. They look at how you carry yourself before they decide if they want to listen. That's why every choice you make, how you dress, how you speak, what you post, how you treat others is part of your brand. You're marketing yourself all the time, whether you realize it or not. Building your personal brand doesn't mean creating a fake version of yourself. In fact, the strongest brands are rooted in authenticity. It's about highlighting your best qualities consistently. It's about aligning your actions with your values. It's about making sure people can recognize what you stand for without you even having to explain it. When I think about some of the people I admire most in sales and business, their strength isn't just in what they sell, it's in who they are. They're dependable. They're sharp. They're consistent. That's their brand. You know what you're getting when you work with them. And that clarity makes opportunities flow toward them naturally. Your personal brand should make people confident in you before they even talk to you. If your brand says sloppy, late, inconsistent, that's the impression people will carry into every interaction. But if your brand says sharp, professional, consistent, people will come into the conversation already leaning toward yes. A huge part of your personal brand is your appearance. I've said it before. Get the haircut, wear clean clothes, present yourself like you care. Even if you're just going to the store, you never know who you'll run into. That small investment builds your brand brick by brick. You're saying without words, I take myself seriously, and I'll take you seriously too. Another big part of your brand is your online presence. What do your posts say about you? Are they scattered, negative, or desperate? Or are they thoughtful, intentional, and consistent with the person you want to become? Your online presence is often the first impression people have of you, and first impressions stick. Make yours count. But the strongest brands aren't just about how you look or what you post. They're about how you make people feel. Do you make people feel respected? Do you make them feel heard? Do you make them feel confident in working with you? The emotional residue you leave behind is one of the most powerful parts of your brand. Think back to my friend Gio and the Garage Fitness. Part of the reason his gym grew is because his brand was clear. Hard work, authenticity, and growth. People didn't just join his gym for the weights. They joined because his story inspired them, and his presence motivated them. That's brand in action. Here's another truth. If you don't build your personal brand, people will build it for you. And that's dangerous. They'll take their assumptions, their guesses, and their impressions, and they'll create a version of you that might not be accurate. The only way to control the narrative is to take ownership of your brand. Building your brand doesn't mean being perfect. It means being consistent. Consistent in how you show up. Consistent in how you treat people. Consistent in the message you put into the world. Consistency builds trust, and trust builds opportunity. Your personal brand also follows you everywhere. Change industries, change jobs, move to another city, your brand goes with you. If you've built a reputation for being reliable and trustworthy, that reputation will open doors no matter where you are. But if you've built a reputation for being lazy or untrustworthy, that follows you too. That's why your brand is one of your greatest assets. It's not tied to a single job, product, or business. It's tied to you. And because of that, it compounds across your entire life. Another powerful part of building your brand is storytelling. People connect to stories more than facts. Share where you came from, what you've overcome, what you're building. Don't just say, I sell packaging. Say, I help businesses save money and grow by rethinking the way they handle packaging. See the difference? One is a job. The other is a story that builds a brand. The mistake a lot of people make is hiding. They're afraid to share. They're worried about judgment. But hiding doesn't protect you, it limits you. Every post you don't make, every introduction you don't try, every story you don't share is a missed opportunity for your brand to grow. Don't forget, your brand isn't just about business. It's also about who you are as a person. Are you kind? Are you respectful? Do you follow through on your word? Those traits are part of your brand just as much as your job title. People remember character long after they forget numbers. One of the simplest ways to think about your brand is this. If someone had to introduce you in one sentence, what would they say? Would they say, he's sharp, reliable, and always delivers? Or would they say, he's nice, but you can't always count on him? That sentence is your brand in the real world. That's why I believe personal brand is one of the most important investments you can make. Unlike products, which fade, or businesses, which may change, your brand sticks. It's the through line of your entire career. So build it with care. Build it with consistency. Build it with authenticity. Show up in ways that you'd be proud to have remembered. Because people will remember, and those memories will either open doors or close them. At the end of the day, opportunities don't always go to the most qualified person. They often go to the person with the strongest brand. So ask yourself, what's your brand right now, and is it the one you want? If not, today's the day to start building it. Because your brand isn't just what you do. Your brand is who you are and how the world experiences you. And the stronger that is, the more doors will open. Chapter 26. Negotiate win-wins, developing negotiation. Skills for raises, deals, and agreements. Negotiation is one of the most important skills you can ever learn, yet it's one of the least taught. Too many people think of negotiation as a fight, a tug of war, where one side wins and the other side loses. But that mindset misses the point. The best negotiations are not about beating the other person. They're about creating agreements where both sides walk away feeling like they won. That's the art of the win-win. A win-win negotiation isn't about weakness. It's about strength. It's about knowing your value, understanding the other side's needs, and finding the overlap. When you can do that, you don't just get one deal, you build a relationship. And relationships bring repeat opportunities. That's why the best negotiators aren't sharks, they're bridge builders. One of the first rules of negotiation is this: never walk in blind. Preparation is everything. If you want to raise, know exactly what you've contributed. Have the numbers, the results, the wins. If you're making a deal, know the market, know your competition, and know the value you bring. The one who's prepared walks in with confidence, and confidence changes the entire tone of the negotiation. Another rule: listen more than you talk. Too many people think negotiating means flooding the room with words, convincing the other side by force. But the smartest negotiators know that the person who listens the most learns the most. Ask questions. Let them talk. Understand what they really want. Sometimes the thing they want most costs you nothing to give, and in return you gain everything you ask for. That's the power of listening in negotiation. Patience is another weapon. If you rush, you lose leverage. If you stay calm, even when the other side pushes, you control the pace. Patience signals confidence. It shows you're not desperate. And desperation is the death of good negotiation. The one who looks like they need the deal the most usually loses the most. Negotiating a raise. Don't just demand more money. Frame it as a partnership. Show how your growth benefits the company. Position the raise not as a cost to them, but as an investment in you that brings a return. The better you can connect your success to their success, the more likely you'll land the win-win. Negotiating a deal. Don't just throw out numbers. Ask what matters most to them. Is it price, speed, service, reliability? Once you know, you can tailor your offer to hit their priorities while still protecting your margin. Win-win means finding the sweet spot where their needs are met and your value is respected. Negotiation also requires boundaries. A win-win doesn't mean giving away the farm. It doesn't mean lowering your price until you resent the deal. It means being fair, firm, and creative enough to find middle ground without selling yourself short. Know your walkaway point. If the deal crosses that line, let it go. Sometimes the best negotiation is no deal at all. Confidence in negotiation comes from clarity. If you know your worth, you don't get rattled when someone lowballs you. You don't crumble when they push back. You calmly explain the value, you stand your ground, and you let them decide if they want it or not. People respect that steadiness. Often they'll come back because they can see you won't fold under pressure. Another powerful principle: never make it about ego. Too many negotiations collapse because someone needed to win just to feed their pride. The smartest negotiators remove ego from the table. They don't care about being right. They care about making the deal work. They care about long-term results, not short-term victories. Think about it. If you crush someone in a negotiation, sure, you might win the moment. But will they ever want to work with you again? Probably not. If you build a deal where they feel good, where they feel respected, where they walk away saying, "That was fair, they'll be back," and repeat, business is always more valuable than one-time wins. Negotiation is also about creativity. Sometimes the answer isn't in the middle of the numbers, but outside of them. Maybe you can add value in another way: service, terms, timing, bonuses that satisfies them without costing you much. Creative negotiators find solutions that others miss. And don't underestimate tone. A calm, steady voice can do more than the best argument. People mirror energy. If you stay professional, confident, and respectful, you invite them to do the same. If you get loud, desperate, or defensive, the deal spirals. Negotiation is as much emotional as it is logical. Body language plays its role too. Eye contact, posture, even the way you shake hands, they all send signals. Look confident, and you'll be treated as confident. Look nervous, and you'll be treated as weak. You're selling yourself in every moment of the negotiation. Here's the truth. Negotiation is life. Every day you're negotiating. With your boss, with your customers, with your family, even with yourself. The better you get at it, the smoother your life becomes. And the best negotiations always create win-wins, because those are the ones that last. Win-lose deals are fragile. One side feels cheated, and resentment builds. But win-win deals are solid. Both sides feel invested, and the relationship strengthens. That's the kind of deal you want. That's the kind of deal that creates momentum. So how do you practice? Start small. Negotiate politely at the store. Negotiate a schedule with a friend. Negotiate time with yourself. Discipline over distraction. Every negotiation you practice builds your skill, and those skills compound. Remember this. Negotiation isn't about tricks. It's not about manipulation. It's about clarity, confidence, and creativity. It's about finding solutions that respect both sides. And the better you get at it, the more doors open. Raises, promotions, deals, opportunities, they all flow through the same skill, knowing how to negotiate. So never be afraid to ask. Never be afraid to stand firm. Never be afraid to explore the middle ground, because the future belongs to the ones who can communicate value, listen deeply, and create outcomes where everyone wins. That's negotiation at its best. That's how you build not just a deal, but a reputation. And reputation, as we know, is worth more than money. So build yours wisely. Chapter 27. Give value first. Helping others and creating value without expecting immediate returns. One of the biggest shifts in mindset that separates the successful from the average is this. Successful people give value first. They don't wait until someone pays them. They don't demand something up front before they offer anything of worth. They lead with value. They plant seeds. And then they trust the process, knowing that in the long run, those seeds always grow into something far bigger than they could have forced in the short term. When you approach the world with the attitude of, what can I give, instead of, what can I get, everything changes. People feel the difference. They sense when you're showing up with genuine care versus when you're only showing up to take. And the truth is, people want to help and work with the ones who help them first. Giving value doesn't mean giving away your whole life or letting people walk all over you. It means showing up with something useful, thoughtful, or encouraging that improves someone else's life, even in a small way. Sometimes that's knowledge. Sometimes it's a connection. Sometimes it's a resource. Sometimes it's just your full attention and encouragement. But whatever form it takes, it proves one thing. You're not just here to take. You're here to give. Most people make the mistake of chasing short-term wins. They want the sale today, the favor today, the payoff today. But the people who win in the long run are the ones who are willing to build relationships instead of transactions. And relationships are built on trust, not on constant asking. Think about it. Who are you more likely to help, the person who only calls when they need something, or the person who has consistently shown up to support you without asking for anything in return? That's the power of giving value first. It builds goodwill that money can't buy. The ironic part is that when you stop obsessing over what you're getting, you actually end up getting more. Because value is magnetic. When you give it freely, people are drawn to you. They remember you. They want to return the favor. It's human nature. We want to balance the scales with those who give to us. In business, this might look like offering insights to a client before they buy. Instead of saying, here's the price, take it or leave it, you could say, here's one idea that could save you money on your current setup. You didn't get paid yet, but you gave value. And that act makes them far more likely to come back and work with you, because they've already experienced your worth. In life, giving value might look like introducing two friends who could help each other. You don't gain directly, but both of them benefit. And in return, your reputation grows. People see you as someone who connects, helps, and uplifts. A reputation follows you everywhere, and it creates opportunities that you could never predict. The most powerful value is often small: a thoughtful message, a word of encouragement, a useful article sent at the right time. These gestures cost almost nothing, but they build enormous goodwill, because people don't forget the ones who made them feel seen, supported, and helped along the way. Giving value also sets you apart. Most people are too focused on themselves to notice opportunities to give. When you're the one who listens, who notices, who goes a little further, you instantly stand out. You become memorable in the best way possible. But here's the catch. You have to give without expecting. The moment you give just to get, people feel it. It's no longer genuine. It becomes manipulation. True value is given freely. It doesn't mean you never receive it. It means you don't demand a return on your timeline. You trust that in the long game, giving always comes back. And it always does. Maybe not from the person you gave to directly, but from someone else down the line. The world has a funny way of rewarding givers. A referral here, a recommendation there. A new opportunity when you least expect it. What you give multiplies and circles back in ways you can't plan. This mindset also frees you. Instead of being anxious about what you'll get, you focus on what you can contribute. That shift makes you more positive, more creative, and more enjoyable to be around, and people gravitate to that energy. It's worth remembering that value comes in many forms. Sometimes it's tangible, like sharing resources, time, or money. Other times, it's intangible encouragement, mentorship, listening. Don't underestimate the power of those intangible forms of value. A kind word or belief in someone's potential can change their life, and they'll never forget who gave it. In negotiations, in sales, in friendships, the principle holds true. Lead with value. When others see you're invested in their success, they're far more likely to invest in yours. The best part is, giving value builds confidence. It reminds you that you have something to offer. It reinforces the truth that you don't need to beg for opportunities. You can create them by showing up with value in hand. And over time, the ones who give value first rise above the ones who only take. Because givers build networks, reputations, and goodwill that compound like interest. Takers may win in the short term, but they burn bridges. Givers win in the long run because their bridges multiply. So ask yourself, how can you give value today? Not because you'll get something tomorrow, but because it's who you are. What can you share, teach, connect, or encourage that will leave someone else better than you found them? The answer doesn't have to be big, it just has to be real. Because at the end of the day, people may forget the specifics of what you said or did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And if you make them feel valued, respected, and supported, they will carry that impression with them forever. That's how opportunities are born. That's how reputations grow. That's how doors open that you didn't even know were there. And it all starts with one simple choice: to give value first. Chapter 28. Choose your circle wisely, surrounding yourself with people who elevate and inspire you. One of the hardest truths you'll ever have to accept in life is this: not everyone can go with you to the next level. Some people are meant to be in your story for a chapter, not the whole book. And if you try to carry everyone with you, especially those who refuse to grow, you'll only weigh yourself down. Success is already heavy enough. You don't need anchors disguised as friends. I used to know people who always said the same things. Bad things always happen to me. I can never catch a break. I'll never have anything because I wasn't born rich. At first, I thought they were just venting. But over time, I realized that was their entire worldview. They weren't just having a bad day. They were living in a bad mindset. And the more time I spent around it, the more I felt that energy creeping into me too. Negativity is contagious. If you surround yourself with people who always complain, who always blame, who always find a reason why things won't work, it starts to poison your own thinking. Suddenly you catch yourself doubting, making excuses, or feeling like success isn't possible for you either. It's not because you changed, it's because your environment wore you down. That's why choosing your circle wisely isn't optional. It's essential. Who you spend time with will shape how you think, what you believe, and ultimately what you achieve. You can't expect to fly if you're always sitting in cages with people who clip their own wings. This is where the hard truth comes in. Sometimes you have to step away, and that's not easy. These might be people you grew up with, people you love, or people you've known for years. But if their presence is constantly pulling you down, you have to decide whether you want loyalty to old habits or loyalty to your future. Stepping away doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you wish them harm. It means you care enough about your own growth to set boundaries. Because the truth is, if you stay in a negative circle too long, you won't save them. They'll sink you. The right circle, on the other hand, elevates you. These are the people who inspire you when you're tired, who remind you what's possible, who challenge you to level up instead of dragging you down. You can feel the difference instantly. With the wrong people, you leave drained. With the right people, you leave energized. Ask yourself this: after spending time with your circle, do you feel motivated or exhausted? Do you feel inspired to chase your dreams or convinced to lower your standards? The answer to that question will tell you whether your circle is an elevator or an anchor. It's worth remembering that success doesn't come from being the smartest person in the room. In fact, if you're always the smartest in your circle, you're in the wrong circle. You need people who stretch you, who make you uncomfortable in a good way, who force you to grow. Comfort zones don't create greatness pressure, and challenge do. When I started stepping away from negativity and surrounding myself with people who had ambition, everything shifted. Suddenly, conversations weren't about what was impossible, but about what was next. Instead of hearing excuses, I was hearing strategies. Instead of being told, "It'll never work," I was hearing, "Here's how you can make it work." That difference changed everything. The danger of staying around negativity is that it normalizes mediocrity. If everyone around you is broke, defeated, and bitter, you start to think that's just life. But when you put yourself around winners, suddenly mediocrity looks strange. Success feels normal, and your standards rise to match your environment. This is why the saying is true: show me your friends, and I'll show you your future. You can't hide from it. The people closest to you influence your habits, your mindset, and your results. If you're not intentional about choosing them, you're letting your future be decided by accident. Sometimes people will call you selfish for stepping away. They'll say you've changed, and they're right, you have, but growth will always look like betrayal to those who refuse to grow. Don't let their guilt trips stop you from doing what's necessary. The truth is, you're not abandoning them. You're choosing to protect your vision. And if they ever decide to change, you can be there to support them. But you can't live in their cycle of negativity and expect to break into your own success at the same time. Surrounding yourself with the right circle doesn't mean everyone has to be wealthy or accomplished already. It means they're striving. They're moving forward. They're dreaming bigger. You don't need perfect people. You need people with momentum. And you need people who believe in you. Because let's be honest, chasing success is hard. There will be days when your belief falters. That's when your circle matters most. The wrong people will confirm your doubts. The right people will remind you why you started. Your circle is like soil. You are the seed. In bad soil, even the strongest seed struggles. In good soil, even an average seed flourishes. Don't blame the seed if it's the soil holding you back. Change the soil and watch how fast you grow. This doesn't mean cutting ties with everyone the moment they complain. It means being intentional about who has influence over you. Limit time with the negative. Expand time with the positive. Protect your energy like it's gold, because it is. The right circle will celebrate your wins instead of resenting them. They'll push you when you slow down. They'll remind you of your worth when you forget. That kind of circle isn't just nice to have, it's survival fuel on the road to success. So here's the hard truth, and you already know it deep down. You may have to let go of some people you care about. Not because you don't love them, but because you love your future more. And if they truly care about you, they'll understand. One day. Choosing your circle wisely doesn't just protect your goals, it multiplies them. The right people will open doors you couldn't open alone. They'll share resources, make introductions, and speak your name in rooms you're not in. That's what a strong circle does. And here's the final truth. Your circle is not just about who you're around. It's about who you become when you're around them. If you want to be inspired, surround yourself with inspiring people. If you want to be elevated, surround yourself with people on the rise. Because at the end of the day, success is rarely a solo journey. It's a team effort. And the team you choose will either carry you to the top or hold you at the bottom. So choose wisely. Chapter 29. Think like an owner, adopting an entrepreneurial mindset in any role. One of the most powerful changes you can ever make in your life is to start thinking like an owner, even if you're not one yet. The mindset shift separates the average from the exceptional. Most people walk into their job thinking, what's the minimum I have to do to get through the day? Owners walk into the same situation thinking, how do I make this place better? How do I create more value? How do I protect the future? The difference is responsibility. Employees see tasks. Owners see outcomes. Employees wait to be told what to do. Owners figure out what needs to be done and then do it. And the hard truth is, until you start thinking like an owner, you'll always stay stuck at the level of an employee, even if the title on your business card changes. Thinking like an owner doesn't mean you have to own a company right now. It means treating your current role as if you did. Imagine that every decision you made affected your own bottom line. Imagine every customer was your customer. Every mistake cost you directly, and every success put money in your pocket. If you carried yourself like that, your results would change overnight. The people who rise in any business are the ones who think like owners. They don't shrug off problems. They don't say, that's not my job. They step in. They figure it out. They act as though the business depends on them, and because of that, opportunities open up. Leaders notice. Customers notice. And sooner or later, those people either rise within the company or branch out and build something of their own. I've seen too many people waste years waiting to be given responsibility instead of taking it. They think, when I get promoted, then I'll act like an owner. But it doesn't work that way. You have to act like an owner first. You have to prove that you're capable before anyone will hand you more authority. The mindset comes before the position. not after. Burr and the mindset isn't just about hard work. It's about ownership. That means you don't point fingers when things go wrong. You take accountability. You ask, what can I do differently? What's in my control? Victims make excuses. Owners make adjustments. And the world rewards owners. Thinking like an owner also means being resourceful. Employees wait for the perfect conditions. Owners create results with whatever they have. They don't sit around wishing for more tools, more money, or more help. They maximize what's in front of them and they find a way. That's the entrepreneurial spirit. Another difference: employees focus on hours. Owners focus on results. Employees think, I worked my 8 hours, I'm done. Owners think, did I accomplish what I needed to accomplish? Did I move the needle forward? That's why owners often outpace employees, because they measure success differently. When you adopt this mindset, people notice. Customers can tell. They feel the difference between someone who's just doing their job and someone who treats the business like their own. One feels transactional. The other feels personal, and people always prefer personal. Thinking like an owner also pushes you to innovate. Owners ask, how can this be better? How can we save time? How can we improve the experience? Employees often get stuck in, this is how we've always done it. Owners see inefficiencies and fix them. That mindset creates progress. The entrepreneurial mindset is about vision, too. Employees focus on the week. Owners focus on the year. Employees ask, what do I have to get through today? Owners ask, where do I want this to be in 5 years, and what do I need to do now to make that happen? That long-term thinking is what builds empires. But let me be clear, thinking like an owner isn't easy. It's not for the faint of heart. It means more responsibility, more pressure, more accountability. You don't get to hide behind excuses anymore. You don't get to shrug and say, not my problem. You take ownership of everything in your sphere, and that weight can feel heavy, but it's that very weight that makes you strong. This is why so many people avoid it. It's easier to stay in the employee mindset. It's safer to just do the bare minimum and collect the paycheck. But safety doesn't create greatness. Responsibility does. Ownership does. And if you want to build a life worth living, you can't run from that. Thinking like an owner also builds confidence. When you start treating your life, your work, and your goals as your responsibility, you begin to see yourself differently. You realize you're not powerless. You realize you're in control. And that confidence spills over into every area of your life. The truth is, ownership isn't just about business. It's about life. You own your choices. You own your habits. You own your results. Stop waiting for someone else to fix it. Stop waiting for someone else to give you permission. Start acting like the CEO of your own life. That shift is liberating, because when you stop blaming circumstances and start taking ownership, you realize you have far more power than you thought. You stop waiting and you start building. Here's the other benefit. When you think like an owner, people trust you more. They know you'll handle things. They know you won't pass the buck. And trust is one of the most valuable currencies in the world. So how do you start thinking like an owner? Begin by asking different questions. Instead of, why is this happening to me? Ask, what can I do about it? Instead of, who's at fault? Ask, what's the solution? Instead of, what's the minimum I need to do? Ask, how do I over-deliver? Those small shifts rewire your brain into an owner's mindset. Also, act with pride. If this were your company, how would you treat the customers? If this were your brand, how would you present yourself? If this were your dream, how much effort would you put in? Now carry that mindset into everything you do. Ownership is about alignment. Your actions align with your vision. Your effort aligns with your standards. Your decisions align with your goals. When you live in that alignment, momentum builds, and people can't help but notice. And here's the part that might sting. If you can't think like an owner where you are now, you won't magically start when you get promoted or start your own business. If you can't own your small responsibilities, you won't suddenly own big ones. The habits start today, not someday. So push yourself. Stop coasting. Stop waiting. Stop settling. Begin treating every role, every opportunity, every responsibility as if the entire success of the project rested on your shoulders. That pressure will sharpen you into someone who can handle bigger stages, bigger roles, and bigger rewards. Because thinking like an owner isn't about where you work. It's about how you work. It's not about your title. It's about your mindset. And the sooner you embrace that mindset, the sooner you'll rise. The world doesn't need more people clocking in and out. It needs more people stepping up, taking ownership, and driving change. Be that person. Think like an owner. And watch how fast everything in your life starts to shift. Chapter 30. Mind your own business. Building assets and side income. Beyond your 9-to-5 job. One of the most dangerous traps in life is thinking your paycheck is your only source of security. Your 9 to I am the fifth of may pay the bills, but it will never give you true freedom. True freedom comes from building something that belongs to you, assets, side income, and ventures that grow whether your boss approves or not. That's why one of the most important lessons you can learn is this: mind your own business. Minding your own business doesn't mean ignoring your job. It means realizing your job is not your life. It's not the ceiling of your potential. It's the funding source, the stepping stone, the training ground. Too many people clock in, clock out, and never think about building anything beyond their employer's dream. Meanwhile, the years pass, and they wonder why they're still stuck. The truth is, if you only work for someone else's dream, you'll never have the chance to live your own. That's why you need to start building side income, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. And here's the good news. In today's world, it's never been easier. You don't have to invent the next iPhone. You don't need millions in capital. You just need to look at your skills, your hobbies, your interests, and ask one question. How can I turn this into value for others? For example, let's say you're working on your car. Most people would just fix it and move on. But what if you documented it? What if you pulled out your phone, recorded the process, and turned it into a YouTube channel? There are millions of people out there who either love cars or are searching for how-to fixes. But what you're doing for yourself anyway could become content that teaches, entertains, and eventually earns. Or let's say you're playing video games. Most people play and log off, but what if you streamed it? What if you built a community around it? There are people who want to watch, learn, laugh, or just hang out while someone else plays. That's how streamers build not just audiences, but income. A hobby becomes a business when you start sharing it with the world. Cooking dinner at home? That could be a recipe blog, a TikTok series, or a short-form video channel. Walking your dog? That could become a local dog walking side hustle, or even content about training tips. Going to the gym? You could document your fitness journey and inspire others who want to start. Almost anything you're already doing has the potential to become something bigger if you package it right. That's the secret. Assets aren't always invented. Often they're discovered in what you're already doing. The only difference is whether you keep it to yourself or turn it into something that serves others. The internet has leveled the playing field. You don't need a publisher to write a book anymore. You don't need a record label to release music. You don't need a storefront to sell products. If you have a phone and the willingness to create, you can start building assets right now. But here's where most people get stuck. They think it has to be perfect. They tell themselves, I'll start once I get better equipment. I'll start once I learn more. I'll start once I'm ready. And because of that mindset, they never start. Owners know better. They start with what they have, and they improve along the way. That's why I say, don't wait until you feel ready. Document what you're doing now. Share the journey. People don't want polished perfection. They want realness. They want to see you learning, improving, figuring it out. That's what builds connection. Another truth. You don't need millions of followers to make side income. You just need to show up consistently and build a small, loyal audience. Even a few hundred people who trust you and value your work can create income streams that matter. And the point isn't just money, it's ownership. When you build something that's yours, no one can take it away. Jobs come and go. Bosses change. Companies collapse. But your skills, your content, your side business, that stays with you. Minding your own business also builds confidence. The first time you earn $1 outside of your 9-to-5, something changes inside you. You realize you're not trapped. You realize you have options. The $1 proves you can create money on your own terms, and that feeling is addictive. It also builds skills. Running a side hustle teaches you marketing, communication, problem solving, and discipline in ways a regular job often doesn't. Every step you take sharpens you, and those skills compound whether or not the hustle becomes massive. Here's another benefit. Building assets gives you leverage. When you're not 100% dependent on your job, you negotiate differently. You're not desperate. You have confidence because you know you can survive without saying yes to everything your boss demands. That independence shifts the power dynamic in your favor. But make no mistake, this takes effort. It's not easy. You'll have to push yourself after work, on weekends, in the hours when most people are watching TV or scrolling aimlessly. That's the price of building something that belongs to you. The question is, are you willing to pay it? Because here's the truth. If you don't build your dream, you'll spend your life building someone else's. That's not a slogan. That's reality. So start small. One video, one post, one product, one service. Don't wait for the perfect moment. The perfect moment doesn't exist. The moment you decide to start is perfect enough. Over time, those small efforts build momentum. Your YouTube channel grows. Your blog gains readers. Your side hustle lands clients. One opportunity leads to another. And before long, you're not just working a job, you're building a business. And maybe that business stays small, or maybe it grows so big, it replaces your job entirely. Either way, you win. Because you've created ownership. You've built something that can pay you even when you're not on the clock. That's what wealth is about. Not just money, but freedom. Freedom to choose, freedom to walk away, freedom to build on your own terms. But it starts with one decision. To stop waiting and start creating. To stop relying only on your paycheck and start building assets that belong to you. So mind your own business. Build something outside your 9-to-5. Share your skills, your hobbies, your passions. Turn what you're already doing into value for others. because in the end your job pays the bills, but your own business builds the life. Chapter 31. Multiple Streams of Income. Diversifying your earnings to build financial resilience. If there's one truth you'll find by studying the wealthy, it's this. Almost none of them rely on a single stream of income. They don't just depend on their paycheck, or on one business, or on one investment. They spread their efforts, their energy, and their ideas across multiple streams. Because when one slows down, the others carry them. That's how you build resilience. That's how you build freedom. Too many people think they'll find that one big thing that will carry them forever. They imagine a single business, a single job, or a single investment that will solve all their problems. But in reality, wealth doesn't come from one river. It comes from multiple streams flowing together. Each stream may start small, but when they merge, they become unstoppable. The beauty of multiple streams of income is that they don't all have to make you rich. Some can be small trickles. Some can be side hustles that just pay a bill or two. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is diversification. If you can get to the point where your side projects cover your bills, then suddenly your job income becomes surplus. That surplus can be reinvested into bigger ventures, into assets, into the projects that have the potential to truly explode. And that's the key mindset shift. Don't just think about money in terms of your job. Start thinking in terms of systems. Systems that earn for you while you sleep. Systems that don't require your constant presence. Systems that stack on top of each other until your financial foundation is too strong to break. So where do you start? Start with what you already know. If you like working on cars, document it and create content. If you play video games, stream it. If you cook, share recipes online. If you write, start a blog. If you're good at teaching, tutor online. These things might not make thousands right away, but they start building streams. Each small stream has the potential to grow, and at the very least, it teaches you how to create value outside of your job. Another stream? Selling online. You don't need a store to sell anymore. Platforms like eBay, Etsy, Amazon, and Facebook Marketplace make it simple. You could flip items, create handmade goods, or even start with print-on-demand designs that cost almost nothing to launch. Each sale is a drip into your stream, and over time, those drips add up. Investing is another crucial stream. You don't have to start with millions. Even small amounts invested consistently in stocks, index funds, or real estate can grow into serious wealth. The point isn't how much you start with, it's the habit of letting your money work for you instead of only you working for money. Real estate itself is a massive stream for many wealthy people. You don't need to jump straight into apartment complexes. Start small, a rental house, a duplex, even just renting out a spare room or using platforms like Airbnb. That extra cash each month creates stability, and over time, property builds equity that compounds your wealth. Digital products are another stream anyone can explore. An ebook, an online course, a simple guide. Once you create it, it can sell again and again without more work. That's leverage. You put in the time once, and the stream keeps flowing. Affiliate marketing is a hidden gem. If you already use products, recommend them online. Companies will pay you a commission for each sale through your link. It's low cost to start, and if you build an audience around something you care about, it can become a strong trickle of income that requires little effort. Side hustles don't always need to be online either. Local services are still powerful. Landscaping, cleaning, photography, handyman work, personal training all can start small and grow into reliable streams. The point isn't whether it's glamorous. The point is whether it produces cash flow. One overlooked stream? Networking itself, by connecting people, creating partnerships, and being the go-to person. You can position yourself for referral fees, collaborations, and opportunities you'd never find on your own. Relationships often create income streams you didn't even know existed. Here's the most important part. Don't wait until a stream is perfect before starting. Launch small, messy streams. Let them grow over time. Wealth is rarely built from one big leap. It's built from stacking small wins until they become something massive. Think of your income like a table. If it only has one leg, it's unstable. The moment that leg wobbles, the whole thing collapses. But if your table has 4, 5, or 6 legs, it stands firm no matter what. Multiple streams make you unshakable. And here's another truth. Multiple streams don't just protect you. They give you options. They let you take risks in one area because you're stable in another. They let you reinvest with confidence because you know you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. Options equal freedom, and freedom is the goal. Some people say, I don't have time to build multiple streams. But the truth is, you don't need endless hours. You need consistency. Even 1 or 2 hours a week invested in a side stream can pay dividends over time. The difference isn't time. The difference is priority. Others say, I don't know what to start. Start anything and don't overthink it. Your first stream doesn't have to be your final stream. The point is to practice creating. Each attempt teaches you skills, confidence, and vision for the next one. The wealthy rarely introduce themselves by saying, I just do one thing. They almost always have multiple irons in the fire. Maybe they started in one lane, but as soon as they had momentum, they branched out. Real estate, stocks, businesses, content, investments. It's always plural, never singular. The reason is simple. One stream is fragile. Many streams are resilient. And resilience is the secret to wealth. Because life is unpredictable. Markets shift. Jobs vanish. Trends change. But when you have multiple streams, you can adapt. You can shift focus. You can survive storms without collapsing. So here's the challenge. Stop thinking about how you can get one raise or one promotion. Start thinking about how you can create 5, 6, or 7 income flows that each contribute something. Some will be small, some will grow huge, but together they'll build your freedom. Think like a builder. Each stream is a brick. Each brick strengthens the wall. And over time, the wall becomes a fortress of stability and wealth. The day you realize your side projects pay your bills is the day your entire mindset changes. Suddenly your job is no longer survival. It's surplus. You can invest, expand, and chase bigger opportunities without fear. That's the power of multiple streams. And the truth is, anyone can do this. You don't need to be born rich. You don't need permission. You don't need perfect timing. You just need to start. Start small, start now, and let the streams flow. Because wealth isn't built in one lane. It's built across many. And the sooner you start building yours, the sooner you'll find yourself standing in a place where money works for you, not the other way around. Chapter 32. Take initiative. Stepping up, solving problems, and being proactive at work. One of the quickest ways to stand out in any environment is to take initiative. Most people go through their day doing the bare minimum, waiting for instructions, and never stepping outside the comfort zone of just enough. But the people who rise, the people who get noticed, the people who unlock opportunities, they're the ones who see a problem and act without being told. Initiative is rare. That's why it's valuable. In a room full of people waiting to be told what to do, the one who steps forward with ideas, solutions, or action instantly becomes the leader, even without the title. You don't need permission to lead. You need initiative. The truth is, most problems in business and in life are obvious. Everyone sees them, but very few do anything about them. Initiative is the bridge between seeing the problem and solving it. And the person who builds that bridge becomes invaluable. Taking initiative doesn't mean recklessness. It doesn't mean rushing into things without thought. It means being proactive. It means anticipating what's coming, preparing before it happens, and moving early instead of late. The one who sees the storm before everyone else isn't lucky they're prepared. At work, initiative might look like learning a new skill before it's required. It might look like stepping in to help a teammate before they even ask. It might look like spotting inefficiencies and suggesting improvements. These aren't huge, dramatic gestures. They're small actions that signal one thing: you care enough to do more than what's required. That mindset is powerful. Employers notice, customers notice, leaders notice. When you take initiative, you separate yourself from the pack. You become the person people trust with responsibility, and responsibility always leads to opportunity. Think about the opposite. The person who only does the minimum, who avoids responsibility, who never raises their hand. They might keep their job, but they'll never rise. Initiative is what elevates. Initiative is what opens doors. Taking initiative also builds confidence. Every time you step forward instead of holding back, you prove to yourself that you can handle more. That proof compounds. Over time, you stop seeing yourself as someone who just reacts to life. You start seeing yourself as someone who directs it. It also builds trust. People trust the ones who take initiative because they know they won't sit back when things get tough. They know they'll step in. They know they'll care. And trust is a currency that carries more value than money in the long run. Here's the secret. Opportunities often go to the ones who ask first, not the ones who wait. Taking initiative is about asking for the project, volunteering for the challenge, and putting your name in the mix. If you wait for someone to hand it to you, you'll wait forever. If you step up, you'll be in the game. This principle applies outside of work too. In relationships, in friendships, in life, the ones who take initiative keep things moving. They plan the get-togethers. They make the first call. They solve problems instead of letting them fester. Initiative makes you magnetic because people are drawn to those who make life easier instead of harder. One of the best parts of taking initiative is that it's free. It doesn't require talent, connections, or luck. It requires willingness. Willingness to step into the gap. Willingness to risk being wrong. Willingness to try before someone else does. Anyone can develop this trait, most simply choose not to. The fear of failure is what holds most people back. They worry about making a mistake, about looking foolish, about being criticized. But here's the truth. Mistakes are part of growth. And if you never take initiative, you'll never make mistakes, but you'll also never grow. The ones who succeed aren't the ones who never stumble. They're the ones who acted while everyone else froze. Taking initiative also sets you free from dependence. Instead of waiting for instructions, you create them. Instead of waiting for opportunity, you generate it. That independence is what transforms an employee into a leader, a follower into a creator. An initiative doesn't just benefit you. It benefits everyone around you. Teams thrive when people take initiative. Families grow stronger when someone steps up. Communities improve when individuals stop waiting for someone else and start acting themselves. Initiative is contagious. Your courage sparks courage in others. The people who complain the most about their circumstances are usually the ones who take the least initiative. They wait for someone else to fix things. They blame the system, the boss, the economy. But the people who change their circumstances are the ones who act. They don't just talk about problems. They move on solutions. If you want to change your life, don't wait for permission. Start. Even small acts of initiative compound. Volunteer for the project. Learn the skill. Speak up with the idea. Try the new approach. Each step builds momentum, and momentum changes everything. Taking initiative also means owning your growth. Don't wait for your boss to train you. Don't wait for opportunities to fall in your lap. Read the books. Take the courses. Practice the skills. Seek out the mentors. Initiative in learning pays off just as much as initiative in work. Another truth. Initiative attracts leaders. The people in charge don't want to babysit. They want people they can trust to act. When you prove you'll step up without being asked, leaders notice. They'll give you more responsibility. They'll open doors. They'll take you with them when they rise. This is why initiative is one of the fastest ways to get promoted, to grow in business, or to stand out in a crowded field. Most people wait. If you act, you win by default. But here's the hard part. Taking initiative means risking rejection. It means some ideas will flop. It means some efforts won't be recognized. And you have to be okay with that. Because the alternative, doing nothing, guarantees you'll be overlooked forever. Initiative isn't about being perfect. It's about being willing. And willingness will take you farther than waiting ever will. So the next time you see a problem, don't complain. Solve it. The next time you see an opportunity, don't hesitate. Jump. The next time you feel that voice in your head saying, maybe someone else will do it, remember this. Most people won't. And that's why you must. Because the people who change the world, or even just change their own lives, are never the ones who sat back waiting. They're the ones who took initiative. And that's the person you need to be. Chapter 33. Over-deliver exceeding expectations to accelerate your success. One of the most powerful secrets in business and in life is this. Don't just give people what they expect. Give them more. Over-delivering is one of those principles that looks simple on the surface, but when practiced consistently, transforms your reputation, your relationships, and your results. Think about it, most people live at the bare minimum. They do just enough to not get fired, just enough to keep a client, just enough to collect their paycheck. But when you make it a habit to push past just enough, when you go the extra mile in ways that surprise people, you don't just do the job, you create an unforgettable impression. Over-delivering is not about perfection or killing yourself with the work. It's about strategy. It's about being smart enough to manage expectations and then surpass them in ways that feel almost effortless to others, even though they came from your intentional preparation. Take timelines, for example. If you know in your heart that a project or product will realistically take you 2 weeks, don't tell the customer 2 weeks. Tell them 3. Why? Because life happens. Unexpected problems pop up. Materials get delayed. People get sick. If you promise 2 and it takes 3, you look like you dropped the ball, even if it wasn't your fault. But if you promise 3 and delivered in 2, you look like a hero. The actual timeline hasn't changed. The work still took 2 weeks, but the perception of you has skyrocketed because you didn't just meet the expectation, you exceeded it. That's the difference between being seen as average and being seen as extraordinary. The work is the same, but how you frame it and deliver it changes everything. Over-delivering also has a psychological effect on people. When you give someone more than they expected, it surprises them. And that surprise translates into delight. Human beings remember surprise. It stamps itself into memory. If you deliver exactly what someone asked for, they'll probably be satisfied. But satisfaction doesn't create loyalty. Delight does. Loyalty comes from those moments when someone thinks, wow, I didn't expect that they went above and beyond for me. That kind of moment sticks, and it makes people want to come back, recommend you, and trust you again. In sales, in service, and even in friendships, over-delivering creates a reputation of reliability and generosity that will always pay back more than it costs you to do a little extra. Now, here's the part most people miss. Over-delivering doesn't always mean working harder or pouring in endless hours. Many times it means being more thoughtful. It's the small details, the gestures, the touches of professionalism that others overlook. In customer service, it could mean not just fixing someone's problem, but following up a week later to make sure they're still satisfied. In sales, it might mean remembering personal details about a client, their kid's name, their favorite hobby, and mentioning it in conversation. In relationships, it might mean being the one who checks in first, not because you need anything, but because you care. These things don't take massive amounts of energy, but they make an enormous difference. That's the heart of over-delivering. Not just more effort, but better, more intentional effort. Think about how you feel when someone over-delivers for you. When a package shows up earlier than promised. When a service provider gives you extra without charging. When a friend shows up with more support than you even asked for. You don't forget it, do you? You instantly place that person, that business, or that friend in a different category, the category of trust, loyalty, and respect. You start to believe they'll always come through, and that belief changes the entire relationship. Now imagine being that person in other people's lives, the one they know they can count on to give just a little bit more. That's how reputations are built. That's how doors open that would have stayed shut otherwise. Chapter 34. Be a problem solver, turning problems into opportunities to add value. Everywhere you go in life, problems will show up. At work, at home, in business, in relationships, they are constant, guaranteed, and unavoidable. The difference between people who move forward and people who stay stuck isn't whether they face problems, it's how they respond to them. Most people freeze, complain, or point fingers, as if figuring out who to blame is the same thing as finding a solution. But the truth is, blame doesn't fix anything. It never has, and it never will. All blame does is stall progress and waste time. The real value lies in being the person who steps forward and says, forget whose fault it is, here's how we fix it. When something goes wrong, the natural instinct for most people is to ask, who messed this up? You've seen it 1,000 times. A project slips, an order gets delayed. A client is unhappy. Immediately, the room turns into a witch hunt. Everyone's eyes start scanning for the guilty party. Voices raise, defenses go up. People start pointing at each other. And what happens? Nothing gets better. The issue is still there, unsolved, while time and energy are wasted on arguments. That's why finger-pointing leads nowhere. It may make someone feel better in the moment to cast blame, but it doesn't move anything forward. True problem solvers don't waste time on blame. They know that if a fire is burning, you don't argue about who lit the match, you put it out. Later, when the flames are gone, you can go back and learn from what happened. But in the moment, the focus has to be solutions. That's what makes problem solvers invaluable. They stay calm in the chaos, they look for answers instead of culprits, and they create results while everyone else is busy complaining. And here's the thing. Being a problem solver doesn't mean you'll always have the perfect answer. It doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. What it means is that you'll take ownership of finding a way forward. Even partial solutions move the situation further than standing still and pointing fingers ever could. Progress, not perfection, is what separates leaders from followers. People gravitate toward problem solvers. Think about it when everything is falling apart. Who do you want to be around? The one yelling about how it's all someone else's fault, or the one calmly figuring out how to fix it? The person who solves problems earns trust, respect, and authority without even asking for it. They become the go-to person, not because of their title, but because of their reliability. And when you become that person, opportunities find you. Being a problem solver also builds your reputation. Over time, people start to notice that you're not the one panicking, not the one complaining, not the one dragging everyone down. You're the one who asks the right questions, who takes action, who turns a setback into a setup for improvement. That reputation follows you. It sticks to your name. And in business especially, a reputation for solving problems is worth more than any degree or title you could put on a resume. It's important to understand that problems are not just annoyances, they are opportunities. Every problem is a chance to add value. If everything always ran smoothly, nobody would stand out. But when something breaks down, that's when true leaders emerge. That's when someone has the chance to prove they're different. Problems create space for you to show initiative, creativity, and leadership. They are not just obstacles, they are openings. One of the best habits you can develop is to reframe problems as questions. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening?" ask, "How do we solve this?" That simple shift takes you from victim mode to problem solver mode. Victims see problems as unfair. Problem solvers see them as puzzles, and puzzles can be solved. That mindset change alone will make you stand out in any environment. Here's another truth. Problem solvers don't waste energy on excuses. Excuses are just blame in disguise. They explain why something went wrong, but they don't do anything to fix it. That's why excuses never move the needle. Action does. A mediocre solution executed is always better than the perfect excuse delivered with passion. Being a problem solver also means staying calm under pressure. When things go wrong, emotions flare. People panic, get angry, or shut down. If you can remain steady, level-headed, and focused on solutions, you immediately rise above the noise. Calmness is rare under pressure, and rare traits are always valuable. Think about the people you admire most. Chances are, they're problem solvers. They're the ones who face challenges head-on, who don't crumble when the heat turns up, who keep moving forward when others give up. That's what makes them admirable. That's what makes them leaders. Problem solvers also think long-term. They don't just put out fires. They ask how to prevent them in the future. They see patterns, build systems, and make improvements, so the same problem doesn't keep showing up. That kind of foresight multiplies their value because they don't just fix, they improve. The skill isn't just for work. In life, too, problem solvers thrive. Whether it's managing a household, navigating a relationship, or pursuing personal goals. The people who succeed are the ones who solve instead of stall. They adapt. They create. They move forward. And here's the kicker. You don't need to be the smartest person in the room to be the best problem solver. Often it's not about genius, it's about persistence. It's about asking better questions, trying different angles, and refusing to quit until something works. Persistence beats brilliance when brilliance gives up. The real beauty of being a problem solver is that it makes you indispensable. In any environment, the indispensable people are the ones who can be counted on when things get tough. If you can become that person, you'll never lack opportunities. People will seek you out. They'll want you on their team. They'll open doors for you because they know you bring value when it matters most. So the next time something goes wrong, and it will resist the urge to point fingers, resist the temptation to join the chorus of complainers. Instead, take a breath, look at the problem, and ask, what's the next step forward? Then take it. That single decision will separate you from the majority. Because at the end of the day, anyone can talk about problems. Anyone can complain about what went wrong. Anyone can spend hours analyzing whose fault it was. But only a few step forward to fix it. And those few are the ones who lead, who rise, and who ultimately win. Be one of them. Be the problem solver. Chapter 35. Embrace smart risks. Stepping out of your comfort zone with calculated risks. Life itself is a risk. Every single day you step outside, every decision you make, every opportunity you chase comes with some element of uncertainty. Yet for some reason, people spend their whole lives trying to avoid risk, as if safety is guaranteed. It's not. Playing it safe doesn't mean you'll win it, only means you'll never grow. And here's the truth. Anything worth having requires stepping into the unknown. You've heard it 1,000 times before, but it's worth repeating. Because it's that important, if you want more, you've got to risk more. When I started a few of my businesses, it was always a risk. None of them came with a guarantee. No one could promise me that they'd work out. Sometimes they did, and sometimes they didn't. That's the nature of chasing big things. You take your shot, and sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. But here's the thing. The misses teach you just as much, if not more, than the hits. Every risk that didn't play out still sharpened me. It gave me lessons, experience, and resilience that carried into the next opportunity. Without those so-called failures, I wouldn't have been prepared for the wins. Back in 2011, I started a car magazine. I was convinced it was going to be the next big thing. I poured energy, money, and vision into it. For a while, it felt exciting. It felt like something special was happening. But as the years went on, the world changed. Magazines started to fade. The internet swallowed print media whole. And with that shift, the dream of that magazine faded too. At the time, it hurt. It felt like a loss. But looking back, I don't regret it for a second. That risk taught me more about business, people, and the importance of adapting than any class or book ever could. Sometimes things don't work out, but that's part of the game. What matters is that you're willing to take the shot. Too many people are paralyzed by fear. They think, what if it fails? What if I lose money? What if people laugh? But the real question is, what if it works? What if that idea changes your life? What if it opens doors you didn't even know existed? You'll never know unless you try. Playing it safe guarantees that nothing changes. Taking risks at least gives you a chance. Now let's be clear, I'm not telling you to take blind risks. There's a difference between being bold and being reckless. Smart risks are calculated. They involve thinking through the idea, asking the hard questions, and preparing as much as you can. Who's going to buy this? How will it work? What's the plan if things go wrong? Smart risks don't eliminate uncertainty, but they increase your chances of success. They balance courage with preparation. Every successful person you admire has taken risks. None of them got where they are by staying comfortable. They put their reputation on the line, invested money they weren't sure they'd get back, tried ideas that might have failed. And yes, some of those risks did fail. But they kept moving, they kept swinging, and eventually, one of those swings connected in a big way. That's how it works. Success is rarely the result of one safe step. It's the result of many bold steps, most of which the outside world never even sees. Risk also sharpens your vision. When you put something on the line, you pay attention differently. You get creative, you problem solve. You hustle harder because now you're invested. Playing safe doesn't demand your best. Risk does. Risk brings out your focus, your resourcefulness, and your grit. There's another truth about risk that people forget. Not taking risks is also a risk. If you stay in your comfort zone, if you never try, you risk spending your entire life stuck. You risk regret. You risk looking back one day and realizing you never lived up to your potential because you were too afraid to fail. That's the heaviest risk of all. And when a risk doesn't work out, it's not wasted. My car magazine didn't last, but what I learned from that experience has stayed with me forever. I learned about timing, about markets, about paying attention to trends, and about resilience. Every failure is tuition. It's the price you pay for lessons that make you stronger. The only way you truly lose is if you stop trying. So embrace risks, but embrace them smartly. Don't gamble blindly. Prepare, research, plan. But don't overthink yourself into paralysis. Take the leap. Adjust as you go. That's how every great business, every great career, every great life is built. The comfort zone feels safe, but it's a trap. Nothing grows there. Step into risk, and you step into growth. Step into risk, and you step into opportunity. Step into risk, and you step into the possibility of something greater than what you've known before. The next time you're faced with an opportunity that scares you, pay attention. Fear usually points to growth. If the thought of failing makes your stomach drop, but the thought of succeeding makes your heart race, that's probably a risk worth taking. Because at the end of the day, life is a gamble whether you play or not. The question is, are you going to sit on the sidelines wishing, or are you going to step into the arena and give yourself a chance at something extraordinary? Chapter 36. Stay adaptable in your career, continuously learning and pivoting as industries change. One of the most important truths you'll ever understand about your career is this: it doesn't have to look like a straight line. In fact, it almost never does. We grow up being told that we have to pick one path, stick to it for 40 years, and ride it into retirement. That might have worked in the past, but in today's world, industries change too fast, opportunities come and go too quickly, and technology evolves too rapidly to stay locked in one lane forever. The people who survive and thrive are not the ones who cling to a single path. They're the ones who adapt, pivot, and stay ahead of the game. Switching careers isn't failure. It isn't quitting. It's adjusting. It's learning. It's testing the waters to see where your skills, your passions, and your opportunities intersect. When you step into something new, you're not starting from scratch. You're starting from experience. Every skill you learned in the last chapter of your life comes with you into the next one. That's the beauty of adaptability. Nothing is wasted. Even the careers that didn't fit, even the jobs you outgrew, all sharpen you for the next opportunity. I've seen people stay stuck in careers they hated simply because they were afraid of change. They told themselves, "This is what I trained for. This is what I went to school for. I can't start over." But the truth is, staying stuck is riskier than changing. The world moves fast. Industries collapse. Technologies disrupt everything overnight. If you aren't adaptable, if you aren't willing to pivot, you risk becoming obsolete. It's not the strongest who survive in business. It's the most adaptable. And adaptability doesn't mean jumping blindly from one thing to another. It means paying attention, watching the trends, learning continuously, asking, where's the world going? How can I position myself to be valuable there? It means being proactive, not reactive. Don't wait until your industry crumbles to start preparing. Stay ahead of the curve by always learning and always scanning for opportunities. It's okay to try things and realize they're not for you. In fact, it's necessary. You can't discover what truly fits until you test it. Every new career, every new job, every new project gives you perspective. You learn what you like, what you don't, what you're good at, and where you need to grow. That knowledge compounds over time until you've built a career that fits not just the world, but you. Adaptability also means upgrading your skills constantly. Don't just rely on what you learned 5 or 10 years ago. That knowledge might already be outdated. Keep learning. Read books, take free courses, talk to mentors, practice new technologies. Knowledge is the fuel that keeps you ahead. The second you stop learning, you start falling behind. The best part about adaptability is that it creates resilience. When you know you can pivot, when you trust that you can learn something new, you stop fearing change. Most people panic when industries shift because they've built their whole identity around one job. But when you're adaptable, change excites you. It feels like opportunity, not disaster. Think about the rise of social media. 20 years ago, there were no social media managers, no influencers, no content creators making a living online. Entire careers were born from technology that didn't even exist a generation ago. And the people who jumped on early, who adapted, who said, let me try this instead of that's not for me, they were the ones who built fortunes. That's the power of staying flexible. Adaptability isn't just about chasing shiny new things, though. It's about building on your foundation. Every career move should teach you something, should stack skills, should add value to who you are. That way, no matter where you pivot, you bring more to the table than before. The person who adapts isn't starting from zero each time. They're stacking experience like bricks, building a career that's strong and versatile. There will always be people who criticize you for switching careers. They'll say you can't focus. They'll say you're inconsistent. But those are the voices of people who are afraid of change. The truth is, the world belongs to the ones who move with it, not the ones who hide from it. Adaptability is not weakness. It's strength. It's survival. It's evolution in action. So don't be afraid to switch. Don't be afraid to test. Don't be afraid to learn something new. The only real mistake you can make in your career is standing still while the world moves forward. The question you should ask yourself isn't, will this last forever? Because nothing does. The question should be, what am I learning here that I can carry into the future? If you approach every career step with that mindset, you'll never waste time, because every move will add something to your toolkit. And one last truth. The people who rise the fastest aren't always the smartest or the most talented. They're the ones who move with speed, who pivot quickly, who aren't afraid to let go of what's fading so they can grab hold of what's coming. That's adaptability. That's the skill that will keep you alive and thriving no matter how much the world changes. So keep learning, keep pivoting, keep staying one step ahead. Careers are not ladders anymore, they're chessboards. And if you want to win, you've got to keep moving your pieces with intention, strategy, and adaptability. Chapter 37. Money 101. Know the basics. Understanding income, expenses, cash flow, and interest. Before you can build wealth, you have to understand money. Not in the complicated Wall Street kind of way, but in the basic, day-to-day kind of way. Because the truth is, most people don't actually know how money works. They know how to earn it, and they know how to spend it, but they don't understand the flow in between, and that's why they stay stuck. If you can master just a few fundamentals, income, expenses, cash flow, and interest, you'll already be ahead of most people in the world. Let's start with income. Income is simply the money coming in. It could be your paycheck, your business revenue, side hustle money, rental income, investment returns, or anything else that brings cash into your life. Most people stop here. They focus only on how much they make. But income is only part of the story. It's not about what you make, it's about what you keep. If you make 6 figures, but spend it all, you're no better off than someone making minimum wage. Income gives you potential, but it's how you manage that income that determines whether you build wealth. Next, expenses. Expenses are the money going out. Bills, rent, groceries, gas, subscriptions, credit card payments, they all eat away at your income. Most people don't track their expenses, and that's their downfall. They earn, they spend, they wonder where it all went. But the person who watches their expenses, who knows where every dollar is going, has control. And control is the foundation of wealth. You don't have to cut out every joy in life, but you do need to be intentional. If your money leaks through careless spending, it doesn't matter how much you make, you'll always feel broke. Now let's talk about cash flow. Cash flow is the balance between income and expenses. If your income is higher than your expenses, you have positive cash flow. If your expenses are higher than your income, you have negative cash flow. It sounds simple, but it's powerful. Positive cash flow is the fuel for everything else. It's what allows you to save, invest, and build. Negative cash flow keeps you stuck, constantly chasing the next paycheck. Your first goal should always be to create and maintain positive cash flow, even if it's small at first. That surplus is what gives you options. And this is where interest comes in. Interest is the secret ingredient that grows your money over time. It's the reward you get for putting your money to work. When you save or invest, interest multiplies your efforts. It's not just about the money you put in, it's about the growth that money earns. And the longer you leave it, the more it compounds. Albert Einstein once called compound interest the 8th wonder of the world for a reason. It's small at first, but over years and decades, it turns into something massive. Here's an example. If you put $100 away every month and it earns an average of 7% interest per year, after 10 years, you don't just have $12,000 saved, you have almost $17,000 because of compound interest. Stretch that to 20 years and you have over $48,000. Stretch it to 30 years and it's over $118,000. That's from $100 a month. Small amounts, consistently invested, grow into life-changing amounts over time. That's the power of interest. Most people think they need to be rich to start saving or investing. That's a lie. You don't need a lot of money to get started, you just need consistency. The habit matters more than the amount. Even $5 or $10 set aside regularly builds discipline. And once you have the habit, increasing the amount becomes easier. What matters is that you're putting something away and letting time and interest do the heavy lifting. Another truth? Interest works both ways. If you don't understand it, it works against you. Credit cards, payday loans, debt they use, interest to drain you. When you owe money, interest multiplies your debt instead of your savings. That's why debt can feel impossible to escape. If you carry a $5,000 balance at 20% interest, that debt will balloon fast if you're only paying the minimum. Understanding interest means respecting it. Either harness it to grow your wealth, or it will harness you to keep you broke. Building wealth starts with these basics. Keep income steady, control expenses, maintain positive cash flow, and use interest to grow your money instead of destroy it. You don't need to know every detail of finance to get ahead. You just need to master the fundamentals and apply them consistently. The key is discipline. It's not glamorous to put away small amounts. It's not exciting to track expenses, but it's exactly those simple, boring habits that build wealth over time. The people who win with money aren't always the ones who make the most. They're the ones who respect the basics. So start now. Track your income and expenses. Find your cash flow. Even if it's only $20 a week, start setting it aside. Put it somewhere it can grow. Don't wait for someday when you make more. If you don't manage $100 well, you won't magically manage $10,000 well. Build the habits now at whatever level you're at. Because money isn't just about numbers. It's about habits, mindset, and understanding. If you learn the basics, if you respect the fundamentals, you'll already be ahead of the game. And over time, those small, smart choices will compound into something greater than you can imagine. Chapter 38. Budget like a boss. Taking control of your finances with a simple budget. When people hear the word budget, most instantly picture sacrifice. They think it means no more fun, no more going out, no more enjoying life. They imagine living in scarcity and saying no to everything. But that's not what budgeting really is. A budget isn't about deprivation, it's about direction. It's about being the boss of your money instead of letting your money boss you around. Without a budget, your dollars scatter in 100 different directions and disappear before you even realize they're gone. With a budget, you tell every dollar where to go, and over time, you build control, freedom, and peace of mind. Sometimes we all want that quick Starbucks drink or that fast food meal. It feels harmless, right? A coffee here, a sandwich there, maybe $10 or $15 gone in an instant. But think about how often that happens. Do it 3 or 4 times a week, and suddenly you've burned through $200 a month. Over a year, that's more than $2,000. Now imagine if you cut that in half. Still enjoying those things once in a while, but redirecting the rest into savings or investments. You'd not only enjoy small luxuries, you'd also be building something bigger behind the scenes. That's what budgeting does. It doesn't mean cutting out all the things you enjoy, it just means choosing with intention. Meal prepping is another secret weapon. Most people don't realize how much they spend on takeout or fast food until they track it. $12 here, $15 there, and by the end of the week, it's $100 or more. Just on food, you could have cooked at home for a fraction of the price. Prepping meals ahead of time not only saves you money, it saves you time during the week and improves your health. Budgeting and fitness go hand in hand here. Instead of draining your wallet and your body with greasy fast food, you can fuel yourself with better meals that cost less per serving. That's a double win. Your bank account grows, and so does your energy. Another trap is the name brand obsession. We've been trained to think we need the logo on everything: clothes, shoes, even groceries. But let's be real half the time. The store brand version is just as good, and nobody cares what detergent or cereal you bought. Every time you swap a $5 name brand for a $2 generic, you're saving money that could be put towards something meaningful. And those small choices add up. Imagine trimming $100, $200 off your grocery bill every month without giving up much at all. Over a year, that's more than $1,000 saved just from not being hypnotized by labels. And let's talk about nights out. There's nothing wrong with hitting the bar or going out with friends every now and then. But when it becomes a weekly habit, the costs skyrocket. A couple of drinks, maybe a food tab, and you're easily dropping $60 to $100 in a single night. Do that every weekend, and you're burning through $4,000 a year money that could have been invested. Imagine redirecting even half of those nights into something productive. $80 invested weekly into stocks, a CD account, or even crypto. Over a year, you'd save over $4,000, and with compound growth, that money could multiply into something that actually builds your future instead of disappearing into a hangover. But one of the biggest money leaks of all is impulse buying. Think about your own house. Look around at the closets, the garage, the storage bins. How many things are sitting there collecting dust? Things you swore you needed, things you had to have. Things that excited you in the moment, but now you barely notice. Clothes you wore once, gadgets you never set up, decorations you don't even like anymore. That's the reality of impulse buying. It feels urgent in the moment, but most of it ends up being wasted. If you added up the cost of all those forgotten items, it would shock you. Thousands of dollars just sitting there doing nothing for you. Budgeting forces you to confront those habits. It asks, do I really need this? Or am I just chasing a temporary high? That one question can save you more than almost anything else. A strong budget isn't about making your life smaller. It's about making your money smarter. Instead of buying things you'll forget about, you put those dollars into things that last. Investments, savings, experiences, skills, even your health. That's where real value lives. You don't need another pair of shoes that will sit in a closet. You need assets that will grow and pay you back. Budgeting also creates awareness. Most people don't realize how much money slips away on small purchases until they track it. Subscriptions are a big one. $9.99 for this app, $14.99 for that streaming service, $12.99 for another monthly charge you forgot you signed up for. Individually, they don't feel like much. Together, they can be $100, $200 a month. Cancel the ones you don't use, and you've just freed up another $1,000, $2,000 a year. That's money that could be working for you instead of vanishing quietly in the background. The key is not to make massive, painful changes all at once. That's why most people fail at budgeting. They treat it like a crash diet. They cut everything fun, feel miserable, and then fall back into old habits. Instead, make small, sustainable shifts. Skip a few bar nights. Make coffee at home some mornings. Cook instead of eating out a couple of times a week. Buy store brand here and there. Cancel subscriptions you don't use. These don't feel like sacrifices, but together they create meaningful savings. And once you have that extra cash flow, the real magic begins. You redirect it. Every dollar you save isn't just a dollar kept. It's a dollar that can be multiplied. The $80 you didn't spend at the bar can become $80 invested. The $200 you saved meal prepping can go into paying off debt. The $50 you didn't waste on impulse buys can be put into an account that earns interest. Over time, those small amounts turn into real wealth. Budgeting like a boss is about realizing that money is a tool. If you use it blindly, it controls you. If you use it wisely, it builds you. You don't need to cut all joy from your life. You just need to be intentional. Choose the Starbucks when it feels worth it, not out of habit. Enjoy a night out when it's meaningful, not just because it's Friday. Buy something you truly value, not just because it's on sale. Those decisions, repeated day after day, are what change your financial life. So take control. Write down your income. Track your expenses. Ask yourself where the leaks are, then patch them one by one with smarter choices. It's not glamorous, but it works. Over time, the difference between someone who budgets and someone who doesn't becomes massive. One is always stressed, living paycheck to paycheck, surrounded by forgotten impulse buys. The other is calm, in control, and steadily building wealth without even making more money. That's the power of budgeting like a boss. It's not about restriction. It's about freedom. It's about turning small adjustments into big progress. It's about saying no to waste so you can say yes to your future. And it's about proving to yourself that you don't need to be rich to start building wealth. You just need to be smart with what you already have. Chapter 39. Pay yourself first, saving and investing a portion of your income before anything else. One of the biggest mistakes people make with money is putting themselves last. They get paid, they pay the rent, the bills, the car note, the groceries, the subscriptions, the nights out, and then, if anything is left, they think about saving. But let's be honest, there's never anything left. Life has a way of filling every available space. If you wait until the end of the month to save, you'll never save. That's why the principle of pay yourself first is so powerful. It flips the script. It says, before I pay anyone else, I'm going to pay me. Paying yourself first doesn't mean ignoring your responsibilities. It doesn't mean skipping bills or being reckless. It means prioritizing your future as much as you prioritize your present. It means treating your savings and investments like the most important bill you have. Because the truth is, that is the most important bill. Rent keeps a roof over your head today. Groceries keep you fed this week. But savings and investments keep you secure tomorrow. They keep your family safe next year. They build the foundation for everything else. Think of it this way. Every dollar you spend is money you'll never see again. It's gone. But every dollar you pay yourself, every dollar you put into savings or investments, is a dollar that can grow, multiply, and come back to you stronger. Paying yourself first isn't just about saving, it's about creating assets. It's about planting seeds that grow into trees, while everyone else spends their money eating fruit that disappears. The power of paying yourself first comes from consistency, not size. Some people think, I don't make enough to save. That's a myth. Even if you put away $10, you're building the habit. That habit matters more than the amount, because habits compound just like money does. Once you start, you'll find ways to increase the amount. But if you never start, you'll always find reasons why you can't. The best way to pay yourself first is to make it automatic. Set up an automatic transfer into a savings account, an investment account, or even a retirement fund the day your paycheck hits. That way, you never even see the money. If it's out of sight, it's out of temptation. Most people fail to save because they rely on willpower. Systems beat willpower every time. Automate it, and you'll be saving without even thinking about it. Here's the beauty. When you pay yourself first, you learn to live on what's left. If you put away 10% off the top, you'll adjust your lifestyle to fit the other 90%. Humans adapt. You won't even notice after a while, but if you try to save from what's left at the end, you'll always feel like it's impossible, because life will expand to consume the full 100%. Let's be real, you probably bought things in the past that you thought were must-haves at the time, but now collect dust in a closet. That's money that could have been compounding for you. Instead of spending first and realizing later it was wasted, imagine if you had put that money to work immediately, before giving yourself the chance to blow it. That's exactly what paying yourself first prevents wasted opportunity. Paying yourself first also builds confidence. Each time you save, you're proving to yourself that you're disciplined. You're telling yourself, I value my future. Its self-belief compounds. Soon you don't just see yourself as someone who spends, you see yourself as an investor, a builder, someone who creates security and options. And that identity shift is worth as much as the money itself. Another benefit is freedom. When you have savings, when you've built a cushion, life doesn't scare you as much. Emergencies don't derail you. Unexpected expenses don't destroy you. You stop living paycheck to paycheck because you've built a safety net. And that freedom is priceless. It lowers stress, increases confidence, and allows you to take opportunities that broke people can't. And don't underestimate the power of investing even small amounts. Let's say you save $50 a week, the cost of one night out, or a couple of Starbucks runs. That's $200 a month. Put that into an index fund averaging 7% annually, and in 20 years you'll have nearly $100,000. That's life-changing money from what most people waste without even noticing. Paying yourself first turns small, invisible amounts into massive results over time. Think about how different your life could be if you had started paying yourself first 5 or 10 years ago. Now think about how different it could be 5 or 10 years from today if you start right now. The time will pass either way. The question is, will you let it pass empty-handed, or will you build something with it? Paying yourself first is also about respect. Respect for your work, respect for your effort, respect for your future. You work hard for your money. Don't hand it all away to bills, businesses, and brands without keeping something for yourself. You earned it. Don't you deserve to keep part of it? Here's the truth. Nobody else is going to build your future for you. Your boss won't. The government won't. Your friends won't. If you don't pay yourself first, no one else will. You are your own best investment. And the sooner you realize that, the sooner you start building wealth that lasts. So here's the challenge. The next time you get paid, take a portion, 5%, 10%, whatever you can manage, and move it into savings or investments before you pay a single bill. Do it first. Make it non-negotiable. Watch how quickly it adds up, and watch how differently you start feeling about yourself and your money. Because in the end, it's simple. If you always put yourself last, you'll never get ahead. But if you start putting yourself first, even in small ways, you'll change the entire trajectory of your financial life. Pay yourself first because your future self is counting on you. Chapter 40. Live below your means. Spending smartly today so you can invest in tomorrow. One of the biggest misconceptions about wealth is that it's built by spending big. People see the flashy cars, the designer clothes, the expensive vacations, and assume that's what rich looks like. But the reality is, most truly wealthy people didn't get there by showing off. They got there by living below their means for a season, keeping life simple, resisting the urge to overextend, and using the difference between what they earned and what they spent to invest in their future. Living below your means doesn't mean living miserably. It means being smart. It means understanding that discipline today builds freedom tomorrow. I'm not saying don't buy anything fun or crazy ever again. I'm saying that for a while, it's smart to keep things simpler. For a while, cut back on the extras. For a while, resist the temptation to impress others with things you can't truly afford. When you learn how to live comfortably but simply, you give yourself breathing room. That breathing room is what creates the cash flow you need to start saving, investing, and building. Because if every dollar you make is already spoken for by bills, payments, and luxuries, you'll never get ahead, no matter how much money you earn. I learned this growing up. I saw how easy it was to want everything right away. The new car, the nicer clothes, the meals out, the constant spending on things that made you feel good in the moment. But those things pile up fast. They lock you into cycles where you're always chasing the next paycheck. It took time to realize that living below your means doesn't make you weak or boring. It makes you smart. It gives you the chance to buy freedom, not just stuff. Living below your means doesn't mean you can't have fun. You can still enjoy life, but do it in ways that don't break your bank account. Have fun at home with friends instead of dropping $100 at the bar every weekend. Find local free events. Get creative with entertainment instead of assuming every good time has to cost money. Some of the best memories you'll ever make won't come from the expensive nights out. They'll come from the simple moments you created while keeping your money in check. Here's a tip. Stop financing every shiny thing. Just because you can get approved for a loan doesn't mean you should. Financing furniture, gadgets, clothes, or even cars you can't afford yet locks you into a cycle of payments that eat your cash flow alive. Instead, wait, save, and buy what you can actually afford. That way, the thing you buy is yours, not the bank's. Living below your means is about resisting the pressure to keep up with everyone else and choosing instead to build a life that's stable and sustainable. Another trick, track your impulse spending. Before you buy something, ask yourself, am I going to use this a year from now? Walk around your house and look at all the things you swore you needed. Gadgets, clothes, random items that are now collecting dust. That's money you worked hard for, sitting wasted in a corner. Living below your means teaches you to pause before buying, to decide whether it's really adding value to your life or just giving you a temporary high. That pause can save you thousands. Meal prepping is another powerful way to live below your means without feeling deprived. By planning your meals, you cut out the constant temptation of fast food and takeout, which drain your wallet and hurt your health. A week's worth of groceries cooked at home can cost the same as 2 or 3 restaurant meals. Over time, that adds up to hundreds saved each month, thousands saved each year, all while improving your fitness and energy. Living below your means often overlaps with living healthier, and that's a double win. One of the best ways to stay disciplined is to set goals for your money. Don't just cut spending for the sake of cutting. Decide where that extra money will go, savings, investments, debt payoff, a side business. When you connect your discipline to a vision, the sacrifices don't feel like sacrifices. They feel like strategy. Skipping the new gadget isn't a loss. It's an investment in your freedom fund. Not going to the bar isn't boring. It's a down payment on your future business. Framing it this way makes living below your means exciting, not depressing. Living below your means also helps you avoid stress. Most people don't realize how much anxiety comes from financial overextension. Every time you take on more payments than you can handle, you trade peace for pressure. Living below your means, creating margin. Margin means breathing room. Breathing room means less stress, more confidence, and the ability to handle emergencies without panicking. It's not just about money, it's about mental health. And here's the truth. Living below your means doesn't have to last forever. Once you've built a foundation, once you've saved, invested, and created extra income streams, then you can loosen up and enjoy more luxuries. But if you skip this stage and try to live big before you've built the base, you'll spend your life chasing instead of building. Sacrifice for a while. Build the foundation. then enjoy from a position of strength. So don't overextend. Don't chase status symbols you can't afford. Don't fall into the trap of thinking you need everything right now. Live a simpler life for a while. Focus on saving and investing the difference. And watch how quickly your future opens up. Living below your means isn't about restriction. It's about strategy. It's about discipline. It's about setting yourself up so you never have to live stressed or desperate again. Because at the end of the day, money spent on impulse is gone forever. But money saved and invested grows. And the choice between the two is yours every single day. Chapter 41, Buy Assets, Not Liabilities. Focusing on purchases that grow in value or generate income. I know you've probably heard this 1,000 times. Buy assets, not liabilities. It almost sounds cliché at this point. But clichés become clichés because they're true. And this truth might be the most important financial principle you'll ever learn. The difference between people who build wealth and people who stay broke is not luck, not intelligence, and not connections. It's what they choose to buy. Do they spend their money on things that make them money, or do they spend it on things that drain their money? That choice, repeated over years, creates two completely different lives. Here's the simple breakdown. An asset is anything that puts money in your pocket. A liability is anything that takes money out of your pocket. That's it. It's not about whether the purchase looks cool. It's about whether it creates income or creates expenses. Most people confuse the two. They think their car is an asset, but if all it does is sit in the driveway while payments, gas, and insurance pile up, it's actually a liability. The rich understand this difference, and that's why they buy differently. That 80-inch TV looks amazing on your wall, but let's be honest, it doesn't pay you back. It doesn't create income. It doesn't generate anything except a slightly bigger cable bill when you upgrade your streaming services to watch it in 4K. Meanwhile, that money could have gone into something that produces more money for you, something that grows. The motorcycle looks great on Instagram, but it doesn't build your future. It gives you excitement for a few hours, but the payments, insurance, and maintenance only take from you. Those are liabilities. They don't create anything lasting. Now imagine if instead of buying that giant TV or that motorcycle, you bought something that actually made you money. Let's say you bought a small, affordable car and used it to do Uber or Lyft on the side. Suddenly, your purchase is generating income. It's not just transportation, it's a tool that creates cash flow. The same money you would have spent on a liability now becomes an asset because it brings money back to you. That's the difference in mindset. Or think about an ATM machine. A lot of people don't realize this, but you can buy an ATM, place it in a busy spot like a barber shop or a convenience store, and earn a small fee every time someone withdraws cash. One purchase, one setup, and it becomes a stream of income that pays you month after month. That's what an asset looks like. Instead of buying something that drains your wallet, you've bought something that fills it. Another example. Vending machines. You can buy a used vending machine, stock it with snacks and drinks, and place it in an office building, gym, or apartment complex. Every time someone swipes their card or puts in cash, you're making money. It's not glamorous, but it's an asset. It creates income. And it all started with money you could have easily blown on a liability, even smaller. Imagine buying dividend-paying stocks instead of the latest gadget. The gadget loses value the moment you open the box. The stock, on the other hand, pays you dividends just for holding it, and it can grow in value over time. That's money working for you instead of you working for money. Here's the real trap. Most people buy liabilities and call them assets. They buy cars they can't afford, houses bigger than they need, gadgets they won't use, and clothes they'll only wear once. They think those things prove success, but really, they're proof of financial slavery. The more liabilities you buy, the more tied down you become. The more assets you buy, the freer you become. Living below your means, like we talked about before, gives you the breathing room. But buying assets, instead of liabilities, gives you the growth. This is how you escape the endless cycle. It's not about depriving yourself forever. It's about building enough assets that eventually they pay for the liabilities. The wealthy don't deny themselves forever. They just delay gratification until their assets are strong enough to buy the toys for them. Think about this. If you spend $5,000 on a motorcycle, that $5,000 is gone. If you spend $5,000 on a vending machine route, those vending machines could earn you $500 a month. In 10 months, you've earned your money back, and now every month after that is pure profit. The same $5,000, but one drains you while the other builds you. That's the difference. And it doesn't have to be vending machines or ATMs. Assets come in many forms: real estate, stocks, small businesses, side hustles that generate consistent income, even digital products, an e-book. An online course, a template, can be an asset if they keep selling long after you created them. The key is simple. Does it put money in your pocket, or does it take money out? Here's another truth. Liabilities don't just cost you money once. They keep costing you. That big TV? It makes you want more subscriptions, more upgrades, more spending. The luxury car? It comes with higher insurance, higher maintenance, and higher stress. Liabilities are sneaky. They don't just drain your wallet at the start, they keep bleeding you dry over time. Assets, on the other hand, compound. They don't just give once, they keep giving, often growing bigger the longer you hold them. If you want to build wealth, you have to flip your instincts. The average person sees extra money and thinks, what can I buy? The wealthy see extra money and think, what can I invest? That one thought creates two different futures. One leads to a garage full of toys and an empty bank account. The other leads to financial freedom. Now let's get practical. Start by asking yourself before every purchase, is this an asset or a liability? If it's an asset, it should either increase in value over time or generate cash flow. If it's a liability, it decreases in value and costs you money to keep. That question alone will change the way you see every dollar. Another tip. Don't confuse wants with needs. You don't need that luxury car you wanted. You don't need the latest phone every year you want it. Be honest with yourself. Fulfill your needs first, then use your wants to fuel your asset building. Once your assets are strong enough, then let them buy the wants for you guilt-free. Also consider side income tools as assets. That camera you buy to create YouTube content. Asset. That laptop you buy to freelance on the side? Asset. Even software that helps you run a side hustle can be considered an asset if it helps generate more money. The difference isn't the item itself, it's how you use it. A car can be a liability or an asset, depending on whether it's sitting in the driveway or earning through Uber. Here's a mental trick. Delay big purchases by 30 days. When you feel that urge to buy a liability, the big TV, the new gadget, the flashy outfit, pause. Wait 30 days. If you still want it after that, fine. But often, the urge fades, and you realize you didn't actually need it. Now you can use that money for something that grows instead of something that fades. The point isn't to never have nice things. The point is to buy assets first, then let those assets pay for the nice things later. It's the difference between looking rich and being rich. Looking rich means showing off liabilities you can't afford. Being rich means owning assets that take care of you whether you show them off or not. So the next time you're about to buy something, stop and ask, will this make me money or will this cost me money? If it costs you, it's a liability. If it makes you, it's an asset. Choose assets, build assets, stack assets until they're strong enough to buy the liabilities without hurting your future. That's how wealth is built. Because at the end of the day, that 80-inch TV won't change your life. That motorcycle won't secure your family's future. But that ATM machine, that vending machine, that side hustle, that stock, that rental property, those things will. Those are the purchases that separate those who stay broke from those who break free. So stop buying liabilities, start buying assets, and watch how fast your financial life transforms. Chapter 42. Use debt wisely, avoiding bad debt, and leveraging good debt prudently. Debt is one of those words that instantly sparks emotion. For some people, it's fear. For others, it's guilt. For a few, it's power. The truth is, debt itself isn't good or bad. It's a tool. Like fire, it can cook your food or burn your house down. Depends on how you use it. Most people get burned because they misuse it. They borrow for things that don't bring value, that don't produce income, that lose value the second they're bought. That's bad debt. But when debt is used strategically to acquire assets that generate more than the debt costs, it can be one of the most powerful accelerators of wealth. That's good debt. Bad debt is the kind that drains you. Credit card balances used for clothes, gadgets, meals, and nights out. Car loans for vehicles far beyond your means. High-interest payday loans that trap you in a cycle of payments. All of these put money in someone else's pocket while keeping you chained. Bad debt doesn't just cost you money, it robs you of your future. Every dollar going to pay off something that's already gone is a dollar that can't be used to build. That's why bad debt should be avoided at all costs. If you already have it, your first mission should be to crush it. Good debt, on the other hand, is debt that works for you. It's money borrowed to buy or build assets that produce income greater than the cost of the loan. A mortgage on a rental property that cash flows every month. A small business loan that allows you to buy equipment and generate more revenue. Even using credit responsibly to build a strong credit score that opens doors for bigger opportunities. That's debt used wisely. It's not free money, it's leverage. Leverage allows you to do more than you could with just your own cash. Here's the difference. If the debt puts money in your pocket, it's likely good. If it takes money out, it's bad. That's the simple test. Financing a luxury car that depreciates every day is bad. Financing a delivery van that helps you earn $1,000 a week in side income is good. One drains you, one pays you. The problem is, most people confuse the two because they buy wants and convince themselves they're needs. The discipline to separate them is what makes the difference. Using debt wisely also means respecting it. Even good debt is dangerous if you take on too much or if you don't manage it carefully. A rental property that cash flows today can sink you if you ignore maintenance or don't prepare for vacancies. A business loan that looks smart can bury you if you never built a plan to repay it. That's why good debt isn't just about borrowing, it's about strategy. Always ask, what's the worst-case scenario? Can I still handle it? If the answer is no, the debt isn't wise, no matter how good it looks on paper. Another trap is thinking debt will solve discipline problems. It won't. If you can't manage $1,000, borrowing more won't fix it. It'll magnify the problem. That's why step one is always building financial discipline. budgeting, saving, paying yourself first. Only then can you start using debt strategically. Debt isn't a replacement for discipline. It's a tool that disciplined people can use to accelerate growth. Think of debt like a lever. If you push down with a small amount of force, you can move something heavy. But if you don't know how to balance it, it can crush you instead. The wealthy don't fear debt because they understand leverage. They borrow at 5% to invest in something that returns 10%, and they pocket the difference. The poor borrow at 20% on credit cards to buy something that loses value instantly. Same tool, two completely different results. Here's a tip. If you do use credit cards, use them like a tool, not a crutch. Pay them off in full every month. That way you get the benefits, points, rewards, credit score growth, without paying the interest that destroys most people. The second you start carrying balances, the card stops being a tool and becomes a trap. Another principle. Never finance something that doesn't last. If it's gone in a week, a month, or even a year, don't carry debt on it. Food, clothes, entertainment, these should never follow you into the future on your credit statement. If you want those things, pay cash. Debt should only be used for things that outlast the payments, preferably things that pay you back. There's also nothing wrong with avoiding debt altogether until you're ready. Sometimes the best move is to live below your means, save, and build your assets with cash first. Debt is a tool, but it's a tool you don't have to rush to use. Focus on stability, then use leverage when the opportunity is clear and the risks are manageable. The main thing is to change how you think about debt. Stop seeing it as something that just happens to you. Start seeing it as something you choose to use or reject, based on whether it builds or destroys. Don't take on debt because everyone else does. Don't take on debt because it feels easier than saving. Take it on only if it makes you stronger. At the end of the day, debt will either be your prison or your ladder. Bad debt locks you into years of stress, minimum payments, and wasted potential. Good debt helps you climb faster toward freedom by giving you the leverage to build assets. The choice is yours. So use debt wisely. Avoid the traps. Crush the bad debt that's holding you back. And when you're ready, use good debt strategically, with discipline and foresight, to accelerate your growth. Because if you master debt, you master one of the most powerful forces in your financial life. Chapter 43. Build a safety net. Creating emergency funds and safeguards for peace of mind. One of the most underrated parts of financial success is the safety net. Everyone talks about investing, about building businesses, about growing wealth, and all of that is important. But before you can focus on building, you need to protect yourself. Life is unpredictable. Rainy days come whether you're ready or not. The car breaks down, the company downsizes, the water heater floods the house, or you get hit with medical bills you never saw coming. You can't control when those moments happen, but you can control how prepared you are when they do. That preparation is called your emergency fund. I know it's tough sometimes. When you're already stretching every dollar, the idea of setting money aside can feel impossible. But here's the truth. Not having a safety net is what's truly impossible. Without one, the moment life punches you in the face, you're scrambling. You're putting expenses on credit cards, borrowing money you don't have, or worse, falling behind in ways that take years to recover from. With a safety net, you take the same hit, but you're still standing. That's the difference. I remember when I was younger, I had money saved, almost by accident. I didn't even think of it as an emergency fund back then, just a cushion I had built up. Then one day, my job closed down out of nowhere. 1 week I had steady income. The next week it was gone. If it weren't for that savings, I would have been screwed. Rent would have gone unpaid. Bills would have piled up. Stress would have been through the roof. But because I had something tucked away, I survived that season. I had room to breathe, room to think, and room to figure out my next move. That's when I learned firsthand how powerful an emergency fund really is. Building a safety net isn't about expecting disaster. It's about accepting reality. Life happens, things go wrong. Pretending they won't is a fantasy. Being prepared for when they do is wisdom. If you have an emergency fund, the stress of those moments shrinks. Instead of panicking, you just handle it. Instead of chaos, you experience calm. That peace of mind is priceless, and it comes from preparation. So how do you build one? Start small. Don't think about saving 6 months of expenses right away. It feels overwhelming. Start with $500. Then aim for $1,000. That small amount already covers most surprise car repairs or medical bills. Once you hit that, aim for 1 month of expenses. Then 3 months, eventually 6 months or more. The point isn't how much you start with, it's that you start. Every dollar set aside is one less dollar you'll have to scramble for later. A great trick is to treat your emergency fund like a bill. Pay it the same way you'd pay rent or your phone. Even if it's $20 or $50 a paycheck, put it aside consistently. Over time, those small contributions add up, and before you know it, you've built a cushion strong enough to handle the unexpected. And here's the key. Don't touch it unless it's a true emergency. New shoes aren't an emergency. A vacation isn't an emergency. This fund is sacred. It's for the moments when life throws something heavy at you, not for when you're bored or impulsive. Think of your emergency fund as insurance, but with your own money. You hope you don't need it. You'd rather never use it. But when you do, you'll thank yourself 1,000 times over. And unlike insurance, which only covers certain things, your emergency fund covers whatever you need, whether that's a broken fridge, lost job, or hospital bill. It's your universal backup plan. And here's something most people don't realize. Having a safety net actually makes you more confident in chasing opportunities. If you're living paycheck to paycheck with nothing saved, you're scared to take risks. You can't afford to lose anything. But if you've got 3 months of expenses tucked away, suddenly you're more comfortable switching careers, starting a side business, or making bold moves. Preparation doesn't just protect you, it frees you. Another tip. Keep your emergency fund liquid. That means accessible. Don't lock it into an investment that's hard to pull out of. And don't tie it up in something that fluctuates wildly like crypto. This money isn't about growth, it's about stability. A high-yield savings account is perfect. It keeps your money safe, accessible, and even earns a little interest while it sits there waiting for you. Of course, building a safety net takes patience. It won't happen overnight, and that's okay. The point isn't perfection, it's progress. Every dollar saved is a step toward security. Every sacrifice you make today, skipping the bar, cooking instead of eating out, delaying that impulse buy strengthens your future self. Those little sacrifices add up into protection that no one can take away from you. At the end of the day, you can't stop life from happening. The unexpected will show up whether you're ready or not. The only choice you have is whether you'll be prepared. Will you be the person who scrambles and suffers when the storm hits? Or will you be the person who weathers it with calm because you built your safety net? Because here's the truth. Peace of mind isn't bought the moment disaster strikes. It's built months and years before, every time you choose to save instead of spend. Build your safety net now while you have the chance. Your future self will thank you. Chapter 44. Plan for tomorrow, setting long-term financial goals, retirement, education, etc., and working toward them. One of the most important financial habits you can build isn't about spending or saving. It's about planning. Too many people live only for today, assuming tomorrow will take care of itself. But tomorrow doesn't plan itself. Retirement doesn't save itself. Your kid's education doesn't fund itself. Your dream home doesn't magically appear one day. If you want a future worth living, you have to plan for it. And the earlier you start, the stronger that future becomes. Planning for tomorrow begins with vision. You have to know what you're aiming at. That's where vision boards and goal setting come in. A vision board isn't just arts and crafts. It's a daily reminder of where you're going. When you see pictures of the house you want, the places you want to travel, the business you want to build, it keeps you focused. It stops you from wasting time and money on things that don't align with the bigger picture. Writing your goals down works the same way. Studies have shown that people who write their goals are far more likely to achieve them than those who just keep them in mind. Writing makes it real. But vision without timelines is just dreaming. That's why you need to set dates and deadlines. Don't just say, I want to retire someday. Say, I want to retire at 60, and here's how much I'll need by then. Don't just say, I want to buy a house. Say, I want to save $20,000 for a down payment in the next 3 years, which means saving $555 a month. Dates and numbers give your goals weight. They transform vague wishes into actionable plans. When you're planning your future, be realistic. Don't write down fantasy numbers you can't commit to. Write down what you truly want and what it will take to get there. If you want to retire comfortably, figure out what comfortably means in dollar terms. If you want to send your kids to college, research the costs. If you want to start a business, estimate the startup expenses. Then reverse engineer the path. What do you need to do month by month, year by year, to make it happen? That's how goals become achievable. Another benefit of planning ahead is preparation for life's curveballs. Emergencies will happen. Markets will shift. Jobs will change. But if you have a plan, you won't be thrown completely off course. Your safety net covers the immediate blows, but your long-term plan keeps you focused even when things get rocky. Planning gives you direction, and direction is priceless when life tries to knock you off balance. Vision boarding can be a fun and motivating way to keep that direction in front of you. Put up pictures of the things you're working toward: the house, the trips, the dream lifestyle. But don't just stop there. Next to each picture, write the goal in numbers and the timeline to achieve it. A house by 2028. Debt-free by 2026. A $500,000 retirement account by 2045. Those timelines give your brain a target. And when your brain has a target, it starts looking for ways to hit it. Planning for tomorrow also means breaking goals into smaller milestones. If you want to save $100,000, don't just stare at that big number. Break it down. $10,000 a year, $833 a month, $27 a day. Suddenly, the impossible looks possible. Small steps build big results, and every milestone you hit gives you the confidence to keep going. It's also important to review your plan regularly. Life changes, your goals may shift. That's okay. The point isn't to lock yourself into one rigid path, but to always have a direction. Every 6 months, sit down with your vision board, your written goals, and your finances. Ask yourself, am I on track? Do I need to adjust? Am I still moving toward what matters? This keeps you from drifting and keeps your future in focus. Remember, preparation beats hope every time. Hoping for retirement doesn't make it happen. Hoping for financial freedom doesn't put money in the bank. Preparation does. The people who succeed financially aren't the ones who drift. They're the ones who decide early what they want. Write it down, set deadlines, and work consistently toward it. So plan for tomorrow. Build a vision board. Write your goals. Set your dates. Prepare your future while you still have the chance. Because one day tomorrow will come, and you'll either be ready for it, or you'll regret that you didn't plan for it when you had the time. Chapter 45. Embrace failure viewing setbacks as valuable lessons on the road to success. Failure is one of the most misunderstood parts of success. People think of failure as the opposite of success, when in reality, failure is part of success. You cannot succeed without failing. Every single person who has built something great has a trail of failed attempts behind them. The difference between those who win and those who stay stuck is not that one failed and the other didn't. It's that one kept going after the failure while the other gave up. When I look back at my own journey, I can't even count how many businesses I've started that didn't make it. At the time, each one felt like, oh, this is the one. I went all in. I gave my energy. I believed in it. And then reality hit. Things didn't go as planned, and it collapsed. But instead of letting those failures bury me, I let them build me. Every time I failed, I picked up a new lesson. Every time I failed, I got sharper, tougher, smarter. Take my car magazine. Back in 2011, I thought it was going to be the next big thing. Cars were my passion, and I poured everything I had into making that magazine happen. I wanted it in shops, in people's hands, in the scene. And for a while, it felt like maybe it could work. But times were changing. Print media was dying fast. People were moving online, and before long, that dream came crashing down. At the time, it felt terrible, like all that effort was wasted. But looking back, it wasn't wasted at all. That failure taught me lessons about timing, about markets, and about the importance of adapting. Later, I even tried my hand at owning a small sweepstakes business. I thought maybe this would be the lane, the thing that finally clicked. And again, it didn't pan out. Another failure. But here's the lesson. Every time something didn't work, I realized it wasn't the end of the road. It was just part of the process. You don't need every idea to succeed. You just need one to hit. And the only way you find that one is by being willing to risk failure again and again. One of my favorite stories from my own life is when me and my good friend Austin decided to start a mobile car wash. We were younger then, driven, hungry, and full of ideas. We grabbed buckets, soap, towels, and we thought we were about to change the game. But let's be real, we weren't prepared. We didn't have a business plan, we didn't have the right tools, and our approach wasn't the best. We were just two kids out there trying to hustle. And it failed, but you know what? That failure planted seeds. It showed us what hustle feels like. It showed us what it means to go out there and try, even when you don't have everything figured out. Austin's been there with me through several of these attempts. He was there during the car magazine. He was there for the car wash. And one of the reasons I respect him so much is because he's not afraid of failure either. He's driven, just like me. He understands that failing isn't losing, it's learning. When you surround yourself with people like that, failure doesn't feel heavy. It feels normal. It feels like part of the game. The truth is, the people who fear failure the most are the ones who stay stuck the longest. They'd rather never try than risk failing. They'd rather play it safe and stay in the same place forever. But safe doesn't build wealth. Safe doesn't build dreams. Safe doesn't change your life. Risk, failure, and persistence, that's what changes everything. Think about every successful person you admire. Every single one has stories of failures that almost broke them. Entrepreneurs who went bankrupt before they became billionaires. Athletes who lost more games than they won before they became champions. Authors who were rejected dozens of times before their book became a bestseller. Failure is universal. The only question is whether you'll use it or be crushed by it. Here's the key. Failure only destroys you if you stop. If you keep going, failure becomes your teacher. Every failure carries a lesson, but you have to be willing to learn it. If you fail and just complain, you wasted it. But if you fail and ask, what can I take from this? What can I do better next time? You just turned a loss into wisdom. My car magazine didn't work lesson learned. Adapt to changing industries. My sweepstakes business didn't work lesson learned. Understand the laws, the market, and the customer base before diving in. My mobile car wash with Austin didn't work lesson learned. Preparation matters, tools matter, planning matters. Those lessons stick with me today in everything I do. Without those failures, I wouldn't be where I am now. It's also important to realize that failure humbles you. Success can make you overconfident, even arrogant. Failure reminds you that you don't have it all figured out and that humility is valuable. It keeps you learning, keeps you listening, keeps you hungry. Some of my biggest growth came after moments when I thought I had it all figured out and then failed hard. Those were wake-up calls. Failure also toughens you. The first time you fail, it stings. It feels like the end of the world. But the more you fail and get back up, the stronger you get. Soon, failure doesn't scare you anymore. You almost welcome it because you know it's part of the process. You stop seeing it as a dead end and start seeing it as a checkpoint. That's when you become unstoppable. Think of failure like weights in the gym. At first they feel heavy, painful, overwhelming. But every time you lift them, you grow stronger. Eventually, the same weight that once crushed you becomes easy. Failure is the same way. Every setback you overcome makes you stronger for the next challenge. Here's another truth. Sometimes failure protects you. Sometimes what you thought you wanted wasn't actually right for you. Sometimes the failure closes a door that would have led to more pain down the road. That car magazine? If it had survived, I might have been stuck in a dying industry. That sweepstakes? If it had worked, I might have been tangled in legal or financial headaches. Failure doesn't always take something from you. Sometimes it saves you. You also have to separate failing from being a failure. They are not the same. Failing is an event. Being a failure is a choice. The only way you become a failure is if you stop trying. If you keep moving forward, no matter how many times you fall, you are not a failure. You are a fighter. And here's the beauty. When you finally succeed, the failures make the victory sweeter. You appreciate the win more because you know what it took to get there. If everything worked the first time, success would feel cheap. It's the failures that give it weight, that make it meaningful. Every failure also builds credibility. People respect those who try and fail more than those who never tried at all. When you tell your story honestly about the magazine, the sweepstakes, the car wash, people connect with that. They see themselves in it, and they respect that you kept going anyway. Failure also builds creativity. When your first plan fails, you're forced to think of a new one. When your second plan fails, you adjust again. Every failure stretches your mind, forces you to see things differently, and sharpens your problem solving. That creativity becomes one of your greatest strengths. Austin and I didn't get rich off our car wash idea, but we learned what it meant to hustle. We learned what it felt like to go out into the world with an idea and try. And that experience, even though it ended in failure, gave us the confidence to keep trying again and again. If you want success, you have to stop being afraid of looking foolish. You have to be willing to fail in public, to be laughed at, to be doubted. Because every great success story starts with someone others didn't believe in. Don't fear those opinions. Fear staying stuck because you were too afraid to risk failure. When I think about my failures, I don't feel regret anymore. I feel gratitude. Each one played a role in shaping who I am today. Each one pushed me closer to the version of myself that can succeed. Without them, I wouldn't have the wisdom or resilience I do now. So here's the lesson. Don't run from failure. Don't hide from it. Embrace it. Expect it. Welcome it as part of the journey. Because if you keep failing forward, eventually, those failures add up to success. The road to success is paved with failures. The only people who never fail are the ones who never try. And the ones who never try never win. So fail. Fail again. Fail better. Because every failure brings you one step closer to the success you've been chasing. Chapter 46. Never give up the power of persistence and grit when things get tough. If there's one lesson that sits at the heart of every success story, it's this. Never give up. Persistence is the difference between people who talk about success and people who achieve it. Life will knock you down, sometimes hard, sometimes in ways you never saw coming. But the ones who win are the ones who stand back up again and again, no matter how many times they fall. Quitting guarantees failure. Persistence keeps the door open for success. Growing up, I watched my dad live this lesson every single day. Life threw challenges at him, just like it throws challenges at all of us. I saw him move from a big home to a smaller home when things got tough, and then eventually fight his way back to a bigger home again. What stood out wasn't the size of the house, it was his mindset. He never let the setbacks break him. He didn't waste time complaining. He didn't wallow in self-pity. He just kept moving forward. That persistence, that refusal to give up, shaped the way I see the world. Watching him taught me something important. Success isn't about avoiding failure. It's about refusing to quit when failure comes. My dad could have given up when life pushed him backward. He could have settled into bitterness, convinced himself he was unlucky and stopped trying. But he didn't. He got back up. He kept hustling, kept working, kept pushing. And eventually, the tide turned. That's the power of persistence. It always pays off if you keep going long enough. Here's the truth. Life will not always be fair. You'll lose jobs you thought were secure. Businesses you poured your heart into will fail. People will doubt you, criticize you, maybe even laugh at you. There will be days when it feels like nothing is working. That's when most people quit. But if you can push through those moments, if you can keep showing up when it hurts, you separate yourself from the crowd. Because most people don't have grit. Most people quit. Persistence is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Every time you get back up after life knocks you down, you build grit. And grit is more valuable than talent. Talent can fade, luck runs out. But grit carries you through the storms. It keeps you going when everything in you wants to quit. It's what separates those who talk about dreams from those who live them. Think about the people you admire most. Every single one has stories of persistence. Entrepreneurs who went bankrupt before building empires. Athletes who train for years in obscurity before becoming champions. Musicians rejected dozens of times before their songs topped charts. They all had moments where quitting would have been easier. But they didn't quit. They kept going. And that's why we know their names today. My own life has been filled with failures and setbacks. Businesses that didn't work. Ideas that didn't land. Opportunities that fell through. At times it felt like the world was telling me to stop. But every time I thought about quitting, I remembered my dad. I remembered his persistence, his grit, his refusal to give up. And I realized that quitting wouldn't solve anything. It would just lock me into failure. If I kept going, even through the pain, there was always a chance for success. The truth is, persistence isn't glamorous, it's not flashy, it's not exciting. Persistence is showing up every day, even when you're tired, even when you're discouraged, even when the results aren't visible yet. It's planting seeds and watering them day after day, knowing that one day, if you keep at it, something will grow. Most people give up long before that growth comes. That's why persistence pays so well, because it's rare. And let's be honest, there will be times when giving up feels tempting. When you've been working for years and don't see the progress you want. When the failures pile up and your confidence takes a hit. When everyone around you is telling you to stop. But in those moments, remember this, quitting guarantees failure. Persistence keeps hope alive. If you keep going, there is always a chance that tomorrow could be the day it all turns around. Never giving up doesn't mean you never adjust. Sometimes persistence means changing your strategy, pivoting to a new idea or finding a better approach. But it always means staying in the game. It means refusing to walk away from your dreams, no matter how many times life tells you no. I think back to my dad often when I'm faced with challenges. I remember him losing, rebuilding, losing again, and rebuilding again. His life wasn't perfect, but it was proof that persistence works. That resilience, that grit, is what I carry with me now, and it's what I want to pass on to you. Because the reality is, you don't need to be the smartest, the most talented, or the most connected to succeed. You just need to refuse to quit. Persistence beats talent when talent gives up. Persistence beats luck when luck runs out. Persistence beats everything because persistence keeps you in the fight long enough to eventually win. So whatever you're going through right now, don't quit. If life has knocked you down, get back up. If your dream hasn't worked yet, keep pushing. If your business fails, start another. If the world says no, keep showing up until it says yes. That grit, that stubborn refusal to give up, is what will change your life. Because at the end of the day, success doesn't belong to the fastest or the luckiest. It belongs to the ones who never gave up. Chapter 47. Find your why, identifying the deeper purpose that fuels your motivation. Every great achievement begins with a reason. A deep, powerful reason that pulls you forward when nothing else can. Most people get caught up in chasing the how and the what. How to make money, what job to take, what business to start. But here's the truth. None of that matters if you don't know why you're doing it. The why is the fuel behind the entire journey. Without it, you'll run out of gas the first time life gets tough. With it, you can push through storms, failures, and setbacks that would stop almost anyone else. I saw this truth lived out in my dad. His why was crystal clear. He wanted to give his kids a better life than the one he had. It wasn't that my grandpa failed him. My grandpa gave everything he had. But my dad wanted more for us. He wanted to build further, to create a stronger foundation for his family to stand on. That vision, that fire became the motivation that carried him. It pushed him to keep working even when life knocked him down. It gave him the grit to move from a big home into a smaller one when times got tough, and then fight his way back to a bigger one again. Watching that taught me something priceless. Success isn't about avoiding pain. It's about finding a reason so powerful that the pain can't break you. Your why doesn't have to look like mine or my dad's. It might be your kids, it might be your partner, it might be your family. For some, it's their younger self, that kid inside who dreamed big and deserves to see those dreams come true. For others, it's about breaking generational cycles of poverty, struggle, or mediocrity. For some, it's about proving to themselves that they're capable. It doesn't matter what form it takes. What matters is that it lights a fire inside you strong enough to keep you moving when the world tells you to stop. Without a why, your goals will feel empty. You might start strong, motivated for a week or two, maybe even a few months. But when the excitement fades, so will your effort. That's why people start diets and quit. Why they launch businesses and walk away. Why they set resolutions every year but rarely keep them. They never tied those goals to a deeper reason. Motivation fades. Excitement fades. But purpose never fades. Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady and the engine that drives you forward. Your why is like the roots of a tree. The deeper your roots go, the taller you can grow. If the roots are shallow, the first storm will knock you over. If the roots are deep, you can withstand anything. Your why is what anchors you. It holds you steady when life tries to tear you apart. It's what keeps you standing when others crumble. Without it, you'll chase shallow goals that disappear the moment life gets difficult. With it, you'll have a foundation so strong that nothing can shake you. If you're not sure what your why is yet, start asking yourself some hard questions. What would make all of this effort worth it? Who am I trying to help? What kind of life do I want to create? If I stopped today, who would suffer? Who would I disappoint? What would I regret never trying? These questions cut past surface-level goals and force you to think deeper. A vague dream of being rich won't cut it. But saying, I want to be rich so my kids never have to struggle like I did, that's a reason that can move you through any challenge. Your why doesn't have to stay the same forever. It can evolve with time, and it often does. When you're young, your why might be about proving people wrong, proving that you can do it. Later, it might be about family, about freedom, about leaving a legacy. That's okay. The important thing is that you always have one. The moment you stop having a why is the moment you stop growing. The danger is when people confuse their why with their goals. Goals are what you want to achieve. Your why is why you want to achieve them. They're not the same. Saying I want to make $1 million is just a goal. Saying, I want to make $1 million so I can retire my parents and give my kids opportunities I never had. That's a why. The goal is the mountain. The why is the fuel in your tank that keeps you climbing. Without fuel, you won't make it to the top. Your why should be so personal that it hits you in the chest when you think about it. It should make you emotional. It should bring tears to your eyes if you really sit with it. It should make quitting feel like betraying yourself and the people you're doing it for. That's the kind of reason that gets you out of bed when you're exhausted, that pushes you to keep working when everything feels hopeless. If your why doesn't stir something deep inside you, it won't last. The reason my dad's why hit me so hard is because it wasn't about him. It was about us. He could have settled when life pushed him back. He could have gotten bitter. He could have convinced himself that he just wasn't lucky enough. But he didn't. He kept moving because his reason was bigger than himself. And that's the key. Your why can't just be selfish. When your reason includes others, your family, your community, your legacy, it becomes unstoppable. The truth is, you will fail. You will fall. You will face setbacks. But if you know your why, you'll always get back up. Every obstacle becomes a test of how badly you want it. Life will ask, do you really care about this? How much are you willing to fight? And your why will give you the answer. Without it, you'll crumble. With it, you'll rise again and again until you win. When you tie your daily actions to your why, everything changes. The grind stops feeling pointless. Waking up early isn't just discipline, it's for your kids. Saving money isn't just boring, it's building your future. Skipping the bar isn't missing out. It's an investment in your dream. Every sacrifice gains meaning when you attach it to your why. Without it, sacrifice feels empty. With it, sacrifice feels like strategy. Your why also protects you from comparison. You stop caring about what other people are doing because you're focused on your path. Their journey doesn't matter. Their why is different from yours. You don't need their validation when you have your own vision. That clarity saves you from wasting years chasing things that don't matter. The beauty of finding your why is that it transforms even your failures. Every time I look back at the businesses I started that didn't work, the car magazine, the sweepstakes, the car wash with Austin, I don't see wasted time anymore. I see stepping stones. I see lessons. I see proof that my why was strong enough to keep me moving even when things went wrong. Those failures didn't stop me because my why was louder than my disappointment. Without a why, even success feels hollow. People who chase money without purpose often get rich and then wonder why they're still unhappy. That's because they never had a reason deeper than the dollar. But when your success is tied to your why, every win feels fulfilling. Every step forward feels meaningful. The money becomes a tool, not the goal. So don't ignore this. Don't brush off your why as something small or unimportant. Take the time to find it. Write it down. Put it on your mirror. Make it your phone background. Remind yourself every day what you're working for. Because when you know your why, you'll find your strength. And with that strength, there is nothing you can't achieve. Chapter 48. Focus on what you can control, concentrating your energy on actions within your power. When I was in Japan, I noticed something about the people there that stuck with me. No matter what life threw at them, they didn't seem weighed down by frustration. They weren't constantly complaining about things they couldn't change. Instead, they had this quiet strength, a calmness, even when life wasn't perfect. The word I kept hearing was shogunai, shiyuganai. It simply means, it is what it is. Yeah, at first it sounded too simple, like they were giving up. But the more I heard it, the more I realized it wasn't about surrender. It was about freedom. It was about refusing to be dragged down by the things outside of your control and choosing instead to focus only on what you can control. That phrase, shogunai, became one of my favorites. Because the truth is, life is filled with things you can't change. People will say things about you. Economies will rise and fall. Companies will close. Traffic will jam. Flights will get delayed. Accidents will happen. You can spend all your energy fighting those things, screaming about them, or wishing they were different, and it won't change a single outcome. Or you can say, shogunai, accept it, and put your focus back where it belongs, on the things you can do something about. The Japanese people taught me through their culture that letting go isn't weakness, it's wisdom. They don't waste their time obsessing over things that are already outside of their hands. Instead, they double down on what they can influence: their effort, their discipline, their relationships, their work. That's why their cities run so smoothly, why their work ethic is admired worldwide, and why their society often feels balanced even through challenges. They've learned the secret of control. You don't always get to choose the circumstances, but you always get to choose your response. I'll never forget a small story I heard while I was there. After the massive 2011 earthquake and tsunami, thousands of people in northern Japan lost everything. Homes destroyed, businesses gone, entire communities washed away. But in the aftermath, reporters were stunned to see long lines of survivors quietly waiting for food and supplies. No chaos, no looting, no anger at the unfairness of life. Just calm patience. When asked how they could remain so composed after losing so much, one man simply said, "Shogunai, it cannot be helped, but we can help each other now." That moment hit me deeply. Imagine losing everything and still having the strength to say, "It is what it is," not in defeat, but in determination. That's the mindset I want to carry, and it's the one I want you to learn. You don't have to like what happened. You don't have to pretend it's fair, but you can accept it and move forward with clarity. That's what separates the strong from the broken. Think about how often we get caught up in the little frustrations of life. Someone cuts you off in traffic and you're angry for the next hour. The weather ruins your plans and you let it sour your whole day. A boss makes a decision you don't agree with, and you waste weeks grumbling about it. None of that changes anything. All it does is drain your energy. Energy you could have used to actually improve your life. Shogunai teaches us to let it go. Accept what you can't change, then put your focus on what you can. And when you shift your focus, everything changes. Instead of raging at traffic, you can use the time to listen to an audiobook or podcast that helps you grow. Instead of complaining about the weather, you can adapt your plans and still enjoy your day. Instead of being stuck on what your boss did, you can focus on how you'll grow your skills, your network, or your future opportunities. The choice is always yours. Waste energy on the uncontrollable or invest it into the controllable. I've lived this lesson myself. When businesses I started failed, the car magazine, the sweepstakes, the mobile car wash, I could have sat in anger, complaining about why it didn't work, blaming the market or the circumstances. And sure, some of those things were outside of my control, but complaining about them wouldn't bring the businesses back. What mattered was what I could control: my effort, my willingness to try again, my ability to learn from the failure. That's what kept me moving. That's shogunai. The Japanese mindset isn't about pretending life is easy. They know life is hard. They've lived through wars, natural disasters, recessions, and loss. But they've built a cultural strength around acceptance. And acceptance is powerful because it frees your energy. Once you stop fighting battles you can't win, you suddenly have all this energy to put toward the battles you can win. There's another story. I love a Japanese farmer who once lost his rice crop in a storm. He spent months preparing, planting, tending, and in one night, nature wiped it all away. Instead of cursing the sky or drowning in bitterness, he calmly said, "Shogunai," and went back to work the next morning, replanting what he could. A neighbor asked him how he could be so calm after losing so much. He replied, "The storm already took what it took. But if I quit now, then I lose the future too." And that perspective changed me. The storm was out of his control, but his effort was not. That's the difference. You can't control the storm, but you can control your sail. You can't control the traffic, but you can control your attitude. You can't control how others treat you, but you can control how you respond. That's the secret of focusing on what you can control. It gives you back your power in a world where so much feels uncontrollable. And let's be real. Focusing on what you can't control will eat you alive. It will stress you, discourage you, and paralyze you. But focusing on what you can control builds confidence. It reminds you that you're not helpless. It shows you that progress is always possible if you're willing to take action where you actually have influence. So the next time life throws something at you that feels unfair, take a breath. Say, Shogunai. Accept it. Then immediately ask yourself, what can I do right now that's within my control? And one shift in thinking can save you years of wasted energy. Because in the end, life is going to happen. Storms, setbacks, disappointments, unfairness. You can either let those things crush you, or you can live like the Japanese taught me. Calm, strong, and focused on what you can actually change. It is what it is. But what you do next, that's what defines you. Chapter 49, Integrity and Reputation, Building Trust and Doing the Right Thing for Lasting Success. There's a saying I once heard that stuck with me. It's better to make a mistake and be honest about it than to do something right while being dishonest. That might sound strange at first, but the truth is, people value honesty more than perfection. You can mess up, admit it, and people will still respect you. But if you lie even about something small, you risk losing trust. And once that trust is gone, it's almost impossible to earn back. Integrity and reputation are fragile things. They take years to build and only seconds to destroy. And the higher you climb in life, the more valuable they become. When you're young or just starting out, it can be tempting to cut corners, to tell people what they want to hear, or to hide mistakes in order to look good. But in the long run, those shortcuts always cost more than they save. People may not always say it out loud, but they notice patterns. They notice who keeps their word and who doesn't. They notice who owns up to their mistakes and who hides them. Your reputation is being built in every small moment, whether you realize it or not. I've learned that integrity isn't tested when things are going well. It's tested in the hard moments, the times when telling the truth could embarrass you, or when doing the right thing could cost you money or opportunities. That's when your true character shows. Anyone can smile and do the right thing when the spotlight is on them. But what about when no one's watching? What about when it's easier to lie, cover it up, or shift the blame? Those are the moments that define who you are. And those are the moments that either strengthen or destroy your reputation. The truth is, people love honesty. They may not love what you tell them in the moment, but they'll respect you for it. A customer would rather hear, "I messed up your order and I'll fix it," than hear excuses or lies that drag on for weeks. A friend would rather you admit a mistake than act like nothing happened. Honesty is refreshing in a world where so many people fake it. It's what makes people trust you, not because you're perfect, but because they know you're real. I can think back to times in my own life when I messed up and had two choices: admit it or hide it. It's never comfortable to tell someone you failed. But every time I chose honesty, it paid off in the long run. People don't expect perfection. They expect realness. And when you're real, when you're honest, even when it costs you, that honesty leaves an impression that lasts. Reputation, once broken, is nearly impossible to fix. You might rebuild parts of it over time, but people will always remember that moment when you weren't honest. They'll hesitate the next time they think about trusting you. That's why it's so important to guard your reputation fiercely. Not by pretending you're flawless, but by always aligning your words with your actions and telling the truth even when it's uncomfortable. The thing about reputation is that it follows you everywhere. You can switch jobs, move cities, start over in different industries, but your reputation moves with you. If you're known for cutting corners, people will eventually find out. But if you're known for honesty and integrity, that too will follow you, and it will open doors you didn't even know were there. A good reputation is like a silent recommendation. It speaks for you in rooms you haven't even entered yet. One of the greatest mistakes people make is thinking reputation is built on big, dramatic actions. It's not. Reputation is built on small, everyday choices. Do you show up when you say you will? Do you deliver when you promise something? Do you tell the truth, even in the small details? Over time, those little choices add up into a big picture of who you are. People remember the consistency. They remember the pattern. That's how reputation is formed quietly, slowly, and sometimes without you even realizing it. And here's the thing. Once you have integrity and a strong reputation, people will give you opportunities you didn't even ask for. They'll want to work with you, not because you're the smartest or most talented, but because they trust you. Trust is worth more than skill. Skills can be taught, but character cannot. That's why people will pick someone they trust over someone who's flashy or skilled but unreliable. So don't chase shortcuts. Don't chase temporary wins that compromise your integrity. Because one small, dishonest moment can undo years of hard work. One lie can erase years of trust. But one act of honesty, even when it's uncomfortable, can build a reputation that carries you for a lifetime. At the end of the day, your integrity is the foundation of everything you build. Money comes and goes. Opportunities rise and fall. But your word, your reputation, that's what people remember. Be the kind of person who, when your name comes up in a conversation, people say, you can trust them. They'll do the right thing. That's a reputation worth more than gold, and it's built one honest choice at a time. Chapter 50. Balance matters achieving success without sacrificing health, family, or happiness. There's an old saying, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. I've always thought that phrase wasn't enough because it makes balance sound like a luxury, as if play is just about being less dull. In reality, balance is about being fully alive. So here's my version. All work and no life makes success meaningless. Because that's the truth. What good is money if your health is failing? What good is success if your kids don't know you? What good is wealth if you're too stressed, tired, sick, or empty to enjoy it? The drive to succeed can be intoxicating. You start working harder, chasing more, cutting out everything else. At first, it feels noble. You tell yourself you're sacrificing now so you can enjoy life later. But here's the danger. Later never comes. You wake up one day with money in the bank, but no relationships, no health, no joy. You built the house of success, but the foundation of your life crumbled underneath it. Balance matters because without it, success collapses. Don't misunderstand me. Working hard matters, discipline matters, sacrifice matters. But sacrifice has to be strategic. Cutting out every joy, every connection, every piece of health and happiness along the way is not strategic. It's destructive. You're not supposed to live like a robot. You're not supposed to treat life like it's only a spreadsheet of numbers and profits. You're supposed to live. And part of living means creating space for health, family, and joy, even while you're building. Budgeting is important. Discipline with your time and money is important. But budgeting doesn't mean cutting yourself off from everything that makes life enjoyable. If you're meal prepping to save money, that's smart. But still take your family out for dinner every now and then. If you're working late nights to build your business, that's noble. But still carve out time to rest, to laugh, to spend an hour with the people you love. Balance doesn't mean you stop working toward success. It means you refuse to trade your soul for it. Think about your health. You can grind 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. But what happens if your body collapses? What happens if stress eats away at you until you burn out? Money can't buy back your energy once it's gone. A six-figure paycheck doesn't mean much if you're too sick or too tired to enjoy what you've earned. That's why balance isn't optional. It's the only way to sustain success long term. Now think about your family and relationships. How many people spend years grinding, chasing money, telling themselves, "I'll make it up to them later," only to find that later never comes? Kids grow up. Spouses grow distant. Friendships fade away. You can't rewind the clock on lost time. You can rebuild money, but you can't rebuild moments you never showed up for. Balance means being present, not just successful. And finally, think about happiness. Success without happiness isn't success, it's slavery. Too many people think happiness is something that comes after success. They grind, suffer, and sacrifice joy now, expecting to buy happiness later with the money they make. But happiness doesn't work like that. If you can't find small moments of joy and gratitude along the way, no amount of money will magically make you happy later. Balance means weaving happiness into the journey, not postponing it forever. The truth is, balance is the secret fuel of success. When you take care of your health, you have more energy to perform at your best. When you invest time in your family and relationships, you build a support system that keeps you strong when the journey gets tough. When you allow yourself joy and rest, you refill your tank so you don't burn out. Balance doesn't compete with success, it fuels it. So don't separate rewards from discipline. Don't live so tightly that you suffocate yourself. Budget wisely, yes, but include joy in the budget. Work hard, yes, but schedule time for family and rest. Push yourself, yes, but know when to step back and recharge. True success is not about choosing between wealth and happiness. It's about building both together. At the end of the day, balance is what gives success its meaning. Anyone can grind themselves into the ground chasing money. But the real winners are the ones who build wealth without losing their health, their family, or their joy along the way. Because when you finally reach your goals, you don't just want to look rich, you want to feel alive. Chapter 51. Give back. Sharing your success and helping others rise along with you. As you climb higher in life, never forget what it felt like at the bottom. The moments when you struggled, when you didn't know where to start, when you were desperate for someone to show you the ropes. Too often, people forget those days once they get a little success. They climb the ladder, pull it up behind them, and act as if they did it all alone. But the truth is, no one makes it alone. Along the way, someone helped you. Someone gave you advice, opened a door, shared their story, or believed in you when no one else did. And because of that, you have a responsibility to give back. Giving back doesn't always mean giving money, though financial help can make a big difference. Giving back is about more than charity. It's about respect, guidance and generosity in all its forms. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can give is your time. Sometimes it's your story. Sometimes it's just showing someone that you see them, that you value them, that they matter. I've always lived by the rule that I treat the janitor the same way I treat the CEO. Titles don't make people more important. Every person deserves respect. My grandpa was a janitor, and I saw firsthand the work, the sweat, and the dignity he carried into that job. He didn't have status, but he had pride. He worked hard because that's who he was. Remembering that keeps me grounded. When I shake hands with a CEO, I give them the same respect I'd give to the janitor cleaning the office at night. Because in the end, we're all human, and we're all important. Success doesn't give you the right to look down on anyone. In fact, it gives you the opportunity to lift people up. The higher you climb, the more eyes are on you, and the more your words and actions matter. You can use that influence to inspire, to guide, to show people that their dreams are possible too. That's giving back. I've learned so much from business owners who shared their stories with me. They didn't have to sit down and tell me about their struggles, their wins and losses, or the steps they took to get where they are. But they did. And those conversations gave me tools I still use today. They gave me perspective, they gave me courage, and they gave me a roadmap. That's the kind of gift that costs nothing but can change someone's entire life. Knowledge is powerful. Passing it on is one of the greatest ways to give back. When you share your knowledge, you're not bragging or bloating yourself up. You're giving someone else keys they can use to open their own doors. The same way, a story from a successful person once lit a spark in you. Your story can light a spark in someone else. Don't underestimate that. You never know who's watching, who's listening, who's one conversation away from turning their whole life around. And giving back doesn't just help others, it shapes you. It keeps you humble. It reminds you of where you came from. It keeps you from getting lost in greed or ego. Success without generosity turns cold and empty. But success that lifts others up becomes meaningful. It creates ripples that outlast you. Sometimes giving back means mentoring someone just starting out. Sometimes it means listening to a younger person's dream without laughing at it. Sometimes it means guiding a coworker, offering encouragement, or simply treating someone with dignity when the rest of the world ignores them. Every act of generosity builds your legacy. The beautiful thing is, giving back multiplies. The person you help today might go on to help someone else tomorrow. Your guidance might set off a chain reaction that spreads far beyond what you can see. That's the power of generosity. It doesn't stop with you. So as you build success, never forget the responsibility that comes with it. Remember the times you struggled, the times you wished someone would show you the way. Be that person for someone else, whether it's money, time, guidance, or simply respect back. Because in the end, your wealth and success will fade, but the impact you leave on others will echo long after you're gone. Chapter 52. Becoming the $1 Million You. The ultimate goal, personal growth and value that money can't measure. If you've made it this far, let me be the first to say this. I'm proud of you. I know it might not feel like a big deal, but it is. You took initiative. You invested the time to read, to learn, to challenge your thinking. That's not something everyone does. Most people talk about wanting change, but never lift a finger to make it happen. You're different. You want more for yourself. You're searching for answers, and that alone puts you on a path many never step onto. The fact that you're here tells me you want to better your life. You're hungry for growth, for change, for something bigger than the way things are now. And I want to remind you, I'm wishing you the best in your success. Because at this point, it's not a matter of if it happens for you, it's only a matter of when. You have dreams inside you that are waiting to be reached. And if you stay persistent, disciplined, and true to your purpose, you will reach them. One of my biggest inspirations in life has always been my dad. I watched him push through setbacks and storms with persistence that shaped the man I am today. And another source of inspiration has been my friends, the ones who believed, who dreamed with me, who tried and failed and kept going anyway. They reminded me that you don't have to be perfect to chase success. You just have to keep trying. We all want change. We all want a better future. But change doesn't just show up at your door. You have to go out and fight for it. You have to create it. Becoming the million-dollar version of yourself isn't just about money. It's about growth. It's about becoming someone who is strong enough, smart enough, disciplined enough, and humble enough to not only reach success, but sustain it. Anyone can get lucky for a little while. Anyone can have a good year, make a quick profit, or stumble into a good opportunity. But only those who truly grow, who develop knowledge, habits, and character, can hold on to success and multiply it. Along the way, you'll notice something powerful. As you grow yourself, your value grows far beyond money. Your confidence, your wisdom, your relationships, and your ability to make an impact all expand. That's what million-dollar you is about. Not just the money in your account, but the person you become in the process of chasing it. Because here's the truth. Money by itself is empty. It can buy things, but it can't buy wisdom, respect, or fulfillment. If you chase only the dollar, you'll always feel like something's missing. But if you chase growth, if you chase becoming the best version of yourself, money will follow. And when it comes, it will actually mean something. You won't just have it. You'll know how to use it, how to grow it, and how to make it serve your bigger purpose. That's the real goal, to become someone of such value that money is just a byproduct of who you are. To become someone who doesn't just hold wealth, but multiplies it. Someone who doesn't just chase success, but embodies it. Someone who doesn't just talk about change, but lives it. That's the million-dollar you. So as you close this chapter and step back into your own life, remember this. You already have what it takes. Everything you need to succeed is already in you. It just needs to be unlocked, refined, and pushed forward. The tools are here. The path is here. Now it's your turn to walk it. The future belongs to you if you're willing to keep building, keep learning, and keep pushing. Don't let fear stop you. Don't let failure discourage you. Don't let negativity surround you. Stand tall, chase your dreams. And when the world tells you it's impossible, remind yourself that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And let me leave you with this final thought, a quote that captures everything I want you to carry from this journey. This day and age, everyone talks about making $1 million, but to become someone who is worth $1 million is more important. Just having the money isn't enough, but the knowledge to keep it progressing is far more powerful.